The pickaxe slams against the cold rock face, ringing through the dark caverns underneath the city. A faint drop hits the stone, and Kay wipes the sweat from his forehead. After hours of backbreaking labor in the dark, he finally hits the pay dirt. He catches every single drop of glowing blue liquid into a glass flask, holding it like liquid gold. He shows the bottle to Nero, his little black blob of a cat who seems just as relieved as he is. If he brings this haul back to the surface, he might finally have enough clout to get a second look from the recruiters. He steps out of the dark mine, looking across the barren wasteland toward the grand light show that is the shining city. Inside those high walls, the streets are packed with people cheering like it is a national holiday. The crowd goes wild for the colorists, the flashy heroes walking around with colorful hair and high-tech magic gear. The citizens treat them like living gods just for bringing back resources and killing wild beasts. As long as those heroes exist under that giant glowing rainbow dome, everyone inside sleeps safe at night. Then you step down into the Shadow District, where the sun never shines and the trash gathers. Kay stands in line outside the recruitment office, trying to keep his composure among the rough crowds. The sign promises glory, money, and a bright future for anyone willing to step outside the walls. Then the door opens, and Kay comes flying out headfirst onto the stone pavement. The recruiters stand at the top of the stairs, looking down at him like something they stepped on. Kay pushes himself up, holding out his hard-earned bottle of blue ink like a golden ticket. He did the work and brought back actual raw energy, which is more than most applicants can say. The recruiter points a finger, annoyed that a bottom feeder is even talking back to him. He lays out the hard reality of this world in plain terms. You are born colorless, which means you belong in a coal pit or a factory floor. To make his point clear, the man sparks an orange flame right in his palm. Kay has to shield his eyes from the sudden heat radiating off the guy's hand. The recruiter stands there glowing like a human torch, showing off the magic natural borns get at birth. He flexes his color mana, reminding Kay that the universe already handed out rolls, and Kay drew the empty hand. Outside the city lies the Blacklands, a pitch-black abyss where normal humans get eaten in seconds. Massive shadowy monsters roam that darkness, waiting for anything with a pulse to step out of line. The pioneers risk their lives fighting those horrors so the rich people upstairs can have nice lighting. So a colorless kid holding a small jar of ink is basically a joke to everyone standing on those steps. The heavy wooden doors slam shut right in his face, ending his job search for the day. Kay sits on the cold stairs in silence, while Nero peeks out from inside his shirt with a small squeak. He smiles down at his small companion, pretending the rejection does not get to him. He swears he is going to make it into the core no matter how many times they kick him down the stairs. He tucks Nero back into his jacket before anyone notices he is carrying a living shadow around. He heads back down the narrow alleyways of the slums, keeping his head low. Up on the balcony above, a green-haired guy watches him walk past with an uncomfortably sharp gaze. The guy stares through the metal railing, tracking Kay like a mark in an open market. Kay pulls out his dirty notebook in the middle of the crowded square, flipping through the pages. Almost every single guild name on his list has a big black X drawn straight across it. Another full day of getting booted out of offices, and he is running out of names to cross off. He turns down a side street and stops in front of Mari Workshop, the only place that does not lock the door on him. He pushes the door open and calls out, dragging his feet inside. Mari pops out from behind her workbench with a bright smile, pulling her goggles up onto her forehead. She takes one look at his face and already knows how the guild interviews went today, while Nero hops right onto her table. She tells him the recruiters are blind for turning him down, though Kay knows optimism does not pay the rent. She points out that he brings back rare materials from dangerous zones that would make actual pioneers sweat. Kay gives all the credit to the little black blob currently getting petted on the workbench. He sets the blue ink bottle on the counter, and Mari instantly brightens up at the sight of fresh fuel. She pours the blue liquid directly into her workshop engine, complaining about how market prices are reaching absurd levels. The dual tanks light up as the liquid flows inside, powering up her whole shop. Kay slumps over the table, admitting he will take any job at this point, but Mari cuts him off. She brings up a suggestion she made before, and Kay immediately looks uncomfortable. She slams a worn piece of parchment right onto the table between them. It is an official recruitment flyer for the S-Rank Dawn Pioneering Corps, claiming selection is strictly based on raw skill. Kay stares at the gold lettering, having avoided it because S-Rank sounds like a fast track to getting buried. Mari insists this is his best shot because a top-tier guild does not care about color pedigree if you can produce results. She asks him if he still wants to be a real colorist like he always said. Kei flashes back to standing in the pouring rain years ago, small, helpless, and holding Nero close to his chest. He remembers the promise made back then, the one thing that kept him going through every insult. A small smirk breaks across his face as the spark comes back into his eyes. He snatches the parchment off the counter, making up his mind on the spot. He waves goodbye to Mari, stepping out into the street with a real goal for once. He walks down a quiet back street, reading over the test requirements on the flyer. He calculates how much gear he needs to pack before the entrance exam starts tomorrow. Inside his shirt, Nero suddenly lets out a sharp growl, his eyes narrowing into slits. A shadow stretches across the stone wall behind him as a man steps out holding a wooden wand. It is the green-haired guy from the balcony, and he is already powering up a spell with a nasty smirk. A sharp crescent of green wind magic slices straight through the air toward Kei's neck. Kei twists his head around just in time to realize he is in deep trouble. The wind blade tears right across his back, spraying blood against the stone alley wall. Kei crashes onto his stomach, groaning in pain as the green-haired guy walks up with a blue-haired guard. The attacker laughs, stating that nobody is going to file a police report over a dead Colorless. Nero cries out from the ground, trying to crawl toward his injured friend. Kei pushes his face up off the floor, telling Nero to run toward the open disposal pipe behind them. Before the cat can move, the green-haired guy grabs Kei by his shirt collar and hauls him up. The villain smiles like he just found money on the sidewalk. He drags Kei over to a massive metal rim overlooking a pitch-black pit inside the facility. Down below sits a giant pool of toxic slurry where all the ruined mixed inks get dumped. The green-haired guy explains that ink waste dissolves human tissue in seconds, making it the perfect cleanup tool. Kei gasps for air, asking why they are ambushing a guy who literally has nothing to steal. The villain admits he was watching Kei earlier in the market when Nero peeked out. A wild creature with enough intelligence to follow human commands is a legendary find. The blue-haired partner steps up, casually holding Nero locked inside a heavy iron cage. The little black blob presses its face against the bars, crying as it watches Kei bleed. Kei snaps, swinging his weak fists against the villain's vest, telling him to let Nero go right now. The villain's eyes light up green, noting that an intelligent familiar like this will sell for a fortune on the black market. He tightens his grip on Kei's neck, shutting down his airway completely. Kei's mind spirals as his vision dims, remembering every beatdown and every insult he ever swallowed. He took all the trash talk because he had to survive, but taking his only family is where the line gets drawn. Every vein in his face pops as pure rage takes over his head. He reaches out and grabs the green-haired guy's wrist with both hands. The villain's smirk instantly disappears as a violent shockwave rips through his arm. Kei's eyes turn pitch black as a massive vortex of dark mana starts pulling the color straight out of the villain's body. Panicking from the horrific sensation, the villain kicks Kei off the ledge and sends him falling into the dark abyss. Kei splashes into the thick black liquid below, and the green-haired guy wipes his forehead, relieved to be done with it. The two villains walk away with the cage, already talking about how they are going to spend their payday. Down in the toxic pit, Kei sinks into the dense, suffocating black fluid. His lungs burn and his limbs refuse to move as the poisonous liquid wraps around him like lead. Images of Mari's workshop and Nero's face flash through his brain as his life fades out. He refuses to let it end like a nameless corpse at the bottom of a trash pipe. He holds on to the promise he made, refusing to die here. A chilling voice echoes straight through the black void inside his consciousness. It whispers into his head, telling him to stop resisting and accept the dark color waiting at the bottom. Kei's head snaps back in the dark, his hair turning jet black as hollow white light fills his eyes. His hand reaches up through the swirling black vortex surrounding his body. The entire sea of toxic ink waste begins to spin into a massive upward funnel. Kei stands upright in the center of the dark mana, looking at his hands like he does not recognize them. He remembers falling into the pit, but the weak kid who fell in is not the one standing here now. From high above the pit, the faint sound of Nero crying reaches his ears. His glowing white eyes lock onto the two faint silhouettes walking away near the edge. He sees Nero trapped inside that iron box, crying for help. Kei raises a single black-coated hand toward the ceiling, his mind completely focused on one objective. A massive column of violent black energy erupts straight out of the disposal pit like an erupting volcano. The two villains spin around, their faces turning ghost white at the sheer force shaking the room. The thousands of gallons of toxic ink disappear in a single second, leaving a dark figure standing in the dry crater. The shadow steps forward, rolling with waves of dark mana that make the air taste like iron. The green-haired guy stammers, trembling so hard he drops his magic wand onto the stone floor. A giant hand formed of pure black darkness shoots out from the crater, reaching straight for their throats. By morning, the entire sector of the Shadow District is walled off with yellow caution tape and armed guards. A witness screams at an investigator, pointing wildly at the flattened stone structures behind him. The guard scribbles notes furiously while the guy swears he saw a giant dark shadow demolish the alleyway. He describes a giant shadowy fist rising from the sewer pit and wiping out half the block in 3 seconds. 2 stretchers are rolled out of the rubble, carrying the green-haired pioneer and his blue-haired partner. Both guys are frozen solid, their skins stripped of all color like gray stone statues. A blue-haired investigator in glasses checks her clipboard, thoroughly confused by how their color mana was completely erased. Next to her stands a high-ranking red colorist, staring at the destruction with a serious look on his face. The local supervisor runs up, bowing repeatedly when he realizes an actual high-tier hero is standing in his slum. The red colorist tells him to relax, explaining they were dispatched to check out a massive energy anomaly detected inside the city. The supervisor stammers a welcome and quickly guides the high-ranking squad down into the lower levels. They stand at the edge of the crater where the ink waste pit used to sit, surrounded by shattered pipes. The red colorist kneels down, touching a trace of black residue left on the cracked floor. The assistant notes that giant wild beasts are tracked constantly, so one appearing inside the city wall makes 0 sense. Usually, the only black creatures found inside the slums are harmless small critters hiding in alley garbage. Pigeons and tiny bugs with dark outlines are the only things that ever cross the perimeter unnoticed. If an unknown high-rank threat somehow bypassed the city barrier, the higher-ups are going to lose their minds. The red colorist narrows his eyes, realizing whatever caused this left almost no normal mana signature behind. They look out over the massive trench ripped straight through the concrete foundations of the city. Miles away in a dark, damp cave, a heavy groan echoes off the wet stone walls. Nero's rough little tongue licks Kay across his forehead, trying to wake him up. Kay snaps his eyes open and sits straight up, grabbing Nero in a tight hug. He checks the little guy over, relieved to see he does not have a single scratch on him. He looks down at his hands, remembering the ink pit, the dark explosion, and the sheer terror on those villains' faces. His eye widens as the reality of what he did starts settling into his head. He holds his hands up in front of his face, inspecting his arms. He reaches up and touches his hair, noticing the strands feel totally different from before. He pulls a strand down into his view and realizes his grayish-white hair has turned pitch black. Before he can process his new haircut, he realizes he is standing in absolute pitch-black darkness. He calls out to Nero, completely blind in the underground vault. Nero hops off his shoulder and starts spinning in midair like a charging battery. The little black cat bursts with bright white light, transforming into a floating lantern. The sudden light illuminates a massive subterranean cavern packed with hundreds of glowing white eyes staring right at him. Kay stammers, his jaw dropping as he recognizes the sharp, toothy shadows creeping over the rocks. This is not a basement in the Shadow District, this is the Black Lands outside the city walls. Specifically, he landed right in the Black Forest, a high lethal zone where only B-rank pioneers are allowed to step. The dark creatures hiss, crawling over each other as they smell fresh human meat in their cave. Kay does not hesitate for a single frame, turning on his heels and sprinting after the glowing cat. Nero squeaks as a pair of jaws snaps right behind his tail, leading Kay through the winding tunnels. A long, shadow-like serpent lunges out from the side, snapping its fangs near Kay's face. Kay ducks under the strike smoothly, thanking Nero for lighting up the obstacles ahead. He scales a steep rock wall in 3 bounds, following the light stream moving up the shaft. Nero shoots forward like a tracer round, guiding him toward an opening at the top. While sprinting at full speed, Kay notices something is seriously off with his body. A dark core of energy pulses inside his chest, filling his muscles with weird light-footed power. He has been sprinting uphill for 10 minutes straight and he is not even breathing hard. He launches himself across a 20-foot canyon gap, soaring through the air like a launched projectile. He lands cleanly on the far ledge, his whole body practically vibrating with raw stamina. Nero zips around a corner ahead, leaving Kay alone for a split second in the dark. A massive shadow wolf erupts from the darkness above, dropping its jaws right over Kay's head. Kay slips on a loose rock, losing his balance completely as the beast comes down on him. He closes his eyes and braces for his arm to get ripped clean off his shoulder. The wolf bites down hard on Kay's forearm with full force. The beast's fangs shatter into pieces like glass, hitting steel, spraying teeth all over the dirt. Kay opens one eye, completely stunned that he still has 5 fingers attached to his wrist. The wolf whimpers pitifully, holding its broken mouth as it retreats back into the brush. Kay pulls back his sleeve, revealing his arm is completely fine with not even a red mark on the skin. He flexes his fingers, realizing his body density just tanked a top-tier predator bite like a light breeze. This is the physical reinforcement people talk about when they discuss the power of color. Nero floats back down to his shoulder, giving a small squeak of approval. Before Kay can celebrate his new armor, the ground starts shaking under his boots with heavy thuds. A massive single-eyed cyclops monster steps out from behind the tree line, towering over the ravine. Kay's sweat drops immediately, recognizing an apex predator that usually wipes out whole pioneer squads. The cyclops roars and slams its massive arm down, shattering the rock platform Kay was standing on. Nero floats back in panic as dust clouds fill the entire ravine. Kay crawls out of the fallen timber, wiping dirty ash off his mouth. Instead of panicking, a slow smirk spreads across his face as he looks up at the towering beast. Images of his past self, beaten in alleys, kicked out of offices, and called useless, run through his brain. He clenches his fist tightly as thin tendrils of black mana start whipping around his wrists. He remembers the exact sensation of pulling energy out of that green-haired pioneer in the pit. Dark aura swirls around his body, rising like black flames off his skin. He unlocks the full black transformation, his eyes blazing with pure white light. The Cyclops roars and lunges forward, opening its giant clawed hand to crush him. Kay stands small against the giant shadow, pulling his right fist back as the ground cracks under his feet. He steps into the strike, unleashing a straight punch fueled by dense black mana. A massive blast wave of dark aura punches clean through the Cyclops' chest, blowing a hole straight through its torso. The air pressure from the impact tears through miles of the black forest, leveling every tree in a straight line. The giant monster disintegrates into airborne chunks as Kay floats back through the shockwave. His glowing eyes look out over the destruction he caused with a single right hook. The massive blast wave punches a hole straight through the eternal black storm clouds covering the sky. For the first time in his entire life, bright golden sunlight pours down through the gap in the clouds. The light hits a nearby stream, making the green leaves and crystal blue water pop with vibrant color. Without warning, the black aura on Kay's skin flares violently, reversing direction and pulling hard on his body. Kay gasps, his eyes bulging as every ounce of physical strength gets sucked out of his muscles. The white light in his eyes goes dark and he plummets out of the sky like a stone. He crashes hard through the tree canopy, hitting the forest floor with a heavy thud. Nero floats down next to him as Kay groans, completely unable to lift his chin off the dirt. Black smoke leaks off his skin, leaving him feeling more drained than after a 12-hour shift in the mines. He realizes the cheat code comes with a major downside. Using this black mana burns through his vital energy like jet fuel. The eerie inner voice speaks up inside his head again, telling him that prey is sitting right in front of him. The dark presence tells him to stop complaining and reach out his hand if he wants to stay alive. Kay's eye glows faintly in the shadow of his bangs as his survival instincts take over. His trembling hand reaches out across the dirt toward the remains of the dead Cyclops. He presses his palm against the dark carcass lying next to him. A massive whirlpool of black energy gets siphoned straight out of the monster's corpse and pulled into Kay's palm. Nero watches with wide eyes as the entire giant beast dissolves into pure black energy. The absorbed mana implodes into Kay's chest core, sending a dark shockwave through the glade. Kay catches his breath, his black hair locking back into place as full power floods back into his veins. He sits up with a confident smirk, realizing he just figured out how to keep his tank full. Over at Mari workshop, the day starts like any other quiet morning in the slums. Mari is sitting at her drafting table, working on blueprints, when the doorbell rings. A tall silhouette wrapped in a dark hooded cloak steps through the doorway without saying a word. She turns around with a customer service smile, asking if he needs a custom order. The stranger just stands there in the sunlight, completely silent, looking like an assassin straight out of a bounty board. He takes a heavy step forward into her shop. Mari steps back, pointing out that walking into someone's workplace wearing a villain cloak is an easy way to get hit. She grabs a giant adjustable wrench off her workbench, raising it like a baseball bat. The stranger suddenly lunges toward her with his hands up. She screams, ready to swing for the fences, but the guy pulls down his hood and tells her to chill. It is Kay, flashing his signature clueless smile. He apologizes for scaring her, admitting he did not realize the cloak was giving off main antagonist energy. Mari drops her jaw so hard it almost hits the floor. She screams at the top of her lungs, asking what on earth happened to his hair and his face. Once he explains the whole story about the two pioneers jumping him and taking Nero, Mari loses her mind. She grabs a hammer in one hand and her wrench in the other, ready to march down to the lower levels and start a riot. Kay has to physically hold her back, reminding her that he already handled those guys and retrieved Nero. She sets the wrench down, taking a deep breath after hearing he almost died in a toxic waste pit. She sighs, telling him she is just glad he made it back in one piece. She points out that black is the exact same shade as the monsters outside the walls, which might cause some serious misunderstandings. Kay tells her he does not have time to worry about optics right now because the Dawn Corps exam starts today. He rubs the back of his neck, asking if he can borrow some fresh gear since his old clothes look like rags. Mari smiles, telling him to consider it a sponsorship deal for a future high colorist. She grabs his hand and drags him toward her back storage room. She promises she has the exact outfit to make him look like an actual contender instead of a homeless miner. Kay looks at her, genuinely grateful that at least one person in this city has his back. An hour later, hundreds of applicants gather outside the massive Coliseum in the upper district. The arena floor is divided into dozens of raised stone platforms for the opening rounds. Side characters in the crowd are already sweating, looking at the sheer number of applicants present. Two guys chat about how joining the Dawn Pioneering Corps is the ultimate dream for anyone holding a weapon. The Dawn Corps is basically the flagship guild of Shining City, stacked with elite high colorists who raid the Blacklands. The only problem with an S-rank exam is that every high-tier prodigy in the region shows up to flex. The crowd points out famous applicants, including Ellie Cayenne, the second daughter of a legendary noble house. Well-known bounty hunters and rising pioneers are scattered across the waiting area. Then everyone turns their attention to a green-haired guy standing near the center ring. This is Gale, known as the Gale Sword, a guy who is practically guaranteed a passing grade based on pure stats. Rumor has it he can solo rampaging monsters without calling for backup. The downside is that he has a terrible personality and got booted from his previous guild for beating up his own teammates. A random applicant scoffs, bragging that guys like Gale are nothing special once you get in the ring. Gale overhears him from 10 feet away, giving him a look that says his medical bills are about to spike. Gale looks around at the crowd, thoroughly unimpressed by the talent pool on display. In his eyes, almost everyone in this arena is an NPC waiting to get cleared off the bracket. He glances sideways, scanning the front row. His eyes land on the cyan-haired girl standing quietly by herself. Ellie Cyan stands with perfect posture, completely ignoring the noise around her. Gale smirks, deciding she might be the only person here worth using his sword against. He stretches his hand out toward her silhouette, already planning his highlight reel for the finals. A massive PA speaker mounted on the arena wall suddenly crackles to life. The entire stadium goes quiet as the proctors step onto the high balcony above the floor. A man with bright yellow hair steps up to the microphone, looking down at the hundreds of applicants below. It is the yellow colorist from the Dawn Corps, and the crowd goes wild seeing an actual S-rank hero in person. This guy was on the front lines of the recent large-scale raid, so his presence means the guild is not playing around today. He radiates a heavy aura just standing at the railing, reminding everyone why S-rank guilds sit at the top of the food chain. He leans into the microphone and welcomes the crowd in a flat, serious voice. He thanks them for applying, but cuts straight through the inspirational speech tropes. He acknowledges that people come here for money, fame, or duty, but the guild could not care less about their motivations. Outside those walls, the Blacklands will kill an idiot regardless of how good his intentions are. He points down at the arena floor, announcing that Test 1 is a straightforward tournament bracket. Pioneers survive on combat ability, so if you cannot fight another human, you will not survive 10 seconds outside the dome. He shouts for the first bracket to step onto the platforms as the match numbers start flashing on the big board. Match 1 calls number 126 against number 286. The crowd groans for number 286, realizing some poor random candidate just drew Gale in the very first round. Gale smiles, stepping onto the stone platform like he just won the lottery. He glares at his opponent, thinking about how he is going to drag this fight out for entertainment. He looks across the ring and stops. Standing on the opposite edge is a guy wrapped in a plain brown cloak wearing the number 286 tag. Kay stands there with a completely relaxed posture, looking like he walked into the wrong building. Gale rests his hand on the hilt of his sword, unbothered. He draws his blade with a metallic sound, telling the cloaked kid that he has been bored all morning. He activates his wind mana, wrapping his steel sword in glowing green, razor-sharp currents. The spectators in the stands gasp, recognizing his signature Gale sword technique right out of the gate. At his age, controlling multi-layered wind blades like that makes him a certified prodigy in the eyes of the crowd. Gale points his glowing green sword straight at Kay's chest, telling him to try blocking if he wants to keep his limbs. He kicks off the stone platform, shattering the floor tile under his boot. He flies across the stage at top speed, swinging a wind cutter that creates a vacuum tear through the air. Kay just stands there, watching the green blade come straight for his face without even drawing a weapon. Gale laughs, thinking he has already won as his blade cuts within inches of Kay's cloak. Kay shifts his weight half an inch to the left, lets the blade slice thin air, and drives a straight right fist directly into Gale's jaw. A shockwave explodes off the point of impact, blowing the wind magic to pieces. The crowd freezes in absolute silence. Gale flies backward across the entire arena, cratering headfirst into the reinforced concrete outer wall. The green-haired genius slumps over in the wall crater, completely unconscious in one hit. Kay looks at his own knuckles, genuinely surprised by how fast his body moved just now. He realizes the black physical reinforcement is way stronger than he calculated. The spectators point down at the stage in a panic, noticing the dark aura leaking off Kay's arms. Up on the Proctor balcony, the yellow Colorist and Ellie Cyan stare in complete shock at the pitch-black mana. Kay stands alone on the platform, his black hair blowing in the wind created by his punch. He looks around at the dead silent arena, wondering why everyone is staring at him like he just grew a second head. The tournament continues, but the energy in the stadium has completely shifted. An applicant fires a massive rock projectile across the ring, screaming in desperation. Kay blitzes straight through the flying boulder, shattering it to dust with his shoulder. He closes the distance in a fraction of a second, leaving a black speed trail behind him. He catches the guy mid-cast before he can even pull back his staff. Another one-tap victory for number 286, slamming his opponent onto the stone platform. Match after match, Kay clears every single opponent in his bracket with one single strike. Up on the balcony, the yellow Colorist leans over the railing, watching Kay stand over another folded contestant. His assistant notes that a black color holder appearing out of nowhere is going to break the news cycle by afternoon. A heavy set of footsteps echoes down the balcony corridor behind them. The proctors turn around, their eyes going wide as two new figures walk onto the deck. It is High Colorist Red, stepping up to the railing with his blue-haired assistant right behind him. Yellow asks what brings a team leader down to the entrance exam, and Red casually waves it off, saying he was just passing by. Yellow mentions the weird monster incident in the Shadow District, and Red sighs, saying that investigation is giving him a massive headache. Red asks if there are any actual recruits worth watching today. Yellow points down at the arena, mentioning the Cyan family daughter and one extremely weird kid. Red looks down at the ring, and his eyes lock straight onto Kay's black aura. Yellow hypes Kay up, saying the kid speedran his entire bracket without taking a single hit. Red's blue-haired assistant leans in, asking her boss if that black color matches the energy signature from the Shadow District crater. Red narrows his eyes, realizing a brand new color appearing right after a massive black explosion in the slums is way too convenient to be a coincidence. He tells her to stay quiet and keep watching for now. Down on the floor, Kay clenches his fist, noticing the black smoke swirling around his wrists is starting to thin out. He remembers the lesson from the Black Forest. Overusing this power drains his black color, and if it empties out, he turns back into a white-haired Colorless. A sudden freezing shockwave blasts across the adjacent platform, pulling everyone's attention. Ellie Cyan stands in the center of the ring, her cyan hair fluttering as ice mist rolls off her shoulders. Her opponent is frozen solid inside a 30-foot ice pillar, leaving her with another effortless victory. The crowd cheers for the Cyan family, hyping up her elite lineage and textbook spellcasting. Kay watches her step off the platform, admitting her ice magic is on a completely different level from the average applicant. As she walks up the stairs, she passes right next to Kay. She stops in her tracks, turning her head to stare directly into his eyes. Her cold blue gaze cuts into him, assessing the black-haired kid who has been one-shotting his way through the tournament. Kay gives her an awkward side-eye as the announcer box rings out, signaling the official end of Test 1. The yellow colorist steps back up to the microphone, thanking the survivors for making it through the bracket. He explains that because they are running behind schedule, they are skipping the break and jumping straight to test 2. The failed applicants pack up their gear and head for the exits while the passing group groans about not getting a rest period. Yellow starts to explain the rules for the second round, but someone steps up and grabs the mic right out of his hand. A sharp smirk appears on team leader Red's face as he leans into the speaker system. He looks down at the remaining candidates, announcing that he will be personally running test 2 himself. The applicants freak out, recognizing the legendary Red Colorist standing at the balcony railing. Red is famous for having the highest creature kill count in the city, along with a reputation for being an absolute menace to work with. Rumor has it his fire magic is so wildly destructive that even his own guild teammates hesitate to stand near him during raids. Yellow whispers to him, warning that the guild captain is going to chew him out for changing the exam format on a whim, but Red just laughs it off. Red looks down at the survivors on the arena floor, stating that his test is extremely simple. A terrifying wave of heat erupts off his body, turning the air above the arena red. He snaps his fingers, and a massive wall of liquid fire surges off the balcony and slams down onto the arena floor. Before anyone can run, flaming spherical barriers lock every single applicant inside their own individual heat chamber. Red smiles, explaining that he recreated the ambient environmental heat of an active volcanic region from the Blacklands. Outside the city dome, humans have to survive extreme cold, poison swamps, and scorching heat fields without complaining. He tells them this test is nothing more than a warm stove, so if they cannot handle a little heat, they should give up now. Inside the bubbles, applicants scream in agony as the temperature spikes to blistering levels within seconds. Candidates drop to their knees, realizing their normal defensive magic does not even scratch the surface of Red's barrier. Yellow watches Red, admitting that despite the rumors about him slacking off, his mana precision is absurd, simultaneously maintaining dozens of high-temperature barriers without melting the arena floor takes top-tier control. Red stands with his hands in his pockets, enjoying the sight of the crowd sweating. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoes through the center of the arena. Ellie Cyan unleashes a wave of frost from the inside, shattering her fire bubble into thousands of ice shards. Red looks down, genuinely impressed as she flexed through his barrier using raw element counter magic. Her Cyan ice should have been at an elemental disadvantage against his fire, yet she smashed through it anyway. Red praises her as a real prodigy, then turns his eyes toward applicant number 286. Kay stands inside his red fire bubble, completely still as the heat waves wash over his cloak. Red tilts his head, noticing the black-haired kid is holding on, but is not making any move to break out. He assumes the kid hit his ceiling and is just toughing it out. Inside the bubble, Kay is panicking. He realizes he used way too much black mana during the tournament round, and he did not pace his reserves. The intense environmental heat is draining his remaining black color at 10 times the normal rate. He looks down at his hands, seeing his black hair strands flicker back toward white. If he loses his black color in front of the proctors, he turns back into a colorless outcast right here on live television, and they will throw him in a lab as an anomaly. He sweats profusely, looking around his flaming bubble for any way out of this trap. He remembers the lesson from the Black Forest. He survives by absorbing color mana from external sources. He looks at the red firewall surrounding him, realizing the barrier itself is made of high-density colorist mana. He has never tried absorbing a spell active from an S-rank high colorist, but he does not have a choice. He reaches out his right hand, pressing his bare palm directly against the blazing interior wall of the fire bubble. His black absorption power activates, locking onto Red's fire mana like a vacuum seal. The red fire barrier instantly distorts, pulling inward toward Kay's palm in a violent spiraling vortex. The nearby applicants stare in utter disbelief as the massive heat bubble collapses directly into the kid's hand. A dark red energy cyclone erupts around Kay as he siphons the entire fire barrier straight into his body. Up on the balcony, Yellow and Red freeze, their eyes wide as they watch Red's spell get literally eaten alive. Red's unbothered smile twitches as sweat drips down his temple for the first time today. He looks at Kay, admitting out loud that they have a real lunatic on their hands this time. The entire arena goes dead silent as the fire clears, leaving Kay standing in the middle of a crater with red and black energy crackling around his hands. Kay catches his breath, looking at the stunned high colorists on the balcony and thinking to himself that he just stood out way too much. Across the stadium, Ellie Cyan stands in the crowd staring directly at Kay. She spent her whole life training to be the top scorer for her noble family, only for a nameless kid in a brown cloak to drop a completely new color on the floor. She looks at her own hands, realizing her position as the top rookie is no longer guaranteed. Her family raised her with zero room for second place, making her sister's expectations weigh heavy on her back. Falling behind an unknown applicant is not something her household will tolerate. She watched Kay speedrun his tournament bracket, and she knows that even at full output, beating him would be an uphill battle. The way his dark aura swallowed Red's fire barrier was not normal magic, it looked like an anomaly. She shakes her head, telling herself to stop overthinking and focus on her own performance. While she watches from a distance, Chief Red casually throws his arm around Kay's shoulder like they are old drinking buddies. Red chuckles in Kay's ear, hyping up how absurd that black absorption aura looked from the spectator deck. He starts escorting Kay off the main floor, suggesting they go somewhere private to have a little chat about his background. Kay stammers, asking what happens to the rest of the entrance exam he is supposed to be taking. Red waves his hand, telling him he already passed on the spot, which leaves Kay completely speechless. Up on the balcony, the yellow colorist yells down at Red for abandoning his proctor duties mid-test, but Red completely ignores him. Yellow clears his throat into the microphone, announcing to the remaining crowd that the exam will resume after a short delay. Since Ellie Cyan broke her barrier and Kay got pulled by a team leader, the rest of the applicants have to take a makeup test. Ellie watches silently as Red drags Kay down the dark tunnel leading out of the Coliseum. A heavy car door slams shut on the outskirts of the city. Red tells his blue-haired assistant to wait by the vehicle while he takes Kay for a short walk. Kay looks around the empty street, and his stomach drops straight to his boots. Red brought him directly to the ruined crater in the Shadow District where Kay absorbed the green-haired pioneer and blew up the ink waste pit. Red looks over the shattered concrete foundations, casually mentioning that a very nasty incident went down here a couple days ago. He notes that 2 B-rank pioneers were found completely stripped of their color mana, turned into gray statues. Witnesses in the area reported seeing a giant shadowy hand erupt out of the ground right before the whole place collapsed. Then, a kid holding a brand new black color shows up at the Dawncore exam 2 days later. Red turns his head, his red eyes locking onto Kay as he points out that a power that devours other colors is a once-in-a-century anomaly. Kay stands there frozen, unable to come up with a single lie that sounds convincing. He realizes Red had him figured out from the exact second he stepped onto the tournament floor. He considers running for 2 seconds before remembering he is standing next to an S-rank high colorist who hunts giant monsters for fun. Red laughs at Kay's terrified face, waving his hand to cool down the tension. He admits his main job was to investigate the crime scene, but he is honestly way more interested in how Kay's power actually functions. Under normal circumstances, different color manas react violently and cannot mix inside a human body. Yet Kay's black aura ignores every fundamental rule of color theory without blowing him up. Red brings up the fire barrier from Test 2, pointing out that Kay seemed to suck the spell in out of pure panic rather than controlled technique. Kay looks down, admitting he had zero control over what happened back in the arena. Red smirks, stepping back and holding out his right hand. He tells Kay they need to run a quick field test right here in the ruins. He offers his bare palm, telling the kid to go ahead and try absorbing his high-grade fire mana directly. Kay panics, telling him that draining an S-rank colorist is a fast way to cause another catastrophic explosion. Red tells him to shut up and just grab his arm already. Kay hesitates, knowing that black represents the devouring force of the black lands outside the city walls. Leaving an unchecked absorption ability running around Shining City is something the higher-ups will never allow. Red's eyes narrow as his aura flares up red around his shoulders. He warns Kay that if his power proves to be an uncontrollable monster threat, Red will be forced to put him down right here in this crater. The threat lands heavily, and Kay realizes his trial starts right now. He reaches out, grabbing Red's forearm with a firm grip. He mutters under his breath that if his arm gets vaporized, it is entirely Red's responsibility. Kay activates his absorption power, and a massive black mana vortex instantly wraps around both of them. Red's dense crimson fire mana surges down his arm, rushing straight into Kay's chest core. Kay's eyes snap wide as a blinding flash of red light fills his vision. He screams in pain as the sheer heat of an S-rank colorist mana burns through his veins like molten iron. He tries to pull his hand away, but the dark absorption lock refuses to release its grip. He realizes the massive gap between a low-tier pioneer and a man people call a living hero. Red stands perfectly calm, watching the black mana pull on his fire reserve like a starving animal. He notes that because Kay's technique is still raw, a high-rank fighter can easily resist the pull if they flex their aura. Still, against any normal citizen or lower-tier pioneer, this power is a guaranteed death sentence. Suddenly, the absorbed fire mana flares out of Kay's back in a violent dark red eruption. A jagged shockwave shatters the stone floor around their boots. Red steps back, watching the dark flames wrap around Kay's upper body. The fire and black ink fuse together, forming a massive jagged monster torso over Kay's cloak. A demonic single-eyed fiery mask forms over the right side of Kay's face, roaring with crimson heat. Red narrows his eyes, realizing Kay's absorbed mana literally transforms him into the shape of a blackland creature. Kay twitches violently, his right eye glowing red from inside the dark armor shell. Red raises his hand, igniting a dense fire blade around his palm to subdue the kid before he loses his mind completely. Kay groans, grinding his teeth as his body shakes under the transformation. Inside his head, dozens of chaotic, dark voices scream at him to consume more color, consume red, and devour everything in sight. Kay grabs his own head with his free hand, screaming internally for the voices to shut their mouths and stay down. He forcibly crushes his own aura output, driving the dark red fire straight back into his chest core. The monster's shell shatters into red sparks, leaving Kay standing in his normal cloak. Red lowers his hand, completely stunned that a rookie managed to suppress a full berserk transformation through sheer willpower. Kay drops to his knees, gasping for air as cold sweat covers his face. He looks up at Red, mortified that he almost turned into a wild beast in front of a high colorist. He clutches his wrist, realizing his dark power holds way more dangerous secrets than he originally thought. Red breaks out into a wide, satisfied grin, admitting that this field test was way more fun than he expected. He rubs his chin, telling Kay that he officially considers his entrance exam complete. Then he casually drops the real reason he brought Kay to this crater. Since Red was officially assigned to catch the culprit behind the Shadow District explosion, Kay is currently sitting at the top of the suspect list. He points at the flattened buildings around them, noting that once rumors spread about Kay's dark color, the city council will instantly connect the dots. The property damage alone is sitting at several $100 million gold, and if the higher-ups deem Kay too dangerous, they will lock him in a research lab forever. Kay grips his head in sheer panic, realizing he is completely cooked if the city files official charges against him. Red nonchalantly offers him an exit card, suggesting that if Kay becomes his personal subordinate, Red can make the entire investigation file disappear. Kay drops onto his hands and knees on the floor, bowing so hard his forehead touches Red's boots. He promises he will do literally anything Red asks as long as he does not get billed for millions in damages or turned into a lab rat. Red looks down at the bowing kid with a sinister, satisfied smirk, asking if he really means anything. Out in the barren desert beyond the city dome, a small black lizard scurries across the dry dirt. A massive armored land dreadnought truck roars past, crushing the rocks under its giant tires. Kay sits inside the passenger transport cabin, looking out the round porthole window at the vast wasteland. He can barely believe he is riding in an official S-rank guild vehicle on his very first pioneer mission. A bitter voice breaks his train of thought from across the small cabin. It is Gale, telling Kay to stop leaning against the glass and sit his butt down because his breathing is annoying him. Kay turns around, finding himself trapped in a tiny seating compartment with his two worst rivals. Gale sits with his arms crossed, a dark shadow covering his eyes as he fumes over being placed on the exact same team as the guy who one-shot him. Ellie Cyan sits next to him in complete silence, staring into space with her usual cold demeanor. Kay remembers how he got stuck in this nightmare squad in the first place. After the crater blackmail incident, Red informed him that he was taking him on a special expedition to an unexplored sector in Area 21. Red told him not to make such a depressed face because he would not be going into the danger zone alone. The Dawn Corps was already planning a rookie field expedition, so Red simply slotted Kay into the main recruit roster. Red leaned against his car, telling Kay to show up at the staging ground on time if he wanted his criminal record kept clean. He gave him a casual wave, leaving Kay with no choice but to follow orders. Kay nods to himself in the vehicle, remembering he has to play the ideal rookie role for now. What he did not expect was walking into the transport cabin and finding Gale and Ellie already sitting inside waiting for him. Because Red interrupted the original entrance exam, the proctors ran a secondary trial so the other applicants could get a fair shot. Gale managed to scrape through the secondary test on pure combat stats, securing a spot in the new recruit intake. Meanwhile, Ellie Cyan finished as the overall top scorer and personally requested to be assigned to Chief Red's squad. Gale glares across the cabin at Kay, his veins popping on his forehead. He unloads on Kay, claiming he only got knocked out in the arena because he accidentally let his guard down for half a second. He warns Kay that once this expedition ends, he is going to challenge him to a rematch and crush him into the pavement. Red's blue-haired assistant, Lavian, sits at a desk in the back room, adjusting her glasses and completely ignoring Gale's shouting. Ellie Cyan opens her eyes and roasts Gale without even turning her head, telling him to shut up because Kay would just knock him out again. Gale snaps, but Ellie flatly tells him that Kay is completely out of his league, so he should stop embarrassing himself. Kay smiles awkwardly, thinking for a second that maybe the Cyan family daughter is actually taking his side. Then Ellie turns to Kay, stating that she gets to fight Kay first because they made eye contact in the stadium and silently agreed to a duel. She glares at Gale, telling him to wait his turn at the back of the line like a proper loser. A thick, suffocating wave of murder intent fills the tiny transport cabin as Gale and Ellie glare at each other. Kay sweats profusely, sitting sandwiched between two total psychos who treat him like a raid boss trophy. He looks out the window, praying this expedition ends without his own teammates stabbing him in the back. The land dreadnought pulls up to the massive Dawn Pioneer outpost, sitting right on the border of the Blacklands. Kay steps off the ramp, looking at the giant staging ground bustling with hundreds of armed pioneers and supply trucks. He is amazed by the scale of an S-rank guild, remembering how he used to prep for solo mining trips with broken pickaxes. A finger suddenly pokes Kay directly in the cheek from behind. He turns around and sees Mari smiling at him in her full mechanic outfit. Nero peeks out from inside her gray work jacket with a cute little squeak. Kay brightens up, taking Nero back and thanking Mari for taking care of his familiar. Mari explains that she applied for the Dawn Corps Auxiliary Support Crew as an official blacksmith so she could gain real field experience. A loud announcement horn rings out over the outpost speakers, calling all combat personnel to assemble at the main gate. The proctors announce that the gates are opening and all squads are stepping into the Blacklands immediately. Kay hands Nero back to Mari, asking her to keep an eye on him while he is out on the field. Mari nods, holding the cat tight and warning Kay not to do anything stupid out there. She smiles down at Nero, telling the little cat that his owner will be back soon. Suddenly, Nero slips out of her hands like liquid shadow. Mari gasps as the black cat leaps straight across the floor toward Kay's retreating back. Nero dives straight into the hem of Kay's cloak, melting into his shadow without a trace. Mari holds her empty hands out in utter confusion, wondering where the cat just vanished to. Kay marches forward with the main crowd, completely unaware that his familiar is currently riding inside his shadow. At the main staging gate, an orange-haired female leader named Lady Arancia addresses the vanguard units. She checks her gear, reminding everyone that safety protocol comes first once they step outside the perimeter. She warns them that scouts reported unknown high-rank creatures in Area 21, along with the carcass of an A-rank beast. A scout runs up to her in a panic, calling her name. The scout stammers, reporting that Chief Red took the new recruit squad and walked off into the canyon by himself. Red completely ignored his assigned formation orders and took his rookies straight into an unapproved zone. Arancia's eye twitches as she confirms the scout is not joking. She pulls down her goggles, groaning in frustration at Red pulling another stunt that breaks guild protocol. She orders her vanguard to move out, praying Red does not get those brand new rookies killed. Deep inside a pitch-black cavern system in Area 21, a hand holding a glowing lantern cuts through the dark. Chief Red walks at the front of the tunnel, with Kay, Gale, and Ellie following right behind his heels. Kay looks around the dark cave, asking Red why their squad is heading in a completely different direction from the main army. He points out that pushing into an unexplored sector with a team made entirely of rookies sounds like a death wish. Gale unloads on Kay, shouting that he dragged himself along because he refused to let Kay get special direct training from an S-rank colorist alone. Red chuckles, telling the kids that while he does not like hand-feeding rookies, having an S-rank leader present means they will not die today. He smirks, telling them to stop whining and keep up with his pace. Kay sighs, following Red deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, dozens of black creatures swarm out of the cavern ceiling, dropping straight onto the team. A wolf-like shadow beast opens its jaws, lunging straight at Ellie Cayenne's neck. Ellie draws her rapier in a flash, releasing a freezing ice wave that slices the beast into frozen chunks mid-air. She lands smoothly, noting that the oppressive atmosphere in the Blacklands makes real combat way tougher than training halls. More shadow beasts pour out of the darkness, surrounding her on all sides. She checks the glowing blue liquid reservoir mounted on the hilt of her sword, reminding herself to manage her mana output. She glances sideways, keeping her eye on Kay to make sure she does not fall behind his clear count. Kay is currently standing over a dead creature, pressing his bare hand against its shadow body to absorb its energy. Ellie stares at him, noticing something extremely weird about his combat setup. She steps up to him, asking why on earth he is not using a spoit weapon to fight. Kay stammers, rubbing his neck in embarrassment. He admits flatly that he does not own a spoit because those weapons are way too expensive, so he just fights barehanded. Ellie's face goes completely pale from sheer disbelief. Gale stops mid-swing, staring at Kay like he just confessed to being an alien. A spoit is the absolute mandatory catalyst weapon for every pioneer in existence. Swords, guns, and staves built with specialized ink chambers. To kill a Blackland creature, a pioneer must inject and mix their color mana directly into the beast's body using a spoit catalyst. Yet, Kay is out here clearing A-rank zones and tearing through monsters with his bare knuckles. Gale looks down at his own high-tech green wind spoit sword, his hand trembling uncontrollably. He remembers getting one shot in the arena, realizing he lost to a guy who was not even using a catalyst weapon. Cold sweat covers Gale's face as his entire pride as a prodigy shatters into pieces. He grinds his teeth, swearing under his breath that he will crush Kay no matter what it takes. Chief Red stands at the back of the tunnel holding his lantern, watching his three rookies react to each other. He smiles, noting that putting two arrogant geniuses next to a barehanded monster is the fastest way to light a fire under them. He chuckles, stating out loud that this expedition is going to get way more interesting. He waves his arm, telling his squad to push forward into the dark cavern so they can wrap this mission up and go celebrate. Deep inside the cavern, the bodies of slaughtered shadow beasts lie scattered across the stone floor. Chief Red sets his lantern down, calling for a quick 10-minute breather before they push any further into the sector. Gale slumps against a rock, pulling a small glass vial filled with green liquid out of his coat pocket. Kay leans over, staring at the glowing bottle in Gale's hand with wide eyes. Gale pops the cap and chugs the green juice like an energy drink after a workout. This is Personal Ink, a high-grade potion refined by master alchemists to restore a pioneer's specific color mana on the fly. Because each batch has to be custom formulated to match the user's exact color frequency, a single vial costs more than a slum apartment. Kay watches Ellie Cyan chug her own custom blue potion, feeling a sharp sting of poverty in his chest. He turns around, telling himself he does not need expensive store-bought potions when he has a free alternative lying right on the floor. Ellie and Gale pause mid-sip, watching Kay walk over to a freshly slain monster carcass. He reaches out his bare palm, activating his black absorption power to siphon the monster's leftover mana straight into his body. A dark energy trail swirls around his wrist, instantly refilling his stamina reserves to 100%. Kay turns around with a satisfied smile, only to find both of his teammates staring at him with pale, disgusted faces. Gale asks if he is actually insane, pointing out that eating raw creature mana directly off the floor is something only wild beasts do. Before they can argue any further, Red claps his hands together, announcing that break time is officially over. He leads the three rookies around a sharp turn in the tunnel, his red eyes narrowing in the dark. Standing at the end of the corridor is a massive swirling dome of pure pitch-black energy blocking the path. Kay stops in his tracks, staring at the ominous black barrier swirling in front of them. The barrier hums with a heavy, unnatural pressure that makes the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Red steps forward, holding his right hand out toward the dark energy wall. He fires a high-density crimson fire beam straight into the center of the barrier. The fire beam impacts the surface, but instead of blowing a hole through the wall, the energy gets swallowed whole. The black barrier absorbs Red's fire blast, swelling in size and growing visibly thicker than before. Red turns back to the rookies, explaining that brute force attacks simply feed the barrier and make it stronger. He smiles at Kay, noting that the barrier's devouring mechanic functions on the exact same wavelength as Kay's black ability. He explains that behind this dark wall lies the entry shaft to an ancient subterranean ruin. Inside those ruins sits the main objective of this entire expedition, Stella fragments. Gale and Ellie tilt their heads in confusion, admitting they have never heard the word Stella in their entire lives. Kay looks at the dark wall in silence, sensing a weird familiar energy pulling on his chest core. Red chuckles, telling them that the higher-ups in Shining City are desperate to lay their hands on those fragments. He points at the dark dome, telling Kay it is time for him to earn his keep and dissolve the wall. Kay steps up to the edge of the barrier alone, holding his breath as he reaches out his bare hand. He touches the swirling black surface, unlocking his absorption power. A massive black funnel erupts around his boots as he starts pulling the barrier's mana directly into his palm. Red watches with a satisfied smirk as the thick energy wall begins to thin out under Kay's touch. The dark dome spins faster and faster, shrinking by the second as Kay drains its density. Red tells him he is doing great, noting that his absorption ability is basically a cheat key for ancient security systems. Suddenly, the entire cavern floor starts vibrating violently under their feet. A series of high-pitched shrieks echo down the cavern walls as the heavy sound waves spread through the sector. Dozens of wild shadow beasts burst out of the side tunnels, drawn straight toward the noise. A massive horde of dark creatures surrounds the small platform from every ledge. Ellie draws her rapier while Gale unsheaths his wind sword, stepping into combat stances behind Kay. Kay keeps both hands planted on the barrier, unable to break focus without resetting the absorption process. Red tells Gale and Ellie to hold the line and sweep the horde while Kay finishes unlocking the door. Gale launches forward, his green wind blades dicing through 3 beasts in a single leap. Ellie thrusts her rapier, summoning a forest of giant ice spikes that impale 5 shadow wolves midair. Red watches his rookies clear the wave, raising 4 floating red fire orbs over his shoulders just in case. He realizes the 2 prodigies have solid teamwork despite hating each other's guts. He looks over at Kay, who is sweating heavily as he wrestles with the final layer of the barrier. Red smiles, glad he does not have to waste his own fire mana on low-tier trash mobs. Over at the barrier, Kay grinds his teeth as the black energy pulses aggressively against his fingers. He senses something wrong. The barrier is actively fighting back, trying to pull his own black color out of his hands. He realizes that in a direct power struggle between 2 absorption forces, only the denser mana wins. He pushes his output to the limit, shouting internally that his black color is stronger than an ancient wall. The final layer of black energy shatters into black dust, completely clearing the path. Kay catches his breath, looking down into a pitch-black pit chute leading straight down into the earth. He calls back to Red, announcing that the barrier is down and the pathway is open. Red turns around to praise him, telling Gale and Ellie to fall back and regroup at the edge. Before the rookies can take 3 steps, a blinding streak of white light cuts through the darkness above. Red's eyes snap wide in shock as his danger instincts go off like a siren. He moves at S-rank speed, grabbing Gale and Ellie by their collars and dragging them backward across the stone floor. A massive crimson energy tears straight through the cavern ceiling right where they were standing a second ago. The explosion pulverizes the surrounding rock, blowing a dozen shadow beasts into dust. Smoke fills the corridor as Red sets the 2 stunned rookies down near the pit edge. Gale looks up at the ceiling in sheer terror, asking what kind of monster just dropped on their heads. The dust clears, revealing a massive crater in the center of the cavern floor. Red grinds his teeth, muttering that things were going way too smoothly for a Black Ops mission. He remembers the scout report about a rogue high-rank entity roaming Area 21. Standing in the center of the smoke crater is a terrifying warrior holding a giant dark broadsword. The figure steps forward through the dust, his heavy blade dragging across the stone floor with sparks. He wears a black cloak over a bone skull half-mask with 5 different legendary weapons mounted on his back. His split black and white hair sways as his single exposed eye locks onto Chief Red. Red grabs his portable lantern and shoves it directly into Kay's hands. He commands all 3 rookies to dive into the ruined chute right now and find those Stella fragments. Kay stammers, asking if Red is seriously telling them to jump into an unexplored pit by themselves. Red does not argue. He kicks the ledge under their feet and shoves all 3 rookies over the edge. Kay, Ellie, and Gale scream as they tumble down the vertical chute into total darkness. Red stands at the top of the pit alone, sealing the chute behind them with a wall of red fire. He turns around, his red eyes narrowing as he faces the masked entity in a high-stakes standoff. Down below, Kay crashes onto a hard concrete surface, groaning in pain as his cloak gets dirty. He pushes himself up, lifting the lantern Red handed him to illuminate his surroundings. The white light sweeps across the dark chamber, revealing something that makes his jaw drop. Kay stares in absolute disbelief at what sits buried thousands of feet under the earth. Surrounding them is an ancient metropolis filled with ruined skyscrapers, highways, and concrete structures. Kay steps to the edge of a broken concrete highway, staring down at the endless city grid buried in the dark. He cannot comprehend how a modern civilization's ruins exist miles underneath the Blacklands. Gale stumbles out of the rubble behind him, yelling about how dark and creepy the place is. Ellie steps up next, instantly arguing with Gale about who got them lost on the slide down. The three rookies stand under the shadow of a fallen skyscraper, looking tiny against the ancient structures. Gale vents his frustration, asking how they are supposed to find a tiny Stella fragment in a city that spans miles. Kay agrees, pointing out that wandering around blindly without a map will take them weeks. He thinks to himself that if Nero were here, his familiar could easily track high-density mana sources. Suddenly, a small black blob hops off his shoulder onto the stone floor with a quiet squeak. Kay snaps his head around in sheer panic, asking Nero how on earth he snuck past Mari and followed him into the pit. Ellie Cyan turns around, her eyes widening as she spots a living shadow beast sitting next to Kay's boot. Kay sweats profusely, thinking his secret familiar is about to get him reported for harboring a creature. Then he realizes this is actually the perfect opportunity to prove Nero is a harmless utility pet. He calls Gale and Ellie over, telling them to hold their weapons for a second. He introduces Nero as his personal radar familiar that can track high-density mana signatures across long distances. Gale stares at the cat blob, completely convinced Kay is making up excuses to cover for a wild beast. Ellie steps up, scooping Nero into her arms and hugging the cat against her chest without hesitation. Gale shouts at her for hugging a potential monster, but Ellie ignores him, noting that Nero feels soft and harmless. Kay tells them to just watch and let Nero demonstrate his utility. Nero squeaks happily in Ellie's arms, enjoying the VIP treatment from a noble family daughter. He leaps out of her grip, transforming midair into a floating white orb. Nero spins like a glowing lantern, illuminating the dark street around them. He bursts with brilliant white light, casting a beam through the ruined skyscrapers ahead. Gale and Ellie stand frozen with their jaws open, completely blown away by the pet's flashbang transformation. Nero shoots forward like a tracer round, leaving a glowing trail through the dark alleyways for them to follow. Gale stammers, complaining that a broke colorless kid somehow owns a rare utility familiar that outperforms high-grade guild tools. Kay picks up his lantern, following the light trail with newfound confidence. He asks Nero if he can lock onto the Stella fragment's unique mana frequency inside the city. Nero squeaks, narrowing his eyes as his light trail locks onto a massive metallic building up ahead. He shoots straight down a dark subterranean facility entrance built under a fallen skyscraper. Kay looks at the dark bunker entrance, realizing Nero found an ancient research facility. The light beam leads them down a long concrete ramp into the underground facility. Kay stops at the bottom, looking into the pitch-black hallway ahead. He notes that going deeper into an ancient bunker without backup sounds like a classic horror movie trope. Gale mocks him for hesitating, stepping past him into the doorway to prove he is not scared. The three rookies step into the dark metallic corridor together, following Nero's light stream. They walk down a long industrial hallway lined with steel doors and heavy piping. Kay looks at the structural walls, wondering what kind of ancient facility required this much heavy armor plating. Nero suddenly stops at the end of the hall, floating near a giant sealed vault door. He chirps frantically, pointing his light beam directly at the center of the heavy metal hatch. Before Kay can inspect the vault, a massive metallic thud shakes the entire corridor floor. Kay snaps his head up as dust rains down from the ceiling. A giant mechanical guardian drops down from a ceiling maintenance hatch, landing heavy steel boots on the floor. Gale draws his sword in a panic as steam vents off the robot's shoulders. Standing 10 feet tall, the ancient mech features heavy iron piping, exhaust chimneys, and a single glowing white visor eye. Ellie notes that this thing is an ancient security automaton rather than an organic Blackland creature. The robot's eye lights up, projecting a wide horizontal scanner beam across the room. The scanner passes over Ellie Cyan, reading her color signature as hex code #81CFF4E. It sweeps across Gale, reading his green wind color signature as hex code #7DA97CES. Kay looks at the digital text projection in shock, realizing this ancient technology uses hex color codes to classify targets. The scanner beam lands directly on Kay's chest. The robot's eye flashes red as digital text pops up in midair, hex code #000 each, color of the Black Witch detected. The system flags #000000 each as a level 1 threat and orders immediate target eradication. The mech launches forward at absurd speed, throwing a giant iron fist straight at K's head. K crosses his arms, catching the massive iron punch directly against his forearms. The impact skids him back 10 feet across the floor, making his teeth rattle from the weight. Gale and Ellie step up, drawing their weapons to attack the target from both flanks. K pushes the iron fist off his arms, thoroughly annoyed that he gets singled out by a racist security robot. He lunges forward, driving his bare right knuckle straight into the robot's iron torso. A loud metallic ring echoes through the hall, but K's fist barely leaves a dent on the heavy steel plate. K staggers back, clutching his sore knuckles in sheer disbelief. Ellie thrusts her rapier, landing a sharp ice strike against the mech's neck joint. Gale slashes his windsword, landing a green energy cutter across its backplating. Both attacks bounce off the iron armor with sparks, failing to break through its physical defense. K looks at the robot's chest, spotting a glowing liquid glass sphere mounted behind the steel ribcage. He realizes the mech is powered by an internal refined ink core, which acts as its main heart. The mech sweeps its giant arm back, blowing K across the corridor with a heavy backhand. K flips in mid-air, landing smoothly on his feet near the wall. He duckweaves under another crushing overhead strike that shatters the floor tiles. He realizes standard physical hits will never break through thick iron armor before their stamina runs out. He remembers the lesson from the Black Forest. He needs to wrap his strikes in high-density black mana. He clenches his right fist, wrapping his hand in dense, swirling black energy. He kicks off the wall, diving straight underneath the robot's long iron arms. He drives his black-coated fist straight into the center of the mech's chest sphere. A massive black shockwave erupts off the point of impact, shattering the liquid core into pieces. The black mana tears through the mech's internal frame, blowing its back armor plates straight off the rust joints. The glowing visor eye goes dark, and the giant Iron Guardian collapses into a heap of scrap metal. K catches his breath, stepping back as steam vents off his black-coated knuckles. He kicks the broken metal helmet, glad to be done with the metal monster. He looks down at the rubble, spotting an intact spherical glass core lying among the broken gear teeth. He picks up the glowing mechanical core, smiling as he realizes Mari can use this ancient tech to upgrade her workshop. Gale and Ellie run up, shouting at him for holding back his black fist power while they were wasting their expensive personal ink. K defends himself, explaining that coating his limbs in black mana burns through his energy reserves at absurd speed. A heavy grinding sound echoes behind them as the giant vault door unseals itself. The heavy iron vault doors slide open automatically, revealing a dark chamber hidden behind the Guardian room. Nero floats toward the open doorway, chirping for the team to follow him inside. K steps up to the open hatch, asking Nero if the Stella fragment is stored inside this vault. The room inside is pitch black, filled with an eerie, quiet atmosphere that makes the air feel heavy. K hesitates at the threshold, reaching out his hand to check if an invisible barrier is guarding the door. His fingers touch a thin, dark mana film stretched across the doorway frame. The moment his black skin touches the barrier, the film erupts into a violent black absorption vortex. Gale screams as a massive gravitational pull drags all three rookies straight toward the doorway. K, Ellie, and Gale get sucked into the pitch-black void, screaming as the heavy vault doors slam shut behind them. They crash onto a stone floor in pitch darkness, completely disoriented. Gale pushes himself up, asking if everyone made it through the portal in one piece. Suddenly, Gale looks down at his hands, his face turning ghost white with sheer horror. He feels his body and screams at the top of his lungs. His green color mana has completely vanished, and both he and Ellie Cayenne have been stripped into powerless, gray, colorless outcasts. High above the glowing skyline of Shining City, everything looks completely peaceful on the surface. But inside the Eastern Administration Office, it is an absolute disaster zone. Papers hit the desk with enough force to wake up the entire building. The director is having a full-blown administrative meltdown because Chief Red went off-grid on another unapproved field trip. And to make matters 10 times worse, Red brought a guy with pure black mana out into the wilderness. He is screaming about how Red has officially lost his mind this time. The city council is already losing their composure over the crater in the Shadow District, claiming the ancient black tide is returning. He waves the incident report in the air, asking how he is supposed to cover for this level of public destruction. Across the desk, someone takes a very calm, unbothered sip of tea. Meet Camellia, captain of the Dawn Pioneer Corps, looking like she is attending an afternoon tea party instead of a crisis meeting. She reminds him that red is literally their strongest asset and always has a method behind his chaos. She tells him that what the administration needs right now is not panic, but a little bit of faith in their best fighter. Then she takes another sip and her face completely collapses. She dumps 6 sugar cubes straight into the pot because the tea is way too bitter for her taste. The director tells her to take this seriously, but she just brushes him off like usual. She acknowledges why everyone fears black mana. It traces back to the Black Witch and the original catastrophe that almost wiped out humanity. The world outside the dome was turned into a wasteland, and reclaiming land is the only reason civilization stays alive. Strange phenomena are spiking all across the border zones, and black mana popping up right now cannot be a coincidence. But as Lord Luminous stated, they need every scrap of power they can get, even if it comes wrapped in black aura. The director stares down at Kay's official personnel file, grumbling under his breath. Unaware that back in the city, people are already debating whether this rookie is going to save the world or burn it down. Meanwhile, down inside the dark void of the vault, 3 silhouettes are standing in total pitch blackness. Gale is losing his absolute mind because his wind mana has completely vanished from his body. He points accusingly at Kay, asking why our guy still has his power while everyone else is drained. Kay casually reminds him they are both sitting in pure blackness anyway. Gale and Ellie drop to their knees, crushed by a level of physical weakness they have never felt in their comfortable noble lives. Kay looks at them pretty confused. He grew up as a colorless miner doing hard labor every day, so to him, being without mana is just a normal Tuesday. But the oppressive weight in the air keeps rising, heavy enough to choke someone out. Deep inside Kay's chest, a strange green pulse begins to hum. Dark circular ripples form in the air, echoing with quiet, overlapping whispers. Gale draws his sword in a panic, yelling into the void for whoever is hiding to show themselves. Kay recognizes the tone of the voice echoing in his head, but something about this pitch feels distinctly wrong. A dark figure materializes directly behind Ellie and Gale, towering over them like a phantom. Kay's eyes go wide as the dark silhouette locks its gaze onto him. The dark figure of a long-haired woman stands floating in the void. It slowly raises one shadowy finger, pointing straight at Kay. The finger presses directly against his chest, sending a shockwave through his entire nervous system. Kay's eyes turn pure white as his mind gets forcefully yanked out of reality. The world spins into a terrifying vortex of burning purple and red energy. Ancient, monstrous titans tear through ruined cityscapes under a blood-red sky. Countless shadow beasts swarm beneath an eclipsed black sun. A woman's glowing eye cuts through the dark fog with absolute coldness. Kay stands alone in his mindscape, staring up at a massive dark entity that dwarfs the horizon. He gasps for air, unable to tell if he is looking at an ancient memory or a preview of the future. Whispers echo from his past, a blurry memory of someone giving him his name. He is told to go find his own light and color, snapping back to consciousness with a violent gasp. He clutches his throbbing head, trying to process the horrifying imagery that just flooded his brain. But one specific name stays burned into his mind from that vision. Lumiel. Before he can think about it, screaming cuts through the dark. Gale is swinging his sword wildly at nothing, completely losing his sanity. Ellie is curled on the floor crying, clutching her head as dark psychological trauma breaks her down. Kay realizes that if they stay in this dark realm for another 2 minutes, his teammates' minds are going to shatter permanently. Out of nowhere, a bright streak of white light zips through the darkness, making squeaking sounds. It is Nero. Kay lights up with relief, seeing his small floating buddy completely unfazed by the dark aura. Nero does a quick floating dance in midair, gesturing down a specific corridor. He leaves a glowing trail of light for Kay to follow through the endless void. But before Kay can run ahead, he looks back at his traumatized squad mates. He asks Nero if his light magic can keep the dark voices out of their heads. Nero chirps and expands his mana into a giant glowing light barrier that encases Gale and Ellie. The dark tendrils back off instantly, letting the two of them catch their breath. Kay tells them to hold tight inside the bubble while he goes ahead to scout the exit. He sprints down the narrow path of light cutting through the infinite black expanse. He walks for what feels like miles, surrounded by nothing but silence. The cryptic whispers start playing on loop again, repeating that no color can ever stain him, and Kay tells the voice to shut up because he is sick of riddles. Suddenly, a brilliant star of bright light pierces through the far end of the void. Kay picks up the pace. boots slamming hard against the invisible floor. The light washes over his face, blinding him for a brief second. He steps into an ancient circular stone chamber, holding a massive glowing monument. Suspended in the center of the room is the object they came for, the Stella fragment. It floats inside a four-pointed star structure, swirling with every vibrant color imaginable. Kay approaches the pedestal, knowing this artifact is the key to completing their mission. He reaches out his right hand to grab the floating orb of pure light. The moment his fingers make contact, all the colors swirl into a hyper-dense rainbow vortex. His black mana triggers automatically, siphoning a massive burst of multicolored energy straight through his arm and chest. Kay panics for a second, thinking his absorption skill is going out of control again, but the drain stops almost immediately. The illusionary dark realm begins cracking apart like fragile glass. The black void shatters, dropping them right back into the physical stone ruins of the subterranean city. Kay holds up the glowing Stella fragment, greeting Gale and Eli, who are finally free from the mental torture. They stare in awe at the miniature star resting in Kay's palm. Gale cannot believe something so tiny was generating an entire domain's worth of power. Ellie asks Kay if his body took any damage from handling raw ancient artifact energy, and our guy casually says he feels fine. Out of nowhere, Nero floats down with his mouth stretched 3 times bigger than his face, and in one smooth motion, Nero entirely eats the Stella fragment in a single bite. Kay's jaw hits the stone floor in pure, unfiltered horror. Gale and Ellie scream at the top of their lungs as the cat blob happily digests their multi-million-dollar objective. Gale shakes Nero in midair like a ragdoll, screaming that ancient magical artifacts are not cat food. Kay tackles Gale to protect his pet, yelling at him to get his hands off Nero. Gale screams that they nearly lost their minds in a dark dimension for this item, only for a blob to eat it. Before they can wrestle any further, a heavy rumble shakes the underground vault. Massive ceiling slabs start crashing down because the Stella fragment was the structural core keeping this whole city intact. The entire ruin begins caving in, forcing all 3 of them to sprint for the exit archway. Up on the surface of Area 21, Lady Arancia's vanguard squad is surveying massive deep gouges torn into the rock face. Dark, oily residue sizzles inside the deep sword cuts on the ground. Arancia kneels down, inspecting the destruction with a dead serious expression. Her assistant confirms that battle-crazed monster has surfaced again in this sector, the entity known as the Sword Demon, a human-shaped disaster creature that serves as one of the Black Witch's black hands. It stalks pioneering zones, slaughtering squads, and hunting ancient artifacts. Arancia realizes the danger level is off the charts and orders an immediate evacuation of all probationary rookies. Her main priority is keeping the new recruits alive, and this field trip just got way too lethal. Suddenly, a massive plume of crimson fire detonates over the mountain ridge in the distance. The sky lights up bright orange as heat waves wash over the canyon. Arancia recognizes Chief Red's fire signature and realizes he is currently fighting the Sword Demon one-on-one. Shockwaves smash through the canyon as red flame collides with dark arcs. Arancia's eyes narrow as she makes a split-second decision. She tells her squad to duck for cover as a massive air shockwave rolls over them. She grips her gigantic rocket-powered hammer spoit, priming the internal combustion engine. Orange fire ignites around her hammer as she channels her full physical weight into the weapon. She blasts off the cliff edge like a human missile, launching straight into the sky toward the battle zone. She declares the official expedition over and commands her squad to fall back to base. Her assistant salutes and promises to lead the rookies back to safety while she goes to reinforce Red. The rest of the support staff turns back toward the outpost, while Arancia streaks across the sky like a fiery meteor. At the center of the crater, the impact shakes the entire canyon as 2 high-tier monsters collide. Chief Red swings his fiery blade against the Sword Demon's dark steel, sparks flying in every direction. The Sword Demon draws a second heavy sword from the rack on his back with blinding speed. He spins into a whirlwind of black arcs, driving Red backward across the cracked floor. Red parries 3 consecutive fatal strikes, his crimson fire flaring to absorb the kinetic shock. Steel locks against steel, sending shockwaves that split the stone walls behind them. Red channels concentrated heat straight into his palm, releasing a point-blank flame blast. The Sword Demon instantly leaps back, his dark cloak swirling around his bone half-mask. Red stands calm amidst the flames, eyes sharp, reading his opponent's stance. The demon's single glowing eye fixes onto Red with pure murderous intent. Red unleashes a towering pillar of red fire that completely engulfs the battlefield. The sword demon rockets out of the inferno into the air, completely untouched by the heat. He dives straight back down toward Red for an overhead execution strike. Before his blade can land, Arancia comes falling from the heavens like a tactical nuke. She screams at the demon to try dodging her rocket hammer. Her hammer smashes into the floor with explosive force, shattering the terrain into a giant crater. The sword demon uses the flat of his blade to block the shockwave, sliding backward through the dust cloud. Arancia pulls her hammer out of the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chief Red. Red smirks, telling her that her entry was a little late to the party. She tells him to stop acting cool because he almost got taken out. The dust clears to reveal the sword demon standing unbothered, dark aura radiating off his frame. He reaches for the third weapon mounted on his back, a massive broadsword. Red tells Arancia that with her hammer pressure, taking down this nuisance is going to be easy. She warns him not to hold back, because no one wants to see Red go all out if things get ugly. Red steps forward, magical flame rings igniting beneath his boots. Arancia readies her hammer core, both high colorists charging up their S-rank manas simultaneously. The sword demon stands silently, prepared to take on both commanders at once. Right above the crater ledge, a hand grabs onto the stone rim. Kay, Gale, and Ellie drag themselves out of the collapsing cave shaft, arguing about who was pulling who. They pull themselves over the ledge, panting heavily from the climb. They celebrate finally escaping the underground ruins, completely oblivious to where they just stepped. Kay wipes his forehead, swearing he is never going back into an ancient bunker again. Then he looks up and realizes they just climbed straight into an S-rank boss fight arena. The sword demon instantly turns his head, sensing the new arrivals, and blitzes toward the rookies at blinding speed. Red screams at the top of his lungs for the kids to get back. The demon moves faster than human eyes can track, leaving a trail of dark afterimages. He launches directly off the cliff face straight toward the panicked rookies. Gale draws his windspoit sword in sheer terror, trying to set up a guard. Ellie channels her remaining ice mana into her rapier to block the strike. They unleash wind and ice slashes simultaneously, but the sword demon cuts straight through both elemental attacks like paper. In a single frame, the demon shatters both of their high-grade catalyst weapons into pieces. Gale and Ellie freeze in place, looking into the glowing eye of absolute death. Gale's mind goes blank as the dark blade descends toward his neck. He knows he is about to die. A flash of motion cuts across the frame. Kay leaps directly between them, taking the dark sword straight through his chest. Blood sputters from Kay's mouth as the blade pierces clean through his torso. The force of the impact sends Kay crashing backward onto the stone floor, limp and unmoving. Gale drops to his knees in complete horror, staring at his bleeding classmate. Ellie screams Kay's name, but before she can react, the sword demon grabs Ellie by the throat, lifting her whole body off the ground with one hand and holding a blade to her neck. Red and Arancia freeze in their tracks at the bottom of the crater, unable to attack without risking Ellie's life. The demon speaks in a gravelly, broken voice, demanding they clear the path and hand over the key. Red's eyes go completely dark with rage as his fire mana erupts violently around him. On the ground, Kay lies face down in a pool of blood while Nero floats beside him crying uncontrollably. Red grinds his teeth, forced into a corner by a hostage situation. The demon tightens his grip on Ellie's neck, demanding the key or he ends her right now. Down on the cold floor, Kay's bloody hand suddenly twitches. Ellie chokes for air as the dark blade cuts slightly into her skin. Arancia curses, unable to swing her hammer with a hostage in the way. She screams that she has no idea what key he is talking about. Suddenly, a terrifying dark pressure fills the entire canyon. The sword demon's glowing eye widens in genuine shock as he feels the shift in the air behind him. Standing in the shadows behind the demon is a pitch-black silhouette, shrouded in dark, violent aura. Kay rises to his feet, his right arm completely transformed into a massive, clawed, dark beast limb, black mana boiling off his skin like black fire. The sword demon stands completely frozen, unable to process how a kid who just took a sword through his lungs is standing back up, and more importantly, why a normal human is radiating the exact same pitch-black aura as a high-tier disaster creature. Kay stands in the shadows, his entire body covered in a violent, boiling black fog. He raises his right hand, the dark aura swirling around his fingertips like liquid smoke. A massive shockwave of pure force explodes outward as he thrusts his palm forward. The sword demon barely has time to react before the space between them closes in a split second. Kay's dark claw slams straight into the demon's face, dragging him backward through the canyon wall. Arancia and Red stop dead in their tracks, staring at the sudden shift in the battlefield with wide eyes. Kay's grip tightens around the demon's skull, dark tendrils digging directly through his mask. He lifts the heavy disaster warrior off his feet with one hand, his black aura humming like a high-voltage engine. Arancia grabs her hammer, yelling at everyone to stay back, because something about this energy feels completely wrong. Chief Red looks on with a grim expression, realizing Kay's power might be going out of control. He starts questioning if our guy just got completely swallowed by his inner demon and turned into another disaster creature. Inside Kay's grip, the sword demon panics as his dark life force gets forcibly drained out of his body. He looks into Kay's single glowing eye and realizes this dark signature matches an ancient entity from his past. The realization hits him like a truck. Kay is not just a pioneer, he is the actual key to the Black Witch. Shadowy jaw tendrils erupt from Kay's aura, snapping at the air like a pack of starved wolves. The sword demon draws a curved blade from his back and slashes downward to break Kay's grip. He leaps backward through the dark tendrils, creating 50 feet of distance between them. He catches his breath, admitting to himself that taking Kay down in a direct wrestling match is impossible right now, so he changes tactics, charging forward to systematically slice off Kay's arms and legs first. A barrage of 50 dark slashes detonates across Kay's chest in a fraction of a second. The demon glares through the smoke, expecting to see severed limbs hit the floor. Instead, his dark steel blade grinds against Kay's shoulder, emitting sparks without leaving a single scratch. His blade gets completely stuck in Kay's hardened black skin, leaving the demon stunned. Kay's shadow hand reaches up and grabs the heavy steel sword by the bare blade. Dark teeth erupt from the floor beneath the demon's feet, snapping at his cloak. The demon kicks off Kay's chest and leaps into the air to avoid getting swallowed alive. He realizes that fighting this kid head-on is a losing battle. Before he can even touch the ground, a loud voice echoes from above telling him to keep his eyes forward. Lady Arancia comes diving out of the sky like an artillery shell with her rocket hammer fully primed. She screams at the top of her lungs that it is time for him to pay for what he did to her rookies. Her rocket hammer smashes into the canyon floor with explosive force. The sword demon barely raises his guard in time, the crushing kinetic impact shattering his dark barrier into pieces. He groans through his mask, realizing his body is taking way too much cumulative damage. Arancia ignites her hammer engine again, her eyes glowing with absolute rage. The sword demon decides he has seen enough, turning on his heel to retreat into the dark abyss of the canyon. Arancia stomps the ground in frustration, screaming at him for running away the second the fight turns against him. She calls out to Red, saying they need to catch him before he reaches the lower depths of the Blacklands. A cold voice cuts through the wind, telling the fleeing creature to stop right where he is. Chief Red steps into his path, his red eye burning with terrifying heat. He draws his red blade with both hands, lowering his center of gravity into an executioner stance. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Chroma Myolwa, the Extinguished Flame. A vertical beam of searing crimson fire splits the entire canyon in half, vaporizing rock for hundreds of yards. A severed dark arm hits the dirt, completely cauterized by the strike. The sword demon clutches his shoulder stump in agony, his face twisting behind his broken mask. He recognizes the signature technique, a high-grade chroma slash that burns the target on a fundamental level. He tries to use his dark regeneration skills, but the burning red flame prevents his flesh from knitting back together. Red charges through the burning smoke, asking if he wants to keep going now that they are on equal footing. He promises to send him straight to the grave along with the rest of his disaster creature buddies. Red swings a brutal horizontal arc that carves straight through the demon's chest guard. Bleeding heavily, the demon swears that next time he will return and claim the key for himself. He triggers a massive smoke detonation against the cliff face, dropping into the abyss below. His dark silhouette disappears into a swirling black vortex deep within the canyon depths. Red lands on the edge of the pit, staring down into the pitch-black void where the creature vanished. Arancia catches up, yelling that they should dive into the hole and finish him off right now. Red holds his arm out, stopping her, saying that stepping into the unmapped depths without proper army prep is pure suicide. He throws a temper tantrum on the spot, kicking rocks into the crater because he was so close to finishing the job. Red stares down at his glowing blade, admitting that even with high colorists at their back, this border region is getting way too dangerous. The two team leaders stand silhouetted against the dark abyss, knowing the storm outside is only getting started. They walk back to the rookies, where Ellie immediately bows her head and apologizes for being dead weight in combat. Red tells her to save it. Surviving an encounter with a disaster creature on your first field trip is a win in his book. Then everyone turns around to look at the real concern standing 50 feet away. Kay is standing completely motionless, surrounded by a swirling storm of dark, oily fog. Red's eyes narrow as he watches Kay's body passively siphon raw dark mana straight out of the environment. Suddenly, the black fog violently collapses inward toward Kay's chest. Gale yells out to ask if our guy has regained his senses or if he is about to go crazy again. Red and Arancia watch closely, ready to step in if his aura turns aggressive. The black dye drains completely out of Kay's hair, leaving his locks pure, brilliant white. His eyes close and he faceplants straight into the dirt like a puppet with its strings cut, completely out of mana. The whole squad stands around his unconscious body in dead silence. Gale looks down at his pale face, thoroughly confused about what kind of freak our protagonist actually is. Deep within the dark caverns of the depths, miles away from the canyon edge, the injured sword demon kneels on the stone floor, clutching his severed arm stump as dark blood drips onto the rock. He grinds his teeth in agony, the searing red flame from Chief Red's strike still preventing his flesh from regenerating. A shadow drops down from the cave ceiling right in front of him. An annoying, high-pitched laugh echoes through the cavern, mocking him for getting his arm chopped off. The demon glares up through his mask, completely unamused by the visitor. Meet Viper, another disaster creature serving as one of the Black Witch's black hands, accompanied by an identical dark clone. She skips around his bleeding body, teasing him for getting utterly humiliated by human colorists. She leans in close, inspecting the glowing cauterized wound on his shoulder stump. She immediately recognizes the pure crimson burn signature, laughing at him for picking a fight with Chief Red of all people. The demon growls at her to shut her mouth and get lost before he uses his good arm to cut her in half. Viper just giggles, saying that a monster like Red who burns through his own life force to fight will self-destruct eventually anyway. Then her tone shifts, her neon green eyes narrowing as she asks why he is ignoring her main question. She asks if he felt the sudden shift in the world the moment the Black Witch's veil opened up. She demands to know if he figured out what opened it, getting right in his face. The sword demon keeps his mouth shut, knowing that if the rest of the disaster creatures find out about Kay being the key, a free-for-all war will break out. He resolves to keep Kay's existence a secret so he can claim the key's power entirely for himself. Viper stares at his stoic silence for a long moment, tilting her head like a curious snake. She and her clone start snickering, calling him an idiot for thinking his terrible acting is hiding anything. She tells her clone that it doesn't matter, because they can just track down the source of the anomaly on their own. She deduces that whatever opened the veil is tied directly to the humans living inside Shining City. She looks down into the dark abyss, declaring that it is time to start herding monster swarms to launch a massive tide against the city wall. Back inside the safety of the Shining City dome, morning light washes over the upper district. Inside the Dawn Pioneer Outpost Infirmary, Chief Red stands at the foot of a hospital bed alongside Gale and Ellie. The room is heavy with silence as Red stares down at his pocket watch. He looks down at his hands, feeling genuine guilt over promising that no rookies would get hurt under his watch. He apologizes to the group, taking full personal responsibility for how horribly off-script the expedition went. He stares at his reflection in the glass, berating himself for failing as a leader once again. He mutters under his breath about what a pathetic hero he turned out to be. Ellie speaks up immediately, telling him that considering the survival rate in Area 21, coming back alive is a miracle. Gale nods in agreement, admitting that if Red and Arancia had not shown up, all three rookies would be buried in that ruin. Red offers a weak smile, telling them not to rush their growth, while Mari sits quietly by Kay's bedside. Mari is internally freaking out because the most legendary high colorist in the entire city is standing 3 feet away from her. She cannot believe these elite pioneers suddenly showed up carrying her childhood friend on a stretcher. She checks Kay's pulse, relieved to see that despite his pale white hair, his vitals are totally stable. She looks down at Kay's peaceful sleeping face, wondering when this idiot is finally going to open his eyes. Red turns to Mari, asking her to confirm if she is Kay's close personal friend. She stammers out a nervous confirmation, and Red asks if she happens to know where Kay's cat familiar went. Gale suddenly gasps, pointing a trembling finger toward the top of Kay's bed pillow. Sitting right behind Kay's head is Nero, looking completely unbothered by the chaos he caused. Gale's face turns bright red as he lunges across the room to grab the cat. He screams at the top of his lungs, reminding everyone that this is the little monster that swallowed their multi-million gold Stella fragment whole. He yells at Nero, asking if he has any idea how hard it was to explain to the proctors why the objective vanished into a cat's stomach. Gale dives over the bed with his hands open to grab him. Nero zips through the air like a dodgeball, headbutting Gale straight in the forehead. The little cat blob lands safely in Mari's arms, nestling against her chest. Mari hugs Nero tightly, super relieved to see that the familiar made it back without a single scratch. She smiles warmly, cuddling Nero while Red watches the interaction with a strange look in his eyes. Red's eyes narrow as he senses a sudden spike in ancient mana radiating from the cat. Nero opens his mouth wide, glowing with a bright rainbow light from the inside. And with a loud pop sound, Nero casually spits the intact Stella fragment back out like a hairball right into Mari's lap. Gale and Ellie stare at the floating rainbow star with their jaws wide open in pure shock. Red reaches out his hand, taking the glowing artifact into his palm with immense care. He marvels at the artifact, confirming that they have successfully recovered another vital piece of the ancient puzzle. He gazes into the swirling colors, thinking about how many pioneers gave their lives over centuries just to secure a single fragment. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes through Kay's subconscious mind, the image of the sword demon descending for a strike. Kay sees the dark blade coming for his squad, his instincts screaming at him to move. Kay's eyes snap wide open in the hospital bed. He sits bolt upright with a loud gasp, throwing the bedsheets off in a total panic. He yells out, preparing to fight, only to look around and realize he is sitting in a brightly lit medical ward. He looks at Red, Ellie, Gale, and Mari staring back at him, utterly bewildered about where the sword demon went. Then he looks down at his hands, realizing his hair is bright white and his mana reserves are completely empty. Kay panics internally, realizing he is back in his powerless, colorless form, right in front of the city's highest authorities. He remembers getting beaten up and thrown down the stairs by recruiters, terrified that he is about to get kicked out of the Corps again. Chief Red steps up to the bed, telling him to put his chin up and stop looking like a criminal. Red smiles genuinely, telling Kay that what matters is the unbelievable combat performance he pulled off on his very first mission. He smirks, warning Kay that because he proved his worth, he is going to work him to the absolute bone from now on. He extends a hand, officially welcoming our guy as a full-fledged member of Team Red. Kay stares at him in absolute disbelief for a second. Then a massive, genuine smile breaks across Kay's face as he nods vigorously, officially accepted as a real pioneer. Red turns toward the exit door, waving his hand lazily over his shoulder. He informs them that he has to personally deliver the recovered Stella fragment to Lady Luminous for official logging. He tells the rookies to rest up until the Pioneer Corps issues their next deployment orders and steps out into the hallway. Ellie approaches Kay's bed, saying she won't pry into his secrets, but asks if he remembers anything from his dark transformation. Kay scratches his neck awkwardly, lying through his teeth that everything after taking the sword hit is a total blur. Ellie sighs, letting it go for now, but asks how he plans to restore his black hair if he has no mana left. Mari steps up with a mischievous smirk, telling Ellie not to worry because she brought the ultimate solution along. She digs around inside her leather tool satchel resting on the side table. She pulls out a heavy glass jar filled with sloshing, pitch-black liquid and holds it out to Kay. Ellie looks at the sloshing black sludge and instantly recoils in disgust. Mari proudly admits she swiped a jar of toxic ink waste straight from the disposal site, calling it Kay's personal energy drink. Ellie screams that drinking raw disposal waste is literal poison that will dissolve a human stomach. Kay casually unscrews the cap and chugs the entire jar of toxic sludge in one shot like it's a chocolate milk. Black dye immediately surges through his veins, turning his hair jet black as he flexes his arms, completely recharged. Mari claps in celebration, offering to bring 10 more jars from her workshop, while Gale stands in the back with a terrifyingly dark look on his face. Gale steps forward, interrupting their high fives with a low, tense voice. He glares down at Kay, his green eyes burning with intense anger and confusion. He looks at Kay's chest and arms, noticing that the fatal sword hole from the sword demon is completely gone without even a scar left behind. He thinks to himself that regenerating a fatal chest wound in a matter of hours is an S-rank healing ability that shouldn't exist in a rookie. He grabs Kay's collar, demanding to know why an outcast like him stepped in front of the blade to save their lives. He remembers watching Kay take the fatal sword hit meant for his own chest. Kay stammers awkwardly, rubbing his neck, trying to find a normal answer. Kay innocently says he just felt like his teammates were in danger, so he jumped in hoping his hard body could block it. He admits he messed up the defense and almost died, but he's just glad everyone made it back alive. Gale's grip on Kay's shirt tightens until his knuckles turn white. He screams directly into Kay's face, asking who gave him permission to act like a hero and butt into his fight. Gale grinds his teeth in pure tsundere rage, yelling that he absolutely hates Kay's guts for making him feel like a helpless victim. Kay stares at him pretty confused, completely failing to understand why Gale is throwing an emotional breakdown over being saved. Mari points an angry finger at Gale, screaming at him to stop attacking a guy who literally almost died for him. Gale lets go of Kay's collar, biting his lips so hard it bleeds. He shoves Kay backward, unable to handle the guilt and insecurity crashing over his ego. He turns on his heel and storms out of the infirmary door without offering a single word of thanks. Ellie bows politely to Kay, saying she is going to head back to her family estate to repair her equipment. She tells Kay to consider their tournament rematch on hold until they both get stronger and walks out into the hall. With the room finally quiet, Kay looks at Mari and smiles, asking if they should head back to her workshop in the slums. On the way out, Kay remembers he brought back a special souvenir from the subterranean city. He reaches into his leather travel pack sitting on the top shelf. He pulls out a heavy metallic sphere and presents it to Mari with a proud look on his face. It is the intact mechanical core from the ancient Guardian robot. Mari's eyes light up with pure mechanic excitement. Meanwhile, deep within the grandest cathedral of the Upper District, Chief Red walks down a massive marble corridor. His casual smirk vanishes as he approaches the holy sanctuary at the end of the hall. A blinding burst of divine, multicolored light erupts from the top of the grand staircase. Red steps up the marble stairs, looking up toward a glowing figure bathed in ethereal light. A gentle, serene voice greets him, welcoming him back from the wilderness. Standing at the top of the altar is Lady Luminous, the supreme leader of Shining City, surrounded by floating rainbow orbs. Red holds up the recovered Stella fragment, smirking as he delivers his official report. He confirms that just as she predicted, they now hold the power required to open the Black Witch's curtains, leaving the true motive of the city leadership hanging in the air. Over in the Shadow District slums, Mari's workshop is lit up late into the evening. Mari is having the absolute time of her life, dissecting the ancient mechanical guardian core Kay brought her. She giggles like a mad scientist, marveling at lost ancient technology that runs on raw ink with infinite efficiency. She cannot believe this small core kept giant iron golems walking for centuries on faded fuel. Kay rests his head on his hand at the counter, asking if a rusty iron sphere is really that big of a deal. Mari flexes her wrench in his face, yelling that famous Pioneer Corps would kill to find a relic like this once a year. Our guy innocently asks if they should just sell it for cash, and Mari almost hits him on the head with her tools. She screams that a real engineer never sells lost technology, promising to dismantle it and forge custom high-tier gear just for him. Kay smiles quietly, thinking that seeing his childhood friend this happy makes getting stabbed in the chest totally worth it. He calls Nero and prepares to leave, but Mari suddenly stops him at the door. Her tone goes serious as she remembers something important that happened while Kay was recovering in the infirmary. She explains that when she went deep into Shadow Street to gather toxic ink for his energy drink, a group of shady men she has never seen before approached her in the dark. Kay steps out into the foggy slum streets, pulling his brown hood down low over his eyes. He sighs under his breath, exhausted from his first deployment, just wanting to head home and sleep. He glances around the industrial alleyways, noticing something feels distinctly off about the atmosphere. The streets are completely packed with desperate refugees and vagrants huddled against brick walls. He realizes these are people from the deep underground levels who rarely climb up this high. He wonders if a massive turf war broke out between the slum gangs while he was away on expedition. Suddenly, Nero pops his head out of Kay's cloak, chirping anxiously at the air. Nero points his little shadow paw straight down a narrow, pitch-black alleyway. Kay hesitates, reminding Nero that wandering deep into Shadow Street at night is usually a terrible idea, but knowing his familiar's radar senses are never wrong, he decides to check it out anyway. Kay decides this is the perfect time to test a new technique he has been practicing in secret. He remembers how his vision shifted inside the vault, letting him see invisible mana currents in total dark. He focuses black mana straight into his right eye, activating his new skill, Inverted Vision. Dark veins spread across his right cheek as his vision shifts into inverted black and white mode. He looks down the dark alleyway and his jaw drops in total shock. Standing at the end of the dark corridor is a figure radiating a blinding, multicolored rainbow aura. Kay recognizes that divine light instantly. It is Lady Luminous, the supreme leader of the entire city. Before he can process why the city's pinnacle is standing in a slum alley, a dark whisper erupts inside his head. The inner demon screams at Kay, demanding that he jump forward and devour her light right now. Kay's eyes go pitch black as the dark urge tries to force his body forward against his will. Luminous notices his sudden dark aura, observing him with calm, fascinating eyes. She steps forward, remarking how amazing it is that Kay hasn't turned into a monster despite being filled with pure darkness. She mentions the legendary Black Witch, Nyx, suggesting Kay holds a direct connection to her ancient lineage. She reveals that several high-ranking politicians in the city council voted to have Kay executed immediately. Her rainbow eyes glow softly as she states that she personally overruled the council's execution order. She declares that to protect civilization from extinction, the city must use every tool available, even if it means harnessing pure black mana. She taps her ornate cane against the floor, flaring her divine aura. A blinding wave of multicolored light washes over Kay's body. The divine pressure instantly cleanses the dark voices in Kay's mind, snapping him back to full consciousness. Kay drops to one knee, panting heavily, admitting that was the clearest dark whisper he has heard yet. Luminous asks if he heard the actual voice of the Black Witch calling to him. Kay lies low, saying it was just a strange whisper, and Luminous chuckles gently, telling him to relax. She steps back, expressing her formal gratitude to Kay on behalf of all 3 million citizens. Kay looks up pretty confused, asking what he could have possibly done for the city dome. She points to the stela fragment he recovered from the subterranean city ruins. She explains that very few people understand what these ancient fragments actually do for human survival. Kay modestly states that recovering it was a group effort with Chief Red and the rest of his team. Luminous acknowledges his teamwork but states that the real significance is what Kay unlocked inside the vault. She looks him dead in the eyes, stating that Kay successfully opened the veil of the Black Witch. She reveals that not even a supreme luminous like herself has the power to pierce through the witch's veil, because the only entity capable of opening that dark barrier is the Black Witch herself. She explains that stela fragments are sealed deep behind the veil, and pioneers usually only find tiny scraps left on the surface. Kay scratches his head, asking why she is explaining top-secret lore to a rookie who doesn't even know how fragments work. Luminous tilts her head playfully, realizing she forgot to show him the actual practical application. She smirks, saying that seeing it with his own eyes is 10 times better than a boring lecture. She warns him to keep this confidential, raising her hand as space-warping magic surges around them. In a single frame, the alleyway vanishes, dropping them onto a grand balcony overlooking the city wall. Kay screams in total shock as the location changes in a fraction of a second. Luminous holds the glowing stela fragment out over the edge of the high balcony cliff. She tells him to watch closely as light blooms directly inside the dark wilderness. She channels the fragment's power, launching a towering pillar of divine rainbow light into the sky. The beam crashes down miles away, right into the heart of the Black Lands. A massive shockwave of pure light expands across the entire horizon. Kay grips his cloak, shielding his face from the blinding brilliance washing over the border. He looks out over the railing and his eyes widen in complete disbelief. The eternal storm clouds and black fog of the wilderness are physically getting ripped apart. The massive wall of dark land gets pushed back miles into the distance, expanding human territory in real time. Cut back to Mari's flashback in the shop, where she describes the shady men who cornered her in Shadow Street. She reveals the thugs specifically asked to meet the black color wielder everyone has been gossiping about. Kay tells Mari that wandering into deep alleys alone is way too dangerous, urging her to stay safe. He steps out of her workshop, telling her he will handle any weirdos personally. He walks down the street, thinking to himself that district security should keep Mari safe for now. Suddenly, a sharp chill runs down Kay's neck as a shadow moves in the alley beside him. He glances over his shoulder, spotting a hooded figure lurking in the dark. Kay calls out into the darkness, demanding to know who is spying on him. The hooded figure turns and sprints deeper into the dark alleyways. Kay realizes this might be the exact same person who was interrogating Mari earlier. He gives chase immediately, slamming his boots against the cobblestones to protect his friend. He rounds the corner into the dead-end alley with full momentum. Instead of a brick wall, he steps into a massive vertical pillar of divine, floating light. Kay stops dead in his tracks, staring around at a space that was definitely a dark alley 2 seconds ago. Luminous materializes directly in front of him, floating gently above the stone floor. Kay stumbles backward onto his rear, yelling out in pure surprise at her sudden appearance. She offers a serene smile, greeting our protagonist directly. She reveals her true personal name to Kay, Celestia. The next morning, newsboys run through the central plaza screaming extra editions at the top of their lungs. Citizens swarm the newsstands in complete celebration, reading that Luminous reclaimed miles of territory from the Black Lands. People stare up at the glowing cathedral spire, praising their supreme leader for performing a literal miracle. Miners and pioneers celebrate, knowing new land means an explosion of rare ink and valuable resources. Inside a high-end cafe, patrons argue about investing in new pioneer squads to claim stakes in the new region. Kay sits in a corner booth wearing his hood, sipping water while reading the morning paper. Nero munches on snacks inside his cloak while Kay processes everything Celestia showed him yesterday. He recalls Celestia's warning about how valuable the Stella fragments are to civilization's survival. She warned him that the disaster creatures known as the Black Hand will target him relentlessly once they realize his true power. She promised that as long as Kay stays loyal to the city, the Pioneer Corps will shield him from danger. She explained that the city's resources are pushed past human limits just to maintain the current light barrier. She told Kay that she cannot leave her post often, so he must continue growing stronger on his own as a pioneer. She warned him that his pure black color will make people either fear him as a demon or try to exploit him as a weapon. She promised to handle the political backlash from the city council on her end. She dismissed him from the divine space, telling him to continue his activities normally. She offered a warm, gentle smile, saying she genuinely enjoyed their conversation. Back in the present cafe booth, Kay folds up his newspaper and stands up from the table. He stares out the window, wondering how he should spend his official day off deployment. He remembers Mari complaining yesterday that her shop was running dangerously low on raw ink and forging materials. He pulls a few coins out of his pocket, deciding to head out and gather raw materials for her shop. He walks through the busy district, heading straight toward the city's central administrative hub. He stops in front of a grand stone archway surrounded by hundreds of armed pioneers. Kay smiles nervously, realizing he is finally allowed to walk into a high society guild hall. This is the Gathering Hall, the official deployment hub where elite pioneers sign up for wilderness missions. He remembers getting beaten up outside when he was colorless, proud that he can finally enter as an official pioneer. He pushes the heavy doors open, stepping into the massive, bustling guild lobby. The entire room goes dead silent as pioneers turn around, whispering in shock about the guy with pure black hair. People point fingers, calling him an eerie monster and questioning why the Dawn Pioneer Corps let him join. Others mention rumors that Red personally recruited him after his insane performance on his first expedition. Up on the second-floor VIP balcony, a high colorist with a red fur hoodie leans over the railing, looking down at Kay. He chuckles playfully, super curious about the rookie senior Red picked personally. He turns to Lady Arancia sitting on the lounge couch, asking for her first-hand opinion of Kay's combat skills. Arancia sips her tea, admitting that Kay's performance in Area 21 was genuinely impressive. She remembers Kay taking a sword through the chest and standing back up as a dark beast, admitting his energy is deeply unsettling. The red-hooded leader smirks, saying her serious reaction makes him even more fascinated by the kid. He watches Kay walk across the floor, murmuring his new official nickname, Kay of the Black. Kay approaches the registration counter, politely asking the receptionist for a solo mining pass. The receptionist hands him a beginner form, explaining that new pioneers can sign up for low-risk resource gathering. Kay takes the paperwork to a side desk, ignoring the dirty looks from surrounding guild members. At a nearby table, a group of B-rank pioneer thugs glare at Kay with pure envy and disgust. One thug spits on the floor, calling Black Mana revolting and claiming Kay looks like a wild creature. Their red-haired leader sits quietly, his red eyes burning with bitter resentment. He grinds his teeth, furious that a former colorless subhuman got assigned to Chief Red's personal squad. He watches Kay head for the exit archway, calling him an eyesore that needs to be put in his place. He remembers seeing Kay stand beside Chief Red during the deployment briefing, feeling deeply insulted. He complains to his squad that a total rookie with zero experience shouldn't be getting VIP treatment from high colorists. He fumes that B-rank veterans like himself were passed over while an outcast got picked instantly. He stands up, signaling his 3 thug buddies to follow Kay outside so they can jump him in the wilderness. Meanwhile, out in the rocky canyons of the B-rank wilderness zone, pickaxe impacts echo against stone. Kay holds up a glowing high-grade dark stone, super hyped about his mining speed. He has collected a massive haul of rare chromatic ores, stacking them in giant pile. He knows these elemental ores are used as high-grade fuel for magic weapons and vehicles. Selling these raw ores in the upper district will earn Mari enough cash to run her workshop for months. He imagines Mari's reaction, smiling bright at how happy she is going to be with the supply. He activates his inverted vision skill, his right eye turning dark and veined. Through his scouting vision, buried elemental ores glow like bright stars right through solid rock walls. Kay laughs, telling Nero that with this vision skill, finding hidden treasures is like playing on easy mode. He fills 2 massive leather sacks with ores, realizing he finished mining in less than 2 hours. Since he has time to kill before sunset, he decides to practice controlling his black mana skills. He recalls his primary ink drain ability, remembering how it often goes out of control during battle. He picks up a bright blue elemental ore, intending to practice controlled, precise siphoning. He channels a tiny thread of black aura into the glowing blue rock. In a fraction of a second, his black mana greedily devours all the blue light, turning the expensive ore into gray stone. Kay freaks out, yelling at his own hand for accidentally draining a multi-gold item into garbage. He rubs his temples, realizing his body instinctively devours bright colors the second he touches them. He remembers how vivid colors trigger the dark whispers in his head, realizing brightness makes his aura go wild. He looks down at his palm, wondering if all the colors he absorbs just get mixed together into pitch black. He theorizes that since pure black contains all color frequencies, maybe he can isolate individual elements like red's fire. He closes his eyes, focusing deeply on his internal mana pool. He remembers the feeling of Chief Red's blazing heat during their fight against the Sword Demon. Sparks of red heat flicker around his right palm, cracking the surrounding air. A sudden burst of red flame detonates in his hand, fizzling out into smoke a second later. Kay shakes his scorched hand, admitting that recreating another colorist's element is way harder than it looks. As sunset washes over the canyon, Kay slings 2 giant sacks of ore over his shoulders and begins the long walk back. He huffs under the heavy weight, admitting he got a little too greedy with his mining haul. As he enters a narrow rock pass near the border exit, 4 dark silhouettes block the pathway ahead. The red-haired B-rank thug leader and his 3 gang members step out, sneering at our protagonist. The thug leader grins maliciously, saying he didn't expect to run into the city's new celebrity out here alone. He cracking his knuckles, greeting Kay with total disrespect, while our guy looks at them completely unbothered. The red-haired B-rank thug leader stands at the canyon exit, mocking Kay for carrying heavy sacks like a servant. Kay scratches his cheek, looking at the 4 armed guys blocking his path with total deadpan indifference. He asks who they are, and the scruffy purple-clothed thug gets furious, telling him to mind his own business. The thug notices the bright rainbow glow leaking through Kay's sacks, realizing these are high-grade chromatic ores. He laughs hysterically, calling out to his boss that this rookie just brought them a fortune in raw materials. The red-haired leader smirks, accusing Kay of using insider info to hog the best mining spots for himself. His eyes go dark as he threatens to squeeze Kay until our guy gives up his secret mining locations. He commands his boys to beat Kay up so he doesn't even think about resisting, and the purple-clothed thug draws a knife. He warns Kay that if he ends up dead out here in the wilderness, no one is going to hold them responsible. Kay doesn't say a single word. He casually sets his heavy ore sacks down onto the dirt floor. The purple-clothed thug smiles, thinking the rookie is surrendering his loot without a fight. He tells Kay to stay submissive like a good little colorless subhuman. The next second, a shadow covers his face before he can even blink. Kay steps forward, and one shot slams the thug's head straight into the solid stone canyon wall. The rock shatters around the thug's skull, leaving the rest of the gang completely frozen in shock. Kay cracks his knuckles, telling them to stop wasting his time and come at him all at once because Mari is waiting. The second brown jacket thug screams in a rage, charging at Kay with his dagger held high. Kay casually ducks beneath the blade, stepping into the thug's guard position. He delivers a brutal short-range uppercut straight into the guy's chin. The force of the strike blasts the second thug 30 feet backward, embedding him straight into the cliff face. The big yellow jacket brute thug roars, lunging from behind to crush Kay with his physical weight. He throws a heavy fist straight toward Kay's face. Kay doesn't even bother dodging. He catches the massive fist barehanded, his grip locking like a steel vis. He twists the brute's wrist, breaking his balance in a single smooth motion. He flips the 300-pound brute over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. K drives his elbow straight down into the brute's chest while he is still mid-air. The brute smashes into the canyon floor, creating a crater as the air gets completely knocked out of his lungs. K stands up, dusting off his cloak, casually wiping out 3 B-rank veterans in less than 10 seconds. He turns his eyes toward the red-haired leader, preparing to finish the last guy off. Suddenly, a high-caliber red energy round zips past K's chest at blinding speed. The bullet detonates against the stone wall behind him, creating a massive explosion of flying rock shards. K barely dodges out of the dust cloud, realizing that was way too close for comfort. He looks up, analyzing the sheer piercing power of that long-range energy projectile. He spots the custom long-barreled gun Spoit resting in the thug leader's hands, smoking from the barrel. The red-haired leader grinds his teeth, clicking his tongue in frustration that K dodged a stealth headshot. He smirks maniacally, aiming the glowing red barrel straight at K's chest once again. He rants about how much he hates K, complaining that an outcast got recruited by Chief Red while veterans like him got ignored. He screams about how disgusting Black Mana is, unable to understand why high colorists treat K like a celebrity. He tightens his grip on his gun Spoit, declaring that since his 3 lackeys got wiped out, he is just going to murder K right here. He laughs insanely, stating that out in the unmonitored wilderness, no one will ever find K's body anyway. He pulls the trigger, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of red crystal bullets. K weaves through the red energy lines, closing the distance across the cracked canyon floor at high speed. He dodges 3 point-blank strikes, slipping past the leader's line of sight. K winds up a heavy right hook, aiming straight for the leader's jaw. His fist connects, smashing into the leader's cheek and sending teeth flying. The leader screams in rage, firing his gun Spoit directly down into the dirt between their feet. A point-blank crystal explosion erupts, forcing K to leap backward to avoid getting shredded. The leader staggers back, aiming his smoking gun barrel straight at K's chest again. A giant wall of jagged red ruby crystals erupts out of the ground, blocking K's path. K shields his face from the flying rock, surprised that a gun bullet could generate an entire crystal wall. The leader brags about his color ability, crystallization, which lets him forge ruby and hematite structures. He boasts that as long as he doesn't overuse his mana, his custom gun Spoit gives him infinite explosive ammo. He fires another wave of crystal rounds, screaming that K's black color is pure garbage compared to his talent. The red crystal barrage tears through the canyon walls, showering the area in explosive debris. K ducked behind a boulder, admitting that fighting a long-range gun user in a narrow pass is pretty annoying. He looks down at his fist, wondering if he can block the crystal rounds barehanded. He remembers taking a sword through the lungs from the sword demon, knowing that taking another fatal hit out here is dangerous. Before he can figure out a counter strategy, a massive shadow looms over him from behind. The yellow jacket brute thug, who was supposed to be unconscious, grabs K from behind in a tight bear hug. The red-haired leader spots the opening, his eyes lighting up with psychotic joy. K struggles against the brute's grip, kicking his legs, but the brute holds him pinned against the cliff face. The brute grinds his teeth, screaming at his boss to hurry up and shoot the kid before he breaks free. The leader aims his custom gun Spoit point blank, targeting the space right between K's eyes. He screams for K to die, pulling the trigger at point blank range. A heavy red crystal round fires directly into K's forehead. A dark shockwave detonates as blood and black aura splatter across the canyon wall. The leader cheers hysterically, convinced he just blew the rookie's head off in one clean shot. The brute lets go of K's body, watching K's limp silhouette stand still in the dust cloud. K slowly lowers his head, his boots stepping firmly onto the rock without falling over. The leader's smile instantly freezes as he stares at the unmoving silhouette in sheer disbelief. He stammers in terror, asking how this freak is standing perfectly fine after taking a headshot. K sighs. A miniature black vortex spinning directly over his forehead, absorbing the kinetic impact of the ruby bullet. This is his new defense skill. Black Veil, using tiny black holes to eat heavy physical strikes before they break skin. The leader loses his mind in a panic, firing the rest of his magazine directly into K's chest. K walks straight through the bullet storm, dark vortexes swirling across his cloak and eating every single round. He steps out of the smoke, covered in a dark swirling mantle of pure black aura. K looks at the terrified leader, asking why he stopped shooting if he was so proud of his gun. He smirks dark, telling the thug leader that since his turn is over, it is time for the main character to attack. The red-haired leader stumbles backward, screaming that K must be using a cheap illusion trick. He aims his empty gun, yelling that no human can survive a high-penetration crystal bullet to the head. K stands in place, analyzing his internal mana levels while the leader panics. He realizes Black Veil consumes a massive amount of black mana to absorb heavy kinetic strikes. He knows if he keeps tanking bullets with his face, his reserves will run completely dry in 2 minutes. So he looks at the leader's gun, deciding he needs to destroy that annoying spoit weapon immediately. K reaches down, picking up a heavy piece of rock off the canyon floor. He channels black mana into the rock, compressing the dark aura until it solidifies into a long, pitch-black spear. The leader's eyes pop out of his head as he watches K forge a physical weapon out of thin air. K offers a casual smile, thanking the leader for giving him the idea to try crystallizing his own color. He realizes that until now he relied entirely on bare fists, but forging dark weapons covers his reach disadvantage. He explains that while absorbing the leader's ruby bullets, he got a feel for how crystallization mechanics work. He winds up his new dark spear, taking a low execution stance. K leaps 50 feet into the air, driving the solid black spear straight down toward the leader. The black spear smashes into the canyon floor, creating a giant shockwave that shatters the surrounding rock. The leader barely rolls out of the way, aiming his gun spoit to fire another round. K doesn't give him room to breathe, charging straight through the dust cloud with his black spear. The leader fires 3 red rounds, but K's black veil eats the bullets off his shoulders without slowing his momentum. K smirks, telling the leader that since they are fighting anyway, he might as well serve as a live sparring partner. He leaps above the leader's head, shifting his dark mana shape mid-air. The black spear morphs into a massive, jagged black scythe blade. The leader looks up in sheer terror, realizing K is copying his crystallization ability on a much larger scale. The giant black scythe descends like an executioner's guillotine. K swings the massive dark blade down with full body weight. The black scythe arc carves straight through the leader's guard in a single frame. The heavy black blade strikes the custom red gun spoit directly at the barrel joint. Sparks fly as the leader stares at his precious custom weapon in absolute shock. Both halves of his high-grade gun spoit clatter onto the dirt floor, sliced completely in half. The leader drops to his knees, staring at his destroyed weapon like his entire soul just got shattered. He stammers in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a solid steel spoit got snapped by a weapon made of pure mana. He backs away on his hands, realizing black mana possesses hidden properties that defy all pioneer logic. He stares up at K, calling him an insane freak who shouldn't exist in this world. K exhales a heavy cloud of smoke, admitting that forging solid dark weapons burns way too much energy. But he smiles, admitting that the sheer destructive power is definitely worth the mana cost. He looks down at the unarmed leader, noting that he has no weapons left to fight with. He casually invites the leader to come at him barehanded if he still wants to fight. The leader loses his mind in a fit of pure humiliation and rage, his red aura exploding around his body. He screams that he didn't reach B-rank pioneer status just to get clowned on by a rookie. He slams his palms onto the floor, unleashing his full crystallization mana into the ground. Massive, razor-sharp ruby spikes erupt out of the dirt, racing toward K like a forest of spears. The leader roars that he doesn't need a gun spoit to murder an outcast barehanded. He charges through his own ruby spike field, winding up a desperate crystal-coated punch. He unleashes a volley of floating ruby shards straight toward K's face. K doesn't back down. He raises his arms, crossing them to block the ruby storm. The crystal shards shatter against K's hardened skin without leaving a single scratch. K compresses black mana around his left forearm, forming a heavy, solid dark buckler shield. He uses the black shield to smash straight through the remaining ruby spikes like a battering ram. He breaks through the leader's elemental defense in a single explosive charge. He appears directly in front of the leader's face through the dust cloud. The leader's eyes go wide with absolute panic as K's shadow falls over him. He realizes too late that he just walked straight into melee distance with a physical monster. K winds up a heavy right fist, channeling full body weight into the strike. He delivers a crushing aura punch straight into the leader's stomach. The leader's eyes roll back as blood sputters out of his mouth from the insane kinetic force. K grabs him by his collar before he can fall to the ground. He spins the leader around, slamming his body face first into the hard stone floor. The impact shatters the rock beneath the leader's face, leaving him pinned flat on his back. The leader lies broken on the ground, coughing up blood, unable to move his limbs. Kay stands over him, asking deadpan if he is done throwing his pathetic temper tantrum now. He complains that he was already busy trying to get home, and this entire fight was just a waste of his energy. The leader grinds his bloody teeth, screaming that a rookie who just joined shouldn't possess this level of strength. Kay looks down at him, totally unbothered by his ranting. The leader loses his remaining composure, screaming at Kay, calling him a terrifying monster. He yells that being born with pure black mana in the first place is creepy and unnatural. He screams that anyone with eyes can see Kay's power belongs to a creature, not a human. He asks Kay if he has ever looked in a mirror and realized how horrifying his existence actually is. He screams that Kay is not a person at all, just a wild monster wearing human skin to trick people. Kay's eyes go dark as those specific words trigger memories of his childhood as a colorless outcast. A heavy, suffocating silence drops over the canyon as Kay's shadow covers the bleeding leader. The leader freezes, looking into Kay's hollow white eyes, realizing he just crossed a very dangerous line. Kay lowers his head, his face shrouded in dark, cold shadow. Suddenly, Kay breaks into a casual, slightly scary smile, asking what the leader is even going on about. He mocks the leader for acting so full of himself earlier, only to resort to a pathetic shouting match when he loses. Kay steps on the leader's chest, pinning him firmly to the canyon floor. He says that since the leader was so interested in how black mana works, it's time to give him a first-hand demonstration. He smirks dark, stating that since the thugs tried to steal his mind ores, taking something valuable back is only fair. Kay presses his palm directly against the leader's chest, activating Ink Drain to forcefully siphon all his red color mana as the thug screams in absolute terror. Our guy is currently sitting on top of 4 beaten-up B-rank thugs like they are a living bench. He just finished draining their color mana to test out his new skills, but now reality is setting in. Leaving them like this is a massive tactical error, and he knows it. Right now, people in the city just think his black hair and unusual power are weird. If 4 B-rank pioneers turn up dead and completely bleached of their color, the higher-ups are not going to ask polite questions. They will label him a color-stealing monster and put a massive bounty on his head. So he digs through their pockets looking for a quick fix. And sure enough, high-ranking pioneers always pack personal ink potions for long trips. He grabs the red-haired leader by the jaw and force-feeds him his own recovery drink. He does the exact same thing to the rest of the crew, pouring color right back into their systems so they don't stay completely drained. He makes sure every single one of them gets a full bottle before tying them up. Cut to the eastern entrance of Shining City a short while later. The shift guard is doing his normal rounds near the main gates, completely minding his own business. Then he spots something absurd sitting right outside the wall. 4 high-ranking B-rank pioneers bound together with heavy rope, completely knocked out and stripped of their dignity. The guard assumes they overused their magic out in the wilderness and got dumped here by a monster. Meanwhile, our guy is slipping right past the checkpoint under a hood, watching the guards panic from the crowd. Giving them that ink was definitely the right move. They are alive, which means no murder investigation. And even if this blows back on him later, he figures Chief Red can just deal with the paperwork like he usually does. He heads straight down to the Shadow District and walks up to Mari's workshop. He kicks the door open and shouts her name. Mari turns around from her workbench, solder iron still in hand. She starts scolding him immediately for disappearing for days without saying a word, but he just laughs it off. He tells her he brought back something that is going to completely blow her mind. He dumps 2 massive sacks right onto her workbench, and her eyes practically turn into giant light bulbs. It is 2 full sacks filled to the brim with high-grade chromatic ores from the canyon. Mari loses her mind and tackles him in a giant hug. She thanks him with the biggest smile on her face, promising to turn these ores into incredible equipment. While she is hugging him, our guy activates his mana vision and notices something strange glowing inside her chest. It is the exact same kind of warm internal light he saw when he looked inside Gale during their mission. Mari's inner core radiates a bright golden yellow color that feels entirely warm and gentle, and it makes total sense. Even though they both grew up in the filth and starvation of the slum districts, Mari was always the one person who kept smiling and helping everyone around her no matter how bad things got. Mari breaks the hug and tells him she has a massive surprise waiting for him in the back room. She reveals that while he was away, she was secretly building him his very own custom dropper. He is completely stunned. She puffs out her chest with pride, boasting about her progress. With these new high-grade ores, she can upgrade his gear specs beyond anything normal pioneers carry. Before she can go grab the prototype, heavy boots echo right outside the workshop door. Someone steps through the entryway. It is Ellie Cyan, looking cold and composed as always. Our guy looks over, completely surprised to see her in the slums. And right behind her is Gale, looking like he would rather be literally anywhere else on Earth. Our guy immediately assumes they are here to challenge him to another duel, but Ellie shuts that down instantly. Gale mutters under his breath, telling her to just skip the small talk and deliver the actual news. Ellie explains that the Pioneer Corps leadership has officially summoned all three of them. Lady Luminous herself praised their actions in Area 21, and they are getting formal rewards. Mari hears the name Lady Luminous and physically pushes our guy out the door, telling him to go right now. She tells him she will have his custom gear finished and fully calibrated by the time he gets back. He smiles, tells her he is holding her to that promise, and leaves with the squad. They arrive at the Dawn Pioneer Corps headquarters in the Upper District. The building looks like a giant luxury palace. An executive aide guides all three of them down a polished marble hallway. The aide turns out to be Lavian, the high-ranking assistant who works directly under the leadership. Our guy is taking in the sights like a tourist. The walls are covered in glass display cases holding legendary monster trophies and historical medals. Lavian opens two double doors at the end of the hall and invites them into the main office. Sitting at a massive wooden desk is a woman with short pink and yellow hair, surrounded by stacks of official paperwork. She looks up with a sharp smile, acknowledging the three rookies responsible for all the recent surface rumors. She introduces herself as Camellia, the supreme leader of the Dawn Pioneer Corps. Our guy stands there completely frozen. He expected a grizzled old war veteran, not a celebrity he only saw in newspaper clippings. Camellia is one of the extremely rare multicolor wielders in the entire city, sitting at the absolute top of the military hierarchy. She takes a sip from her teacup and casually mentions how shocked she was when Chief Red actually complimented a group of rookies for once. She looks directly at our guy, pointing out that his black mana caused a massive panic among the city council. She takes another long sip of her tea while maintaining total executive aura. Then she instantly breaks character and starts choking because the tea is bitter. She screams at Lavian for not filling her cup with sweet hot cocoa instead, while Lavian begs her to show some actual dignity in front of the new recruits. Camellia clears her throat, resets her posture, and pretends that outburst never happened. She gets down to business and presents their official rewards for surviving the Area 21 expedition. Lavian hands each of them a metallic bank voucher guaranteed directly by the Pioneer Corps credit system. Our guy looks down at his balance sheet and his eyes nearly pop out of his skull. The reward bonus is so ridiculously high, he could literally buy a multi-story house in the city today and still have money left over. Next, Camellia places 3 golden badges onto the desk. Because of their extreme performance in combat, the leadership is skipping their mandatory probationary period and officially promoting all 3 of them to C-rank pioneers. And finally, she drops the biggest reward of the day. She grants them exclusive access vouchers for custom equipment built directly by the legendary Color Workshop. Gale and Ellie are completely stunned because the Color Workshop normally only accepts appointments from top-tier high nobility. Gale breaks into a massive grin, finally getting something that satisfies his noble pride. Camellia officially welcomes them to the Pioneer family, reminding them that humanity needs strong fighters to hold back the dark wilderness. Her eyes turn sharp as she mentions the Stella fragment they brought back from the subterranean ruins. She hints that the artifact is directly tied to the survival of the entire city, before smiling and dismissing them. Our guy steps back out onto the street, breathing in the fresh air. Nero pops out of his collar, and our guy tells his little familiar that things are finally working out for them. He went from a starving miner getting thrown down stone stairs to an official C-rank pioneer with enough money to live like royalty. He walks back into the Shadow District, excited to tell Mari that they are rich. He reaches her shop, but notices the front door is resting completely wide open. He calls out her name and steps inside. The entire workshop has been completely trashed. Tools are scattered across the floor, tables are flipped, and Mari is nowhere to be seen. Our guy's face turns entirely cold as dark aura flares up in his eyes. Meanwhile, out at the eastern forward base near the city's outer wall, emergency alarms are blaring. Massive hordes of dark creatures are launching a relentless assault against the defensive lines. Pioneers are firing high-caliber weapons and pushing back giant shadow beasts at the trench line. The guards are losing their minds because the monster swarms just keep coming without stopping. High above the battlefield, sitting on a cliff overhang, someone is humming a casual tune while watching the massacre. It is Viper, the disaster creature with neon green hair, laughing hysterically at the human soldiers struggling below. She complains that these monster swarms are far too weak compared to the historic waves created by the Black Witch. Luring minor creatures to the wall is just a complete waste of her time if her goal is to destroy the city. She stares down at the glowing rainbow dome protecting Shining City and decides she needs to infiltrate the interior directly. Sitting right behind her is the Sword Demon, missing his left arm. He asks her if she has a suicide wish trying to sneak inside. Viper mocks him for losing his arm to Chief Red and calls him completely ignorant. She reveals that narrow underground tunnels connect the dark wilderness straight into the underbelly of Shining City, and down in those hidden depths lies a massive criminal empire known as the Undercity. Cut back to Mari's ruined workshop. Our guy is frantically tearing through the room, screaming Mari's name. He checks the back rooms and storage closets, slamming his hand against the wall in absolute panic. She is completely gone. He looks at her tools lying broken on the floor and realizes she was forcibly dragged out of her own home. Flashbacks of their childhood in the slums flash through his mind, all the times Mari was beaten and starved by corrupt thugs. A dark, suffocating rage starts taking over his entire body, but a quiet squeak interrupts his thoughts. Nero sinks out of his shadow and lands on the workbench. The little familiar pats his paw against a piece of equipment left behind on the table. Our guy looks down and sees a heavy metallic gauntlet with fluid tubes attached to it. It is the custom glove Spoit Mari was working on before she was taken. He activates his Dove Inverted Vision L, focusing black mana into his eyes. A bright, warm trail of golden mana flares up around the workbench. It is Mari's distinct color signature, leaving a visible glowing path out the back doorway. Our guy takes a deep breath and forces his emotions into absolute cold control. He remembers the shady thugs who were asking about the black-haired pioneer in the slums earlier. They kidnap Mari to use her as bait. His hand grips the edge of the workbench so hard the wood shatters. He promises himself that whoever picked this fight is not going to survive the night. He picks up Mari's custom glove Spoit and slides his right arm inside. The mechanical locks snap into place over his wrist and forearm. He channels a thread of pure black mana into the core, and the fluid lines light up instantly. The custom catalyst handles his high-density black mana effortlessly, boosting his output and efficiency by a massive margin. He finally understands why surface pioneers rely so heavily on high-tier spoits. He signals Nero, steps out the back door, and begins hunting. He follows the glowing golden color trail through dark, abandoned alleyways in the lower slums. The locals scatter in fear as his dark aura radiates through the corridor. The color trail leads him straight into a massive industrial maintenance building. In the center of the room is a giant circular shaft leading straight down into the deep earth. Standing near the ladder is a squad of armed thugs and corrupt pioneers waiting in ambush. Heavy footsteps step out from the shadows in front of him. Our guy looks up and recognizes the face instantly. It is the corrupt green-haired pioneer from Chapter 1, the exact same guy who slashed his back and threw him into the toxic ink waste pit. Our guy does not waste a single second on small talk. He just asks one thing: where is Mari? The green-haired thug sneers, reminding our guy how he barely survived getting turned into a near-colorless wreck in that alley. He boasts about how he had to crawl through the absolute bottom of the syndicate hierarchy just to get a fraction of his win color back. He reveals that his boss, Lord Blanc, ordered them to bring our guy in alive, but nobody said he couldn't break his legs first. He orders all his armed lackeys to charge at once with blades and pipes. Our guy simply raises his right hand, swirling high-density black mana around his new glove. He constructs a sharp blade of pure black mana straight from the catalyst. He mutters that trash rotten to the core does not deserve a shred of mercy. The first thug swings a sword down, but our guy dodges effortlessly. He moves like a shadow, weaving through 4 attackers in under 2 seconds and snapping their limbs barehanded. The green-haired leader panics, drawing his wind sword and charging a point-blank slash. He fires a massive crescent of green wind magic straight at our guy's head. Our guy does not even try to dodge. He raises his black glove and activates Wunj Black Veil, catching the flying wind blade in his palm and devouring the magic hole. Before the thug can even process what happened, our guy blitzes forward and slams his fist straight into his chest. The impact shatters the concrete wall behind the thug as he coughs up blood. Our guy pinpoints him by the throat. The rest of the syndicate lackeys are lying broken across the floor, completely crippled. Our guy stares down at the green-haired leader with dead, hollow eyes, telling him he should be grateful he is still breathing. He calls him absolute scum for using his pioneer status to kidnap innocent civilians. The green-haired thug starts crying and begging for his life as dark aura swirls around our guy's glove. Our guy activates Ink Drain, forcefully siphoning every remaining drop of green wind color straight out of the thug's chest as he screams in agony. Once the thug is completely drained and limp, our guy drags him by the collar toward the giant central shaft. He needs a guide to navigate the subterranean maze below, so he carries his hostage right over the edge. Both of them free-fall through the pitch-black maintenance pipe into the deep earth. As they drop further down, a massive underground light source begins glowing at the bottom of the abyss. Our guy looks down as the wind rushes past his face. Sprawled out thousands of feet below the surface is a giant, glowing subterranean metropolis, the Undercity. Our guy steps into the alleyways of the Undercity, shoving his half-drained hostage forward like a human shield. He gives him a hard shove in the back, telling him to keep moving. The green-haired thug grits his teeth, trying to act tough despite having 0 color mana left in his system. He warns our guy that messing with the Shadow Syndicate is a death sentence. He claims that once the organization marks someone, they never make it out of the Undercity alive. Our guy doesn't even let him finish the sentence. He reaches out and grabs him by the throat, squeezing until his face turns purple. He reminds him very calmly that since his mouth is still moving, he clearly hasn't understood who is in charge here. He tells him to shut his mouth and keep walking before he snaps his neck right on the spot, and if Mari has so much as a single scratch on her, this entire city is going to burn. They walk out into the central plaza of the subterranean metropolis. Our guy looks around at the dark stone buildings and towering exhaust pipes. Nothing has changed. This whole place sits directly beneath Shining City, hidden in the dark where the divine rainbow light never hits. It is basically a massive criminal slum where thousands of colorless people are forced into slave labor just to survive. He stares at the filthy streets, remembering his own childhood. This exact lawless wasteland is where he met Mari for the very first time when they were starving kids. The green-haired thug glances back with a sneer, keeping his thoughts to himself. He thinks our guy is an absolute idiot for walking right into the syndicate's main territory without backup. He assumes he is leading the kids straight to his grave. Their boots echo against the damp stone floor as they turn into a massive open chamber. Our guy stops moving. Waiting inside the cavern is a massive mob of syndicate fighters, all looking extremely bored. Heavy-set mercenaries and colorists are lined up along the balconies, staring down at him. The entire local branch of the Shadow is gathered in one place. The thugs start laughing, mocking his pitch-black hair and calling him a depressing barrel of oil. Standing at the front of the crowd is a man in a top hat and dark sunglasses, holding a walking cane. The green-haired thug breaks away from our guy and scrambles over to the top hat supervisor like a desperate dog. He pants heavily, boasting that he successfully brought the black user right to their doorstep. The top hat leader looks down at him through his sunglasses and notices his pale gray skin. He states very coldly that he already warned him that colorless trash is completely useless to the organization. And before the green-haired guy can even beg for mercy, the leader whips his cane forward with blinding speed. The blade inside the cane cuts straight through his neck, dropping him onto the stone floor instantly. He casually wipes the blood off his blade, muttering that he wasted time on garbage. Our guy watches him execute his own soldier without moving a single muscle. He looks the supervisor dead in the eye and asks one simple question: "Where is Mari?" The top hat leader laughs in his face, telling him to think carefully about who holds all the leverage here. He grins, pointing out that acting hostile is only going to make it harder to find some useless colorless girl. He taunts him, hinting that terrible things might have already happened to her down in the labs. Our guy's eyes go completely hollow as dark aura leaks out of his cloak. "Right. I'll just break everything." He raises his right arm and channels pure black mana straight into Mari's custom glove spoit. A massive black hole vortex erupts from his hand, tearing up the stone floor and blowing the roof off the chamber. The top hat leader stumbles back in absolute terror as the shockwave hits. Our guy leaps straight into the center of the mob like a meteor. The ground shatters as dozens of syndicate fighters are blown into the walls by pure kinetic force. Cut to an inner office down the hallway. A massive, shaved-head man covered in tattoos is sitting on a couch. A panicked henchman slams the door open, screaming for the manager. The henchman yells that the black kid they were supposed to capture is currently tearing the base apart. The manager opens his eyes, revealing a cold, scarred face. Back in the cavern, the top hat leader is screaming at his men to hold the line at all costs. Our guy is moving through the crowd like a literal ghost, throwing brutal bare-handed strikes. He uppercuts 3 mobsters at once, sending bodies flying across the ceiling. The supervisor grinds his teeth, sweating through his suit as his entire army gets wiped out in seconds. Then a heavy, booming voice echoes through the dust clouds, asking what all the noise is about. The top hat leader lights up like he just got saved by the divine light. The manager steps out into the light, a towering tank of a man wearing heavy steel body armor. He looks around at the dozens of unconscious bodies littering the floor and sighs in annoyance. Our guy turns around, locking eyes with the new target. He senses the guy's mana immediately. This man is significantly stronger than the rest of the garbage here. The supervisor boasts from the back, shouting that the manager used to be a high-ranking A-rank pioneer. He screams that our guy is completely cooked now that a real professional is standing in front of him. The manager cracks his neck, lowers his center of gravity, and prepares to launch. He vanishes from his spot with a burst of kinetic speed. He slams his massive fist into the ground right where our guy was standing, shattering the stone floor. Our guy sidesteps the impact and lunges forward with a counterpunch. He lands a heavy strike straight to the manager's chest armor, creating a massive shockwave. The manager doesn't even flinch. He just smirks down at him through his steel collar. He pulls back his massive tattooed arm and swings a heavy right hook. Our guy tries to block, but the raw kinetic force sends him flying backwards through the air. He crashes straight through 2 concrete support pillars at the back of the room. He lands on his feet in the rubble, dust settling over his cloak. His arms are completely fine, but he feels the weight of the hit. The manager charges through the dust cloud like a runaway freight train. He throws a high-speed jab straight at his head. Our guy ducks underneath the swing and reaches out with his left hand. He slams his palm directly against the manager's chest core and activates Ink Drain. Dark tendrils surge into the manager's armor, trying to siphon his internal mana pool. The manager feels his energy slipping and his eyes widen in surprise. He grits his teeth, flexing every muscle in his upper body. He lets out a deafening roar, flaring up his earth elemental aura to physically blast our guy off his chest. Our guy skids back onto his feet, staring at the boss calmly. The manager stumbles back, realizing this kid's magic is far too dangerous to fight casually. He activates his full color ability. Thick, jagged rock spikes grow out of his arms and shoulders, encasing his entire torso in heavy stone armor. He stands there like a living mountain, boasting that it has been a long time since he needed to use his true pioneer power. Our guy stares at the massive rock armor and analyzes the situation. Standard fists and basic strikes are not going to penetrate that dense earth defense cleanly. He needs something sharper. He raises his right glove spoit, venting dark steam from the side valves. Thick, liquid black mana erupts from his hands, swirling into the air behind his head. The manager steps back, suddenly feeling an absolute suffocating pressure filling the entire cavern. Sweat drops down his face as the temperature in the room drops to absolute zero. Standing behind our guy is a massive, hovering halo of dark spectral constructs, dozens of solid black swords, spears, axes, and scythes floating in pitch darkness. He looks up with hollow white eyes as his ultimate creation manifests. Explosions rock the entire subterranean facility as the fight reaches a completely new level. Our guy snatches a solid black spear out of his floating halo and blitzes forward at hyperspeed. The manager raises his rock-armored arms, sweating in absolute disbelief. The black weapons smash against his heavy stone shell, leaving deep, shattered gouges across his chest. Our guy shifts his stance in midair and grabs a massive black scythe directly from the dark halo behind him. He spins the heavy blade around his torso, building centrifugal momentum. He swings the scythe horizontally, slicing clean through the manager's outer rock shoulder plates. He releases the scythe handle, lets it dissolve back into liquid mana, and snatches 2 short daggers from the air. He dives in close, aiming straight for the gaps in the boss's neck guard. He drives a black blade straight into the manager's collarbone, shattering the stone plating. He spins behind his back, manifesting another massive scythe to finish the job. The manager barely tilts his head back in time as the black blade grazes his cheek. He panics, realizing this kid isn't trying to fight him, he is aiming strictly for lethal execution strikes to his head. Our guy drops low, sweeping his leg to cut off the boss's escape routes. He drives a barrage of black spears straight into his chest armor, cracking the foundation. The manager grits his teeth in sheer terror. His A-rank reinforced body is getting shredded like wet paper, and even worse, every single weapon construct carries the devouring properties of pure black mana. He loses his composure completely, screaming that an executive of the shadow cannot be humiliated by some kid. He channels every drop of his remaining earth color mana into his right arm, growing a massive 10-foot stone spike off his elbow. He screams that he doesn't care about Lord Blanc's orders anymore, he is killing this brat right here. He leaps into the ceiling pipes and plunges down with his ultimate technique, Angle of Destruction. A massive, spiraling shockwave tears through the cavern, destroying every building in the sector. The kinetic blast pierces through 3 concrete support structures and blows out the side wall. Dust and debris rain down across the ruined chamber. The manager lands in the crater, breathing heavily as he looks down at his strike zone. Then his eyes go wide with absolute terror. Our guy is standing directly beneath the 10-foot stone spike, holding it completely still with his bare left hand. Thick black liquid leaks out from his glove, coating the manager's giant rock arm. A dark vortex opens at the point of impact, forcibly siphoning the earth color mana straight out of his body. The manager stumbles back, realizing this monster can devour magic through contact even while blocking ultimate attacks. He tries to pull his arm back, but the black liquid is spreading up his shoulder like a living parasite. Our guy steps out of the dust cloud, his dark aura completely engulfing the corridor. The manager clutches his right eye, screaming in sudden agony. The black mana has invaded his nervous system, completely blinding his right eye and turning his skin pitch black. Our guy moves like a flash, closing the distance before the boss can recover. He drives an uppercut straight into his chin, launching the massive man into the air. The manager crashes onto his knees, his rock armor completely crumbling off his body. He pants heavily, feeling his physical strength draining away by the second. He glares up at our guy, trembling in sheer rage that an A-rank pioneer is losing to a black. He curses at him, screaming that using black mana like poison isn't fair combat. Our guy looks down at him with a terrifying shadow-draped smile. So what? Why should I fight fair? He slams his palm directly into the manager's face, driving him into the stone floor. He activates Ink Drain at maximum capacity, forcefully stripping every single thread of earth mana out of his body as he roars in agony. Cut to the top hat supervisor watching from the back, hyperventilating in absolute horror. His eyes are wide as saucers. The legendary manager was completely annihilated in under 5 minutes. The manager drops onto the floor as a lifeless gray stone statue. He lies completely bleached of all color, his jaw frozen in a permanent scream. Our guy turns his head slowly, his glowing white eyes locking directly onto the top hat supervisor. He steps over the bleached corpse, preparing to extract Mari's exact location. Cut to a dark, sterile basement room somewhere deep inside the facility. Mari opens her eyes, clutching her head in pain as she wakes up. She looks around, realizing she is tied to a metal chair beneath a single flickering spotlight. A calm, creepy voice echoes from the darkness, welcoming her back. Standing near a desk is a man in a white lab coat with purple hair and glowing white glasses reading through a dossier. He flips through the pages, chuckling at photos of our guy's recent surface fights. He remarks how strange it is that a colorless kid manifested such an unusual dark color so late in life. He looks at an old childhood photo of Kay, noting that back then, the kid barely seemed human at all. Mari's eyes go wide with absolute terror as she recognizes that voice. Flashbacks of her childhood nightmare resurface, the dark laboratory where kids were kept in cages. She whispers his name in sheer disbelief. Blanc? The man lowers his dossier and grins down at her through his glowing glasses. It is Lord Blanc, the mad scientist and top executive of the Shadow. Mari stammers, asking how he is still alive after his original lab collapsed years ago. Blanc laughs softly, explaining that he was extremely lucky to crawl out of the rubble that day. Flashback showing a bloody Blanc digging his way out from under tons of fallen concrete. He spreads his arms wide, boasting that life is truly full of wonderful surprises. He looks at Mari with a twisted smile, reminding her that she and Kay were his very first lab rats. He brags that after surviving that collapse, he joined the Shadow Syndicate and rose to become a top executive. He grabs a remote, presses a button, and heavy steel blast doors slide open behind him. The lights flick on, revealing a massive industrial laboratory filled with towering glass vats holding floating colorists in liquid. Along the back wall, dozens of colorless adults and children are bound in heavy iron chains. Young children are huddling together in the dark, crying in absolute terror. Giant iron cages line the side halls, holding horrifying mutated chimera beasts. Mari stares at the nightmare facility, tears welling up in her eyes as her breath hitches. A lab assistant rolls a cart forward, presenting a tray of refined elemental ink bottles to Blanc. Mari screams at him, asking if he is really still performing those awful human color extraction experiments. Blanc picks up a bottle of glowing purple liquid and holds it up to the light. He grins like a psychopath, welcoming Mari back to his newly upgraded human extraction system. Explosions echo across the subterranean streets of the Undercity as panic spreads like wildfire. Civilians and slum dwellers run for their lives, screaming that gang violence has erupted again. The locals are completely terrified because the Shadow Syndicate's local base is being torn apart. Smoke rises from multiple collapsed buildings near the central plaza. Our guy steps out of the dust cloud looking completely unfazed. He is dragging two beaten-up syndicate mobsters by their collars like bags of trash. He drops them onto the stone floor without saying a single word. His eyes remain dark, cold, and entirely focused on his goal. He walks up to a massive reinforced iron doorway leading deep underground. The syndicate guide he brought along trembling, pointing inside and swearing Mari is definitely in there. The white-haired thug begs for his life, asking if he can finally leave now that he did everything asked. Our guy responds with a brutal right hook, slamming the thug's head directly into the stone wall. The thug collapses unconscious onto the floor, completely out of the picture. Our guy looks down at Nero, popping out of his cloak, and asks his familiar to point out Mari's exact direction. Nero squeaks affectionately, pointing his little shadow paw deeper into the facility. He thanks his familiar and steps into the hallway, just as heavy boots echo from the lower stairs. A squad of heavily armed syndicate guards charges up the staircase, weapons drawn. Our guy glances at them with complete annoyance. He doesn't have time to fight Small Fry one by one. He remembers the manager's spiky rock armor technique from their fight 5 minutes ago. He channels pure black mana into Mari's custom glove and constructs a massive 10-foot spiky black rock lance over his right forearm. He thrusts his arm forward, releasing a kinetic shockwave that shatters the entire staircase. The giant black lance tears through the guards, blowing a hole straight through the reinforced stone wall behind them. The mobsters scream in terror as the entire corridor collapses into rubble. Cut inside the main laboratory room, Lord Blanc is humming a cheerful tune while organizing colorful vials on a cart. Mari yells at him from across the room, calling him a complete lunatic for what he is doing. Blanc turns around with an innocent look on his face, asking why she is getting so worked up. He smiles creepily, telling her there is no need to be on edge. He claims he only feels deep gratitude toward her and Kay since their childhood test data helped his research succeed. He points toward a massive bronze extraction boiler in the back room. 2 guards drag a terrified colorless man toward the metal door as he screams for his life. The guards beat the man with clubs, shoving him inside the dark chamber. The captive begs for mercy, gripping the metal frame with his bare hands. The guards slam the heavy iron door shut, locking him inside the dark pressure tank. The boiler locks into place with a heavy metallic thud. Thick steam vents out from the side valves as high-pressure magic activates inside. Inside transparent fluid pipes, concentrated liquid red color begins flowing down from the ceiling. The extracted color ink fills a glass container sitting on the workbench. Mari watches the process in absolute horror, her face turning completely pale. Nothing has changed since their childhood. This monster is still running the exact same human farm nightmare. Blanc holds up a vial of radiant yellow liquid, admiring it like a fine wine. He boasts that his early experiments back in the slums were primitive because he couldn't extract pure colors cleanly. He explains his breakthrough theory. What if anyone, even baseline colorless humans, carries hidden color potential waiting to be harvested? He points to iron cages along the walls, boasting that he can even extract color pigment from wild monsters now. He claims he is giving these worthless subhumans a divine gift by unearthing their inner soul and making it shine. He holds up a vial of swirling, volatile purple ink, announcing the name of his ultimate creation, Mixid. He grins through his glasses, explaining that he is currently testing all the practical military applications for Mixed. He reveals that monsters are instinctively drawn to color ink, meaning Mixed can be used to control wild beast swarms. Mari screams at him, asking how anyone can be so heartless and calm while stuffing living people into extractors. She accuses him of murdering innocent human beings just to make synthetic weapon drinks. She warns him that Shining City authorities will send the Pioneer Corps to execute him the second this leaks out. Blanc smiles, adjusting his glasses casually. He mutters that he genuinely doesn't understand why everyone gets so emotional over basic scientific research. Mari points her finger at him, shouting that he is nothing but a disgusting serial killer. She tells him that if he loves color extraction so much, he should just extract the magic straight out of his own filthy body. She claims his inner color must be a vile, corrupted sludge soaked in sick pleasure. Blanc's expression goes flat for a split second. Actually, it isn't. He looks at her with a calm, disturbing stare. Mari stumbles back, confused by his response. Blanc reveals that he regularly extracts color mana straight out of his own body because he would never sell a product he hasn't tested on himself. He pulls off his right sleeve, revealing a massive, heavy cybernetic arm built from dark steel gears. He boasts that when he extracted his own color, his inner soul shone with a gorgeous, radiant violet aura. He points to a row of purple vials on the shelf, stating he keeps his own extracted color stored safely for future use. Mari holds her head in disgust, screaming at him to shut up because nobody asked for his creepy life story. Blanc laughs softly, admitting he got a bit carried away talking about his life's passion. He mentions casually that he received reports that Kay has officially arrived in the Undercity. He praises himself for kidnapping Mari, noting that Kay has always followed her around like a lost puppy since they were kids. He tells her that his syndicate guards are currently swarming Kay to capture him alive. He orders 2 guards to drag Mari to the holding cells until Kay arrives. He turns back to his workbench, picking up 3 vials of Mixed ink. He grins, mentioning that a very special guest is arriving shortly to trade for his new Mixed supply. Suddenly, heavy thuds rattle through the ceiling above the lab. Blanc stops moving as dust and water drop down from the concrete pipes. The entire room shakes violent like a major earthquake hit the sector. Cracks form across the stone ceiling, spreading outward in seconds. Lab assistants scream in panic as massive concrete boulders crash down through the roof. A dark figure drops through the dust and debris in a cloud of swirling black aura. The dust clears, revealing a young man kneeling in a 3-point superhero landing stance. Mari looks up with tears in her eyes, her face lighting up with absolute joy. Our guy looks up from the crater, locking eyes with her. K-Way! Cut up to the high society council chambers in the upper district of Shining City. Military bureaucrats are shouting across the table, panicking over emergency reports from the lower levels. An assistant reads a briefing document reporting that the black user is currently tearing through Undercity gang bases to rescue a kidnapped friend. A heated counselor slams his fist onto the table, yelling at Captain Camellia for letting the kid run wild. Camellia defends her actions, explaining that most Pioneer forces are currently pinned down on the outer wall fighting border beast swarms. She reveals that Chief Red had to rush to a different fortress because 2 Black Hands disaster creatures, Collector and Jester, appeared on the frontier. Counselor Hudson insists they must immediately send peacekeeping troops into Undercity to protect Kay. Sitting at the head of the table, an old counselor with an eye patch and beard speaks up, telling Hudson to stop acting so reckless. The monocle counselor warns that deploying army units into Undercity will provoke the gang syndicates into a full-scale civil war. He narrows his eye, stating bluntly that he still considers the black user a dangerous, cursed threat to humanity. He claims that the fact this kid caused a massive riot in Undercity proves his initial warnings were correct. He suggests that they should just let the Undercity gangs execute Kay, eliminating a dangerous variable permanently. Hudson looks horrified by the suggestion, arguing that Kay's potential is far too valuable. The monocle counselor folds his hands, completely unmoved by Hudson's moral pleas. Hudson points out that Kay is the only person alive capable of removing the Black Witch's spatial barriers and reclaiming human territory. Hudson takes full executive responsibility, declaring he will send peacekeeping forces into Undercity personally. The monocle counselor stays quiet for a long moment, tapping his wooden cane. He grunts in disappointment, calling Hudson completely irrational for risking city safety over one kid. Hudson apologizes politely, but stands firm on his decision. The monocle counselor stands up, calling the entire meeting a giant waste of time before walking out. Camellia turns to Hudson with a wink, telling him not to worry so much. She offers to lighten his burden by sending elite backup alongside the peacekeeping squad. She chooses Team Red members, Ellie, Cyan, and Gale, who proved their teamwork alongside Kay during the Area 21 expedition. Hudson nods, relieved that top-tier rookie colorists are joining the deployment. The monocle counselor walks down the hallway, muttering to himself to sweep the trash away cleanly. Cut back down to Lord Blanc's ruined laboratory in Undercity. Blanc stumbles back in absolute disbelief, asking how this kid bypassed his entire security army so fast. Our guy stands up from the rubble crater, his expression cold and focused. He checks his surroundings, making Mari's safety his absolute top priority. He spots the remaining lab guards surrounding Mari and the captive colorless humans. He raises his right arm and channels black mana directly into Mari's custom glove spoit. He activates Arsenal of Malice, unleashing a high-speed shotgun blast of dark dagger projections. Blanc screams in panic, ducking behind a metal pillar as black blades fly past his head. The dark daggers hit all the lab guards simultaneously, knocking them off their feet. The stray black blades shatter the giant glass color vats along the back wall, spilling thousands of gallons of liquid elemental ink onto the floor. Our guy leaps through the flying glass shards at hyper speed. He lands cleanly right between Mari and the remaining guards. He throws 2 quick palm strikes, knocking the last 2 guards completely unconscious. He steps forward, placing his body as an absolute shield in front of Mari. Mari looks up at him with wide, emotional eyes, whispering his name. Our guy turns his head with a gentle smile. "Sorry I'm late." He asks her softly if she had to wait long. Nero leaps out of his cloak and lands right in Mari's arms, squeaking happily. Mari hugs the little familiar, tearing up as she apologizes for making them worry. Our guy smiles warmly, relieved that she is completely safe and unhurt. The rescued colorless captives break their chains and run for the open doors, thanking Kay for saving their lives. Blanc watches his test subjects run away, sighing in mild disappointment. He mutters casually that it doesn't matter since he can always capture new raw materials later. He turns his full attention to Kay, spreading his cybernetic arms wide in insane scientific delight. He laughs hysterically, boasting how excited he was when he heard Kay manifested pure black mana. He stares at Kay with glowing white glasses, stating he can't wait to dissect his body and extract his color. Our guy tilts his head, asking Mari who this creepy purple-haired guy is. Mari grits her teeth, revealing that this monster is Blanc, the exact same doctor who ran the human farm lab in their childhood. Our guy's smile vanishes instantly as dark memories resurface. He mutters in disgust that the doctor survived those ruins. Blanc pulls 3 glass vials of volatile mixed ink from his lab coat. He chuckles, tossing the 3 vials directly at Kay's feet like a gift. The vials smash against the stone floor, shattering and spilling pungent colored liquid around Kay's boots. Our guy looks down at the strange liquid in confusion. Mari panics, screaming at Kay to back away immediately because Mixed acts as hyperpotent bait for wild beasts. Blanc grins, pulling a heavy iron lever on the side wall. He states he hates getting his hands dirty when fighting, so he prefers letting his pets do the work. He shouts that it is feeding time and pulls the mechanism down. Heavy iron cage gates slide upward along the side corridor with a loud metallic clatter. Dozens of terrifying shark-jawed chimera monsters swarm out into the room, their eyes glowing red in the dark. Our guy channels black mana into his glove, preparing for another round of combat. He leaps into the monster horde, slicing through 3 chimeras with a black mana blade. He lands heavy strikes, smashing monster skulls into the stone floor. As he fights, stray black mana droplets spray across the workbench. Blanc steps up to the table, catching a droplet of Kay's black mana on his cybernetic glove. He uses an extraction cylinder, vacuuming the black ink into a sealed bottle with an insane smirk. He holds up the vial of pure black ink, admiring its dark, devouring density. He laughs like a complete maniac, craving to see what else Kay's unique power can do. Our guy continues hacking through the endless swarm of chimera beasts. He slashes 2 more monsters in half, but his movements are starting to slow down. Mari notices him panting heavily, realizing the situation is turning extremely critical. Our guy's black hair is showing tiny white streaks at the tips. His mana reserves are hitting rock bottom. Fighting his way through half of Undercity used up massive amounts of black ink, and he is edging close to total color exhaustion. Mari desperately looks around the laboratory, searching for any way to help him. She looks down at the floor, spotting a massive multicolored pool of liquid ink spilled from the shattered vats. She remembers that elemental color ink carries high electrical conductivity. She turns her head and spots a massive industrial high-voltage generator sitting on the side wall. Her mechanic instincts kick in instantly. She grabs a screwdriver and pops open the generator's maintenance panel. She hotwires the main power relays, overriding the safety breakers in seconds. She pulls two thick, rubber-insulated electrical cables straight out of the generator, sparks flying from the live tips. She screams at the top of her lungs, "K-Way! Don't touch the floor!" Our guy hears her warning and leaps high into the air, grabbing onto an overhead pipe. Mari slams both live high-voltage cables directly into the liquid color pool on the floor. A massive, blinding shock of pure electrical lightning surges through the liquid ink, spreading across the entire room in a split second. The electrical shockwave electrocutes every single chimera monster simultaneously. Sparks fly from the fried chimera beasts across the ruined laboratory floor. Lord Blanc looks around at his entire monster collection, completely stunned that a mechanic defeated them with a generator. Our guy steps through the smoke, his black aura stabilizing as the immediate threat is cleared. Mari points at Blanc, telling Kay to take this opening while the doctor is off guard. Our guy channels black mana into Mari's custom glove and lunges forward. Black tendrils flare around his coat as he closes the distance in a split second. The glove valves hiss, building up high-density pressure. Blanc turns around, watching the black shadow sprint toward him. Instead of panicking, his eyes light up like a fanboy at a convention. He stammers in awe, admiring the sheer raw density of pure black mana up close. He claims it is 1,000,000,000 times more magnificent than any test data he recorded from a distance. He calls black mana the ultimate devouring force, a bottomless greed that consumes all elemental light. He literally begs Kay for just a single finger or drop of his blood so he can research it in his lab. Our guy doesn't even slow down. He leaps into the air with a black blade drawn. He asks him if he has finally finished rambling before swinging down. Blanc barely raises his heavy cybernetic arm, blocking the black blade with a loud metallic clash. He smiles creepily, admitting his extraction magic was never built for direct frontline combat, so he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out two specialized mixed syringes. He slams both vials into the side ports of his cybernetic gauntlet, an emergency mix-it injection. Green wind ink and purple synthetic liquid drains straight into his mechanical forearm. High-pressure green wind magic erupts from his mechanical fingers, creating a sharp elemental blade. He thrusts his arm forward, firing a flurry of wind blades straight at our guy's chest. He monologues during combat, claiming he and Kay are identical because they both steal other people's colors. Green wind aura surges around his cybernetic joints. He coats his entire arm in high-speed wind currents, increasing his strike speed by tenfold. Our guy raises his black glove, clashing directly against the green wind gauntlet. They trade 20 high-speed strikes in a fraction of a second, sparks flying across the room. Wind currents tear up the stone floor beneath their boots. Blanc grins through his glasses, proposing that they should stop fighting and become research partners instead. He tells Kay that if he follows him, he can unlock the deepest secrets hidden inside black mana. They lock blades in a power struggle, eyes meeting at point-blank range. Blanc boasts that combining Kay's absorption with his extraction research could conquer the whole city. Our guy stares at him with dead, silent eyes, completely unimpressed by the sales pitch. Blanc loses his composure, screaming for Kay to give him just a single drop of his color. He lunges forward with his wind gauntlet, going straight for Kay's neck. Our guy doesn't even try to dodge the green blade. He steps forward, planting his left foot firmly onto the stone floor. Blanc's eyes go wide in total confusion. The green wind blade hits our guy's chest, but instead of cutting him, a dark vortex opens at the point of contact. Our guy activates Ink Drain, swallowing the green wind magic directly into his body. He grabs Blanc's cybernetic wrist, completely neutralizing the attack in midair. He drives a crushing left hook straight into Blanc's ribs, blasting him across the entire laboratory. Blanc crashes through two stone support pillars, coughing up blood in the rubble. He pants heavily, laughing in absolute disbelief that Kay can absorb active magic mid-strike so easily. He realizes standard elemental attacks are completely useless because Kay will just eat the magic for energy. So he reaches inside his coat pocket and pulls out a single sealed bottle. It is the vial of pure black ink he extracted from Kay's glove earlier. Our guy narrows his eyes, asking him what crazy stunt he is trying now. Blanc laughs like a complete maniac, admitting he is about to run a highly dangerous live experiment. He slams the black ink vial straight into the primary chamber of his cybernetic gauntlet. He acknowledges that injecting unrefined pure black mana directly into his body might kill him instantly. Liquid black mana drains straight into his mechanical arm valves. His cybernetic gauntlet rattles violently as dark aura surges into his bloodstream. Black veins erupt across his face, spreading up his neck and into his right eye. Our guy stands his ground, feeling the dark energy radiating off the doctor. Blanc's entire right upper body mutates into a massive, clawed, black beast limb. He twitches hysterically, screaming that the dark power is filling him with unholy adrenaline. He vanishes from his spot, charging forward with dark-enhanced speed. Our guy raises his glove, meeting the mutated black claw head-on. The impact releases a massive dark shockwave that blows out all the remaining glass windows in the facility. Cracks spread across the stone foundation as they lock arms in a violent power struggle. Blanc grins through his cracked glasses, boasting that he can feel the absolute devouring nature of the black mana. He keeps monologuing, begging Kay to join him so they can uncover the true essence of color. Our guy tells him to shut his mouth and stop speaking nonsense. Blanc laughs, asking if the reason he refuses to join him is because of Mari. He starts playing psychological mind games, asking if Kay has been suffering from an identity crisis his entire life. He calls Kay a parasitic monster who goes around stealing the bright colors of everyone around him. He claims Kay's true identity is absolute emptiness, a hollow shell who secretly envies other humans. He states that Kay is just a fake, deceiving everyone around him while pretending to be a real human being. Our guy lowers his head, shadow draping over his face as those words hit his core memories. Suddenly, a metal wrench comes spinning through the air at high speed. Clang. The wrench hits Blanc straight on the side of his head, cracking his glasses. Blanc stumbles back in utter shock, clutching his forehead. Mari is standing on the upper metal catwalk holding a heavy hammer, absolute fury on her face. She unloads verbally, screaming at Blanc to shut his filthy mouth because he knows nothing about Kay. She shouts that Kay isn't pretending, and the reason he fights so hard every single day is because he wants to grow and protect his people. She starts hurling every tool on her belt, pliers, screwdrivers, and heavy sockets, straight at Blanc's head. She yells at him at the top of her lungs, calling him a creepy, psychotic, serial-killing murderer who isn't fit to speak Kay's name. Our guy looks up toward the catwalk, a soft, genuine smile forming on his face. Re-energized by Mari's speech, pure black aura erupts from his body like a volcano. Blanc turns back around, gasping as the pressure in the room doubles in an instant. Our guy's dark reserves reach 200% resonance, black flames engulfing both his arms. He looks up with glowing white eyes, thanking Mari in his heart. He vanishes from sight with a burst of sonic speed. He appears directly in front of Blanc, grabbing his mutated black claw with his bare hand. He twists Blanc's arm backward, snapping the cybernetic joints like dry twigs. Blanc screams in agony as his mutated body fails to handle the overwhelming black pressure. Our guy drives a crushing right hook straight into Blanc's face, breaking his glasses completely. He grabs Blanc by his collar and slams him headfirst directly into the floor. The impact shatters the concrete foundation into a giant spiraling crater, knocking the doctor completely out cold. Dust and concrete powder settle over the ruined extraction chamber. Our guy steps out of the crater, looking down at the defeated doctor. Mari climbs down from the catwalk, asking if Blanc is finally down for good. Blanc lies face up in the rubble, barely breathing with blood dripping down his face. Our guy manifests a sharp black dagger, deciding to eliminate Blanc permanently so he can never run another human lab. He knows that leaving loose ends like this monster will only lead to more innocent people getting hurt. Blanc coughs up purple blood, laughing weakly through his broken teeth. He mutters that his rushed black mana injection wasn't enough to beat a true wielder, but he has zero regrets. He smiles creepily, telling Kay that he hasn't lost yet because the Syndicate always cleans up its messes. Suddenly, heavy explosions detonate all around the upper walls of the extraction facility. Our guy acts instantly, pulling Mari close and shielding her head as massive concrete slabs rain down. Blanc reveals that the Syndicate higher-ups triggered remote self-destruct charges across the base to erase all illegal evidence. Secondary explosions tear through the main support pillars, collapsing the entire sector. The concrete floor beneath Kay and Mari cracks open, splitting completely in half. They lose their footing and freefall straight down into a dark subterranean drainage shaft. Nero gets separated on an upper ledge, squeaking helplessly as his owner falls into the abyss. Splash. Both of them crash into a deep underground reservoir at the bottom of the pit. Our guy surfaces, gasping for air as liquid coats his face. He checks his surroundings and realizes they landed in a giant pool of toxic black waste ink. This reservoir collects all the poisonous chemical byproduct draining from the extraction vats above. He panics, looking around the dark pool for Mari. Mari surfaces a few feet away, coughing violently as the toxic black ink fills her lungs. She reaches her hand out toward him, crying out his name before sinking back beneath the surface. Our guy screams her name and dives straight under the pitch-black liquid. He swims through the thick black ink, his vision completely blocked by the poisonous sludge. He spots Mari's pale body sinking deeper into the abyss. He realizes that trying to absorb the entire reservoir of ink will take far too long. Mari will drown in the toxic waste before he can drain even half the pool. The only way to save her is to make direct contact and pull her out right now. He reaches out his hand, fear gripping his chest as her movement stops. He remembers how baseline humans die instantly when submerged in black ink waste. His dark inner voice urges him to accept reality, but our guy refuses to let history repeat itself. He kicks his legs with everything he has, swimming through the dark current. He yells in his mind that he will never let the one person who cared about him die in the dark. Memories of their childhood in the slums flash through his mind, all their smiles, shared meals, and dreams of becoming pioneers. He reaches Mari's limp body and wraps his arm around her waist, pulling her into an underwater embrace. He channels his black absorption ability directly through his glove, forming a protective vacuum around her torso. He holds her close, begging her to open her eyes and keep the promise she made to him. He remembers what she told him back in the slums, that everyone carries their own unique inner light and color inside. She was the one who taught him that he wasn't just a hollow shell, giving him a reason to keep moving forward. Living alongside her was the only reason he learned what warmth, joy, and humanity actually felt like. Without her, he would have remained buried in absolute emptiness forever. She was his light in the darkest district of the world. He holds her face underwater, refusing to let her go. If Lumiel showed him his destiny, then Mari gave his life actual meaning. He focuses every thread of his black mana into her chest core, seeking her inner soul signature. He kicks upward, bursting through the surface of the black pool. He carries her limp body onto the dry stone ledge near the drainage pipe. He lays her gently onto the ground, kneeling beside her. He checks her wrist and neck, but her pulse is completely flat. She is not breathing, and her skin is pale white despite him absorbing all the black ink off her coat. He loses his composure completely, yelling in panic as he tries to revive her. Suddenly, a warm, golden glow erupts from directly beneath Mari's sternum. Our guy stops moving, staring at her chest in absolute shock. It is the exact same golden inner core he saw glowing inside her earlier with his mana vision. Her latent soul potential is flaring up in response to Kay's mana resonance. Our guy places both hands over her heart, channeling his absorption in reverse, not to drain, but to draw out her inner light. Golden sparks erupt from her chest, spreading outward like a miniature sun. A brilliant pillar of golden light engulfs the dark cavern room. Our guy feels a warmth unlike anything he has ever experienced before. It isn't destructive elemental magic, but pure life force. The golden light floods Mari's entire body, flushing warmth back into her pale skin. Her inner soul radiates pure joy, warmth, hope, and liveliness. The golden core bursts outward in a brilliant flash of magical awakening. Our guy watches in awe as the golden aura settles over her body. Mari's pale white hair catches the golden light, changing pigment right before his eyes. Her hair permanently transforms from dull white into a radiant, bright golden yellow color. Mari gasps, her golden eyes snapping wide open as she sits up coughing. Our guy grabs her shoulders, crying out her name in absolute relief. Mari pants heavily, rubbing her throat as she asks what happened to the toxic black pool. She raises her hand to wipe her face and stops moving. She looks down at her long strands of glowing yellow hair, her jaw dropping to the floor in total shock. She panics, grabbing her yellow hair and screaming at Kay to explain why she suddenly has color. Our guy laughs warmly, telling her to calm down and check if her body feels okay. She confirms she feels completely energized. He explains that her inner light officially awakened, officially making her a true golden yellow colorist. Suddenly, a heavy explosion shatters the concrete ceiling above their heads. Nero pops his head out of the newly opened hole, squeaking in excitement. Kay and Mari look up, smiling as they see their little familiar safe and sound. Gale steps up onto the ledge beside Nero, wiping sweat off his forehead and commenting that he rushed over as fast as he could. Ellie Cyan steps up beside him, ice rapier in hand, telling them to stop standing around and climb up before the sector collapses completely. When did our guy's memories actually begin? He genuinely does not know. Back then, his brain was basically running on single-digit frame rates inside a thick fog. He just drifted around like an NPC with broken pathfinding waiting for the fog to clear. Every time his vision picked up a signal, he was standing in some random place he'd never seen before. But it was fine, because he had his absolute day one co-op partner right there with him. Nero. For a kid who had literally zero stats and zero gear, this little black cat was the only thing keeping him grounded. Then one afternoon, into this completely lightless world of his, a guy walked in looking like a walking graphics card flex. He called himself Lumiel. The second Kay saw him, his brain permanently saved the image. This was the brilliant light he'd been searching for without even realizing it. Unfortunately, Lumiel did not stick around for a full tutorial arc. He left, and Kay went right back to wandering through unfamiliar ruins across endless stretches of time. Like a moth locked onto a flame, he kept walking toward that memory. He wondered if he'd ever see a light like that again, until suddenly random voices started cutting through his muffled hearing. He blinks, drenched in rain, standing in the darkest alleyway imaginable, and at the end of that lightless lower level of the Undercity, he met Mari. She took one look at him staring blankly and asked if he was deaf or just completely broken. Then she checked his outfit and realized kids like him were everywhere down here. She covers her own head and tells him to protect himself from the ceiling leaks immediately. It turns out an ancient pipe burst overhead, and the water is dripping mixed with toxic industrial ink residue. She starts asking how he even got into this sector, then her eyes lock onto his hands. She panics thinking he's carrying a wild monster before realizing it's just a tiny black cat looking right back at her. She shoves him forward and says they need to move immediately before patrol guards spot them. Too late. Two masked enforcers walk around the corner, looking at them like free loot. They start yelling at Mari for sneaking out of her assigned zone again. They threaten to give her another beatdown to break her spirit once and for all. Then one of the guards spots Kay and smiles under his mask. A brand new face means a brand new test subject for the facility. The heavy steel door behind them opens and three high-ranking silhouettes step into the room. It is Lord Blanc, wearing those round glowing glasses and looking entirely too pleased with himself. He asks his guards why his precious test samples are roaming around like stray dogs. The guards instantly freeze and apologize while Blanc turns his attention directly to young Mari. He sighs, telling her even his patience has a limit, no matter how valuable her soul structure is. Mari is sweating bullets, standing in front of Kay to shield him while Blanc's shadow looms over the room. Kay just stands there with those hollow white eyes, taking in the entire situation without saying a word. On the outside, this place registered as an official city orphanage. In reality, it was a subterranean prison camp for abandoned children. The city's poverty policies were exploited to gather hundreds of homeless kids, using them as free labor to sort high-risk chromatic ores. But sorting rocks was just the side hustle. The main purpose of this sector was Lord Blanc's human color extraction research. Security was airtight, and the only official way out was in a trash bag, but Mari was not planning on dying in a dungeon. Long before Kay arrived, she had been mapping out escape routes in secret by lamplight, failing repeatedly but never stopping. That refusal to break was the only reason the other children had not given up entirely. She was the single pillar, keeping everyone sane in a place designed to crush them. She spends hours secretly loosening the screws on an overhead air duct. She pulls the vent cover open and peers through, with Kay standing right behind her. She whispers that in 3 days, when the guard rotation shifts for maintenance, they can pull off the escape. She thanks Kay with a huge smile, saying she only finished the route on time because he helped her loosen the panel. She tells him with total confidence that every single kid in this facility is making it out together. Kay stares at her, and something inside his empty chest finally clicks. That was the exact moment his empty world started syncing up with hers. Mari gathers the younger kids in the courtyard and tells them to stay as quiet as possible for the next couple of days. They sit on the cold stone floor, listening to her promise that this is the very last night they will ever spend in this dark hole. She sits next to Kay in the corner and tells him her ultimate dream. Once they escape to the surface, she's going to Shining City. She wants to study crafting, open her own gear workshop, and build weapons that actually protect people. Then she turns to Kay and asks him what he wants to do once they get out. Kay looks down at his hands, stammers for a second, and says one word: colorist. He thinks back to Lumiel, that glowing rainbow figure who made him feel like he was an actual person for 5 seconds. Mari's eyes go wide. This is literally the first time Kay has ever voiced a personal desire for his own future. Then Kay's head drops right back down. He says it doesn't matter, because it's completely impossible. Every adult in this facility has spent years telling him that colorless people are just genetic dead ends who exist to be used. He says he only wandered this far looking for that light, but now that he's here, he has no plan, no goal, and nowhere to go. While all the other kids are cheering about leaving tomorrow, he feels completely disconnected from their happiness. He tells her that he really must be broken inside compared to everyone else. Mari doesn't buy it for a second. She tells him late onset manifestation is a real thing, and colorless people awaken all the time. She even drops a massive piece of lore. Lumiel himself was born completely colorless before he became the brightest luminous in history. Kay looks up, seeing that same brilliant silhouette burning in his mind. Mari smiles and tells him everybody has their own inner color waiting to wake up. He just hasn't learned how to unlock his yet, so she'll teach him step by step. She tells him wanting to be a colorist sounds awesome and scolds him for giving up before he even starts the main quest. She tells him failing a few times doesn't mean it's game over. All he needs to do is pursue whatever he actually wants. Then she reaches out, grabs his cheeks, and physically pulls his mouth into a smile. Kay awkwardly holds his own face up like a confused kitten, making Mari burst out laughing. They were so close. They had a plan, a dream, and an exit route. And then reality showed up and completely shattered the server. The guards did not wait for the 3-day rotation. They stormed the sleeping quarters that very night, dragging screaming kids out by their hair. The facility went into full lockdown, shoving children toward the extraction boilers to clear out the sector. Glass vats filled with raw, extracted liquid color as the guards worked double time. Mari grabs an iron pipe and swings with everything she has, screaming at a guard to get away from the younger kids. The guard doesn't even flinch. He gets annoyed that a specimen is fighting back, and backhands Mari across the face so hard she flies into the wall and hits the floor motionless. Kay stands there in the middle of the room, staring at her unmoving body as his whole world goes deathly quiet. Mari is lying face down in a pool of blood right at his feet. She barely opens one eye, reaching toward him with her last bit of strength, whispering for him to run. She calls his name one last time, and her eyes close completely. Kay's shadow drops over his face. His pupils contract into tiny white dots. A guard raises a heavy club behind his head while inside Kay's mind, a voice asks if this feeling burning through his veins is anger. One sudden impact, and we smash cut out of the memory into the aftermath. The guards are standing around in the ruined lab, talking about how the facility's location got leaked to city authorities. They were ordered to wipe all evidence and dispose of every single child in the building without waiting for Lord Blanc's direct approval. They turn around to finish loading the bodies when a hand twitches on the concrete floor. A torrent of pitch-black mana erupts out of young Kay like an oil well blowing its lid. The guards freeze in sheer panic as the black aura fills the entire hallway, blotting out the emergency lights. Young Kay stands up, his face completely consumed by a multicolored void mask of pure black mana and raw divine energy. He raises one tiny hand toward the ceiling, releasing a catastrophic dark hole vortex that devours the entire room. The structural pillars snap like toothpicks, and the entire orphanage facility detonates from the inside out in a massive explosion. The smoke clears over a massive, cratered wasteland in the middle of the Undercity ruins. Young Mari slowly opens her eyes, coughing through the dust as Nero meows frantically beside her. She sits up, seeing young Kay lying next to her, slowly coming back to consciousness. Kay asks what happened, and Mari tells him she just woke up herself after a massive explosion tore the sector apart. They look out over the giant burning hole in the ground where the lab used to stand. Mari's face drops as she looks through the rubble for any signs of movement. It hits her all at once. None of the other children made it out. She remembers all the younger kids who were relying on her, laughing and talking about seeing the surface together. Distant shouts start echoing through the cavern walls as mobsters run toward the blast site. Syndicate enforcers are yelling that the entire subterranean sector is collapsing. Kay wipes the dust off his coat and tells Mari they have to leave right now or the guards will drag them right back into a cage. Mari wipes her tears, grabs Kei's hand, and says they are heading to the surface no matter what. She holds his hand tightly, locking their fingers together. She makes him promise that once they get out of this nightmare, they are going to live happy lives, for the kids who didn't make it. Kei nods quietly, and the two orphans walk side by side toward the blinding white doorway at the end of the tunnel. Fast forward to the present day. Kei's gauntleted hand is holding on to Mari's hand in the exact same grip. They pull themselves out of the crater, standing alongside Gale and Ellie Cyan in the middle of the wrecked syndicate base. Gale dusts off his coat and mutters that thanks to Kei, he just got a tour of the absolute bottom of the Undercity. Then he stops dead in his tracks, looks at Mari, and demands an immediate explanation for what just happened to her design. He asks how a colorless mechanic suddenly walked out of a lake looking like a supercharged lightning storm. Ellie Cyan steps up, reaches out, and gently picks up a strand of Mari's glowing golden hair. Ellie's eyes go wide. She says this level of raw color saturation is almost unheard of, even among the elite bloodlines of the three great families. She calls it genuinely beautiful, leaving Mari flustered and completely unsure how to process the compliment. Kei steps between them and tells everyone to save the commentary for later because they are still deep in gang territory. He adjusts his cloak and starts walking up the exit ramp with Nero sitting calmly on his shoulder. Gale and Ellie look at each other, noting how unusually cold and quiet Kei's eyes look right now. Mari tries to smooth things over, telling them Kei is just tired and they should talk about the details once they reach the surface. They follow Kei up the ruined concrete incline, heading toward the main exit chute. Mari stops at the top of the ramp, her jaw dropping at the scene in front of her. The entire exit corridor is littered with dozens of frozen, battered syndicate mobsters lined up against the shattered walls. Gale complains out loud about how much color energy he had to waste just to clear a path down here to rescue them. We get a quick flashback of Gale tossing giant boulders off mobsters while using mass-produced ink drain swords that kept breaking. Ellie warns everyone to keep their guard up, because a few syndicate stragglers might still be playing dead under the debris. Heavy footsteps start echoing from the upper floor as Golden Mari walks nervously past a downed mobster. The bruised mobster on the tile floor slowly opens one eye, spotting Mari's boot right next to his head, and reaches for a dropped dagger. He grits his teeth thinking he's going to execute this girl from behind to secure his position in the syndicate. He leaps off the floor with his blade raised, charging at Mari's back with everything he's got. He screams at the top of his lungs, going full villain mode for 5 whole seconds. Gale and Kei start turning around, preparing to handle the minor inconvenience. Mari panics, screams like a civilian, and instinctively throws a wild right hook straight into the guy's face. The punch connects with nuclear force, blasting the mobster straight through 30 feet of solid concrete and cratering him into the back wall. Kei, Gale, and Ellie Cyan freeze instantly, staring at the crater with their mouths completely open. The mobster's legs twitch uselessly out of the shattered wall, completely folded like a lawn chair. Mari looks at her glowing right fist, trembling in absolute horror at what she just did. She panics internally, realizing she barely even swung her arm, and her raw color output just pulled a one-punch man on an adult fighter. Before anyone can say anything, heavy armored boots come stomping through the broken wall hole. A squad of heavily armored soldiers marches into the corridor with steam rifles drawn. It's the official peacekeeping force, yelling for everyone to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. The commander steps up, lowers his gun, and stares at the absolute wasteland of beaten mobsters lining the floor. He realizes this 4-person rookie squad just cleared out the entire syndicate stronghold before his main unit even breached the front doors. Ellie Cyan steps forward and confirms that the threat inside this sector has been officially neutralized. The commander laughs nervously, admitting it's pretty embarrassing that the army arrived just to act as a cleanup crew. His men start slapping high-grade mana cuffs on the surviving mobsters, officially dismantling the Shadow Syndicate branch in Undercity. The Pioneer Squad heads up the final exit ramp toward the surface light dome. Mari lets out a massive sigh of relief, feeling like a 5-ton weight just got lifted off her shoulders. Ellie Cyan slows her pace, walking beside Kei and eyeing him closely. She asks him directly why he's been acting so distant and haunted ever since they found that subterranean lab. Kay stops walking, his dark eyes looking completely empty for a fraction of a second. He touches his chest gauntlet, realizing he was letting his childhood memories leak through his exterior. He puts his hand over his face, apologizing to Mari and the team for being unpleasant to be around. Then he flashes a bright, cheerful, hyper-exaggerated fake smile and tells them he's totally fine, just thinking about gear upgrades. Gale and Ellie stare at his obviously forced smile, completely unconvincing, but they know better than to push it. Gale leans over and whispers to Ellie. He tells her to just drop it right here. He says everybody on the Pioneer Force carries a dark backstory they don't want to break down in public. Unless Kay decides to open up on his own terms, prying into his trauma is just going to make things worse. Ellie closes her eyes, agreeing quietly with Gale's call. The four of them step out of the dark exit chute, bathed in the glowing light of the surface world above. Meanwhile, deep down in the pitch-black, abandoned water pipes of Undercity, a purple blood trail leads down a corridor. Lord Blanc is limping against the damp concrete wall, gasping for air as blood leaks through his lab coat. His cybernetic arm is completely wrecked, sparking wires hanging out of his shoulder where Kay snapped the frame. He slides down the wall and slumps onto the stone floor, realizing his internal organs are crushed and he's bleeding out alone. He chuckles sickly to himself, staring up at the dark ceiling, genuinely disappointed that he won't survive long enough to see Kay's true final form. His head tilts back, and he closes his eyes, ready to accept his fate in the dark. Then heavy, echoing footsteps start splashing through the puddle at the end of the hall. Blanc opens his eyes, seeing a shadowy female figure surrounded by a glowing green aura walking toward him through the mist. She walks with total confidence, stepping right over the collapsed piping. It's Viper, the second Black Hand disaster creature, crouching right over Lord Blanc with a psychotic, razor-toothed smile. Blanc's eyes snap wide in absolute shock. She waves at him casually, greeting her business partner like they're meeting for coffee. Then her tone shifts completely. She steps her boot down right on the wall next to his face, looking deeply annoyed. She complains that she went through all the trouble to sneak into Undercity, only to find her partner getting beaten into a pulp like a complete amateur. She pokes his limp head with her boot, asking if he's already dead before delivering the item he promised her. She sighs, reaching into her cloak and pulling out a cluster of raw, glowing green monster poison. She grins devilishly, telling him poison can act as medicine depending on how you inject it, and shoves the volatile green aura straight into Blanc's chest to forcibly mutate him back to life. Out in the ruined borderlands of the Black Lands, the wind is howling over shattered stone. Perched on top of a massive slain monster, two shadowy figures are waiting in the dark. A tiny green-haired shadow creature is crying hysterically, grabbing onto Viper's cloak and asking why she took so long. Viper scolds her mini-twin, telling her that if she can't handle being left alone for 5 minutes, she shouldn't be out here. The masked sword demon sitting nearby notes that Viper took longer than expected down in Undercity. He looks down at her and asks if she actually secured the item from Lord Blanc. Viper grins with those sharp teeth, pulling out a metallic case filled with glowing chemical vials. She calls them chemical seeds, the exact extract Blanc engineered to lure wild beasts. She boasts that she managed to swipe way more than planned, meaning her cut of the profit just tripled. She steps to the edge of the cliff as a titanic, tentacled disaster beast rises out of the abyss. This giant leviathan looms over the canyon like a walking mountain. Viper leaps off the cliff, landing straight onto the monster's colossal head. Her boots land on the creature's dark hide without missing a beat. The masked warrior drops down beside her, asking if these tiny chemical seeds will actually work on a disaster-tier beast. He points out that large-scale disasters usually only move when the Black Witch herself gives an order. He warns her that if the giant beast goes feral and attacks randomly, they'll be the ones getting flattened. Viper mocks him for doubting her, explaining that with the Black Witch currently asleep, the creature's higher control is gone. She uncaps a vial of concentrated purple extract and pours it directly over the monster's skull. She tells the giant beast that if it wants more color, it has to march where she tells it to. The Leviathan's giant eye snaps open, glowing with pure, ravenous hunger. It roars, smashing its massive tentacles into the canyon floor and shaking the entire region. Viper laughs hysterically, thrilled that her chemical hack worked perfectly. She points toward the horizon, declaring that this monster army is going to reduce Shining City to dust. Meanwhile, back inside the civilized walls of Shining City, citizens are gathering at the Undercity gate. People are gossiping about the massive commotion and police presence down in the lower sector. Guards are holding back the crowd as Kay, Mari, Gale, and Ellie step out onto the surface street. An officer thanks Kay's group, confirming that all the syndicate mobsters they beat up are locked in transport vans. Then, a lazy, familiar voice calls out from behind the crowd. A man draped in a dark coat walks through the guard line, glowing with a faint crimson heat. The citizens immediately go wild, recognizing Vanguard leader Chief Red in person. Red walks straight up to Kay and asks what kind of absolute chaos he managed to drag himself into this time. He smiles, noting that it takes a lot to catch him off guard, but this situation definitely qualifies. He turns to Mari, realizing the gray jacket mechanic from the workshop looks completely different now. He stares at her vibrant, glowing golden hair, realizing another colorless orphan just pulled off a late-onset awakening. Red looks around, noticing the crowd staring, and says there are way too many eyes watching them here. He tells the group to follow him directly to the Dawn Pioneer Corps headquarters building. Inside the massive HQ office, Captain Camellia is sitting at her desk, leaning her chin on her hand. She beams at Chief Red, calling him an old geezer and teasing him for bringing in another trophy. She looks at Mari with sparkling eyes, thrilled that a second awakener just dropped right into their lap. She zooms across the room, grabbing Mari's hands and asking Red for her official profile details. Red explains that ever since Lumiel, awakeners have been the most hyped phenomenon in the entire empire. He points out that history proves every colorless person who awakens goes on to leave a legendary mark on the world. Camellia circles Mari like a proud mom, gushing over how absurdly bright and saturated her golden color looks. She leans in close, asking Mari if she wants to sign an official contract with the Dawn Pioneer Corps right now. She promises Mari that they will give her whatever budget, perks, or gear she could ever ask for. She starts hyperventilating, begging Mari not to sign with rival guilds or the prestigious Color Workshop. Mari stammers, completely overwhelmed, and glimmers a look over at Kay standing behind her. Kay looks back at her and flashes a subtle, confident little smile. Seeing his approval, Mari clenches her fists and tells Camellia that she wants to join the Dawn Corps. She announces with total pride that she has something important she needs to achieve as an official pioneer. Camellia squeals with joy, pulling out an official contract paper and telling Mari to sign right on the line. Before the pen even touches the paper, a deep voice tells them to hold on a second. A tall, yellow-haired veteran wearing a heavy steam pack steps into the doorway, frowning at the contract. He says he's been listening from outside, and he opposes letting Mari join without passing the official entrance exam first. The scene shifts to the massive dome arena inside HQ. Camellia fumes at the veteran, screaming at him for being so unbelievably stubborn. She yells that Mari is a rare awakener, asking who takes responsibility if a rival guild steals her while they waste time testing her. She calls him uncle, completely breaking her professional captain persona to complain like an annoyed niece. Down in the arena pit, the yellow-haired instructor hands Mari a revolving ink drain revolver and asks if she's ready. Mari holds the heavy iron firearm with both hands, shaking nervously as she nods. The instructor explains that the rules are simple. She just has to defeat the standard core combat golem. A massive steel door slides open, and a heavy steam-powered robot stomps onto the stone floor. This mechanical golem looms over Mari, its iron fist 3 times larger than her head. The instructor says if she can't handle a basic golem, she has no business setting foot in the lethal Blacklands. Mari's eyes go wide in pure terror as she looks at the giant steel machine standing in front of her. Up in the spectator box, the instructor notes that while skipping the line is tempting, procedure exists so other pioneers accept her. He acknowledges that Mari is an engineer who isn't used to frontline combat. But he says that if her golden color is the real deal, then a basic test golem should be something she can handle easily. He tells her to prove her worth with pride and officially signals the start of the entrance exam. The golem's core flares up and it lunges across the arena floor at full speed. It raises a massive iron hammer fist and slams it straight down toward Mari's head. Mari screams, diving sideways onto the tile floor as concrete shatters behind her. The golem turns instantly, throwing a relentless barrage of heavy punches that chase her across the pit. Up in the stands, Camellia chews her knuckles in anxiety, yelling at her uncle for throwing an untrained girl into a live fight. Mari crawls across the stone, her hair messy and breathing heavily as the golem reloads its steam pressure. She looks up at the towering steel machine, doubting if she can actually hurt something that big. The golem locks its visual sensor onto her, raising both arms to crush her where she lies. Mari bites her lip, telling herself to stop doubting, because running away won't solve anything anymore. She plants her feet, raises the revolving ink drain revolver with both hands, and pumps raw golden mana straight into the chamber. Glowing yellow lightning crackles around the barrel as she forces her color past safety limits. She pushes the weapon's internal glass container to maximum capacity, aiming directly at the golem's chest core. A giant warning light flashes on the weapon casing as the gear overheats from absurd pressure. She pulls the trigger, and an apocalyptic beam of golden lightning detonates out of the barrel. The energy beam completely vaporizes the golem in 1 second and punches straight through the arena roof into the open sky. Chief Red, Camellia, Gale, and Ellie stand in the spectator box, completely frozen in shock. Kay's jaw drops, utterly baffled by the nuclear firepower his mechanic friend just unleashed. The yellow-haired instructor stares at the smoking hole in the ceiling, realizing Mari's raw emission matched his own output on her very first try. Mari stands in the crater, surrounded by wild golden lightning that keeps surging out of her body. Her eyes go wide as she realizes she can't turn the power off, screaming for someone to help her. Wild lightning arcs off her revolver, splashing straight into the spectator box and forcing Gale and Ellie to duck for cover. The instructor yells for her to stay calm and lower the weapon, but the golden energy is completely out of control. Mari screams an apology to the entire building as a secondary lightning storm blows out the rest of the arena roof. Cut to the aftermath, showing a massive smoking hole blown through 3 floors of concrete roof. Work crews are already hammering away at repairs while Mari bows repeatedly, apologizing for destroying the arena. Camellia pats Mari on the head with a huge smile, telling her that performance far exceeded the minimum passing score. She officially welcomes Mari as a full member of the Dawn Pioneer Corps. She beams at the rookie group, thrilled to have so many broken talents gathered in Team Red. Camellia turns to her uncle, asking if he has any more complaints now that the arena is in pieces. The instructor admits that Mari's total color volume might actually be the highest of this entire generation. He grumbles at Camellia to stop calling him uncle in front of subordinates because it ruins his authority. Camellia takes Mari by the shoulder, leading her away to complete the official admission paperwork. Once the girls leave, Chief Red turns around and looks down at Kay, Gale, and Ellie Sion. He grins lazily, asking the 3 rookies if they have any plans for the rest of the afternoon. Kay says no, and Red tells them the timing is perfect because he's been meaning to teach them something important. He tells them to follow him deep into the private lower training facilities. They enter an empty, high-walled underground training hall with tile flooring. Gale looks around, noting that the area is completely secluded from outside spectators. Red walks up to a heavy black training dummy built in the shape of a monster torso. He explains that these dummies are modeled after hardshell disaster beasts whose hides deflect normal attacks. He tells the trio to watch very closely to what he's about to demonstrate. He reaches down, resting his hand on the hilt of his katana. He draws the blade in a smooth motion, resting the flat of the steel against the dummy's shoulder. He explains that no matter how well an ink drain weapon is crafted, standard attacks hit an absolute ceiling against high-tier enemies. He asks them what a pioneer is supposed to do when facing a target that normal slashes can't even scratch. Red's hand grip tightens, and his crimson color mana surges out of his palm. He activates Chroma Manifestation, compressing raw crimson fire directly onto the steel edge of his blade. Gale and Ellie gasp as the air pressure in the room skyrockets. Red mentions that Gale and Ellie saw him use this high-tier technique during their fight against the Road Phantom in Area 21. He explains that chroma is the art of compressing latent color directly into a weapon or body, saturating it to exponentially boost stats. Once you layer your color properly, things you couldn't cut before can suddenly be cut effortlessly. Without even applying physical force, Red glides his glowing red blades straight through the indestructible hardshell dummy. The heavy steel dummy slides apart in 2 perfectly clean halves, dropping to the floor. Red turns back to the rookies, telling them that as frontline pioneers, mastering chroma is mandatory. He says every single one of them needs a proper trump card if they want to survive the Black Lands. The trio stares at the severed dummy, feeling the sheer weight of Red's casual demonstration. Gale mutters that Red barely even swung his arm, yet the cut was cleaner than a laser slice. Kay steps forward and asks if every official colorist has to handle chroma effortlessly. Red smiles, saying chroma is considered basic entry-level tech once you reach A rank. He explains that S-rank pioneers refine this technique into unique domain forms, which is why the S-rank exam is so brutal. He tells all 3 of them to draw their weapons and take their training stations. Gale draws his wind sword while Ellie raises her ice rapier, channeling their internal color frequencies. Red explains the core concept. Instead of letting color flow out like an aura, imagine absorbing it back directly into the weapon. He warns them that extracting maximum saturation without letting it leak takes extreme mental focus. Gale and Ellie close their eyes, straining as faint green and cyan mana begins swirling around their blades. Red tells them to pull out even more energy, pushing past their comfort zone. Within 30 seconds, Gale and Ellie are trembling, sweating profusely as their skin turns pale. Gale panics internally, feeling his mana reserves draining at an alarming rate, fearing he'll go colorless. Red chuckles, telling them that grabbing the basic feeling on day one is already impressive. He warns them not to get arrogant, because initial talent means nothing without relentless daily practice. Suddenly, a thick wave of dark smoke erupts across the center of the training floor. Gale and Ellie stop practicing, staring in disbelief at the sudden dark mana aura. Chief Red turns his head, his eyes widening as he looks at Kay. Kay is standing there with solid, high-density black chroma fully compressed around his right fist. Kay looks up awkwardly, scratching his head and admitting that he's actually been using this technique for a while. He realizes that compressing dark mana to punch through the mechanical guardian in Area 21 was just accidental chroma. Ellie stares at his fist in complete shock. She remembers Kay shattering the subterranean robot's core barehanded, realizing he was using high-tier color compression as a rookie. Red laughs out loud, admitting that teaching a kid who picks up skills instantly is genuinely fun. He looks at Kay's dark aura, realizing that given Kay's raw absorption talent, grasping chroma was almost natural for him. However, Red's smile fades, and he points out a massive, dangerous flaw in Kay's execution. He tells Kay that right now, he is just brute-forcing the technique by jamming a ridiculous volume of color into his hand. Because Kay's control is terrible, he's pouring out 100 units of power where 10 would be enough, burning through his tank instantly. Red turns to Gale and Ellie, ordering them to keep practicing their chroma compression until they can hold it stable. He warns the two nobles that if they don't want to get completely left behind by Kay, they better work twice as hard. Then Red walks up to Kay and tells him he has a much more urgent problem to fix than learning new moves. He orders Kay to take OFF his custom gauntlet Spoit. Kay is confused, and Red explains that relying on ink absorption as a crutch has made Kay's natural mana efficiency terrible. Red points out that if Kay ever fights an enemy who can resist absorption or trap him without mana to siphon, Kay will be completely helpless. He asks Kay what happens if he runs out of black mana in the middle of a monster horde and reverts back to a powerless, colorless orphan. Kay realizes Red is completely right, unbuckling his gauntlet straps with a serious expression. Kay removes the gauntlet, holding his bare hand out and asking what the first step is. Red tells him to release every single drop of dark mana in his body without using the catalyst to regulate it. Kay nods, flexing his core, and a colossal pillar of pure black mana erupts around his body. Red stands in the wind of the dark aura, watching the pitch-black smoke billow across the arena. Red's eyes go sharp as he takes in the sheer scale of Kay's baseline reserves. He remembers the spectral halo of black weapons Kay manifested during the Area 21 fight. He realizes Kay's raw power output has grown exponentially in the short time since they returned to the city. Within 20 seconds of holding the bare aura open, Kay begins gasping for air, his knees shaking from fatigue. Red steps up, grinning mercilessly, and threatens to kill Kay if he lets the aura drop even an inch. Kay yells that holding bare, uncatalyzed mana open like this is suicide, but Red mocks his determination. Red taunts him, asking where all that big talk about becoming a legendary colorist went. Kay gets furious, popping a vein on his forehead and gritting his teeth in anger. He forces the black aura to stay flared, roaring through the pain as Red watches with a satisfied smirk. Cut to hours later, all three rookies, Kay, Gale, and Ellie, are collapsed face down on the tile floor, hyperventilating. Kay is dripping with sweat, staring at the stone floor and asking himself if he really has to do this torture every day. Dozens of empty personal ink recovery bottles are rolling around their hands on the floor. Red walks up, clapping his hands casually and thanking them for a solid first day of conditioning. Gale groans, saying he's completely gassed and just wants to crawl home and sleep for 3 days. Red stops walking right at the arena exit door, looking back at them over his shoulder. He reaches down, drawing his red katana once again with the ominous metal slide. He smiles warmly, announcing that the warm-up conditioning is officially finished, meaning real training starts now. He tells the three exhausted rookies that to wrap up the session, they are going to do some live combat practice. He turns around with glowing crimson eyes, telling them to attack him together as if their lives depended on it, leaving Kay, Gale, and Ellie staring in absolute terror. Gale and Ellie stare at Chief Red in disbelief, asking if he's actually serious about sparring 3-on-1 right now. Red adjusts his coat and tells them that learning chroma on paper is useless if they can't apply it under real combat pressure. He smiles mischievously, saying that since they are officially his students, he's going to wring out every last drop of their potential. He orders them to drop the hesitation, draw their blades, and get into combat stances immediately. He tells them to pretend they are fighting a Black Hand disaster commander and hit him with everything they've got. Red lunges forward in a flash, launching the first attack like an absolute raid boss. He blitzes straight past Gale, swinging his katana down toward Ellie Cyan's shoulder. Ellie reacts instantly, summoning a thick wall of ice chroma to block the strike. Red praises her reaction speed, noting that her reflexes are clearly the best on the team. He notes how solid her ice density is, calling her defense mature and balanced. Ellie pushes her ice forward, creating a jagged wall of frozen spikes to trap him. Red casually sidesteps through the ice field, telling her that balance doesn't mean invincible. He channels raw crimson fire into his blade edge, explaining what happens when two opposing color frequencies clash. He swings his flame-coated katana in a single clean arc. The fire wave slices straight through Ellie's ice wall, shattering her entire defense in 1 second. Ellie staggers back, her eyes wide as frozen shards rain down around her. Red tells her never to get complacent behind a single shield, because high-tier monsters will break through it every time. Before he can finish his sentence, a wind blade slices through the smoke from his flank. Gale charges in with his wind sword, while Kay leaps in from the opposite side with a black-coated axe construct. Kay and Gale attempt a flawless cross-flank attack, closing in on Red's blind spots simultaneously. Red doesn't even flinch. He parries Kay's heavy axe with his katana and catches Gale's wind sword behind his back. Kay and Gale freeze in utter shock, realizing their joint pincer move was stopped dead. Gale panics, realizing Red blocked both of their high-speed strikes without even using color magic. Ellie leaps back into the fight, firing a barrage of ice needles from behind to support them. Red glides through the middle of all three rookies, deflecting ice, wind, and dark mana with casual wrist flicks. Gale grits his teeth, frustrated that 3-on-1 team synergy is doing literally nothing. He can't accept that after all their training, they can't even land a single scratch on their chief. Gale gets a sudden flashback to his past failures, feeling a wave of desperation wash over him. He remembers watching someone important fall, unable to protect them because he was too weak. His wind aura flares up wildly as he loses his cool. He roars, going all in on a high-speed wind charge straight at Red's chest. He unleashes a massive wind tornado around his blade, abandoning all defensive form. Red looks at him calmly, resting his hand on his sword hilt as the windstorm approaches. Red swings his blade once, releasing a concentrated fire arc that completely neutralizes Gale's tornado. Gale's eyes widen in disbelief as his ultimate move gets deleted instantly. The shockwave slams Gale face first into the concrete floor, knocking him out cold. Red steps over Gale, parries another dark strike from Kay, and backhands Kay into the floor as well. All three rookies are lying on the ground, gasping for air and coughing up dust. Red looks down at Gale, scolding him for rushing in like an open book when his emotions took over. He tells Gale that going all in on a reckless lunge is the fastest way to get killed in the Blacklands. Then Red turns his attention to Kay, telling him that fighting barehanded versus using Mari's gauntlet are two different games. He warns Kay that he was lucky his rampage in Undercity didn't permanently fry his body. He tells Kay that failing to read his own output limits is a bigger flaw than Gale and Ellie's weaknesses combined. Kay stares at the floor, realizing the vast gap in combat experience between a rookie and an S-rank Vanguard leader. He clutches his fist on the tile, refusing to give up or accept defeat so easily. Kay pushes himself up, reminding Red that Red was the one who told them to attack like they were going for the kill. Kay reveals that recently, he unlocked a brand new ability that he's been hesitating to test out. He flashes a sly, competitive grin, saying he didn't want today's sparring session to end without a proper grand finale. Kay raises his right hand, and golden lightning crackles around his bare knuckles. He's blending his baseline black mana with the golden lightning he absorbed from Mari's test weapon earlier. Kay chuckles nervously, admitting that put simply, he has no idea how to control this hybrid mix yet. Red's eyes go wide as yellow lightning and pitch black smoke fuse together around Kay's arm. Kay slams his dual-color fist into the arena floor, unleashing a colossal black and gold explosion. The blast tears through 3 layers of concrete tile, blowing dust across the entire subterranean facility. As the smoke clears, Kay is kneeling in the crater, breathing heavily as dark sparks flicker off his skin. His reserves drop to absolute zero instantly, and his hair turns pure snow white. Kay collapses face down into the rubble, completely passing out from total mana drain. Chief Red stands at the edge of the crater, staring at the shattered floor in complete shock. He admits out loud that he thought there were no more surprises left for today. Red looks down at Kay's white hair with a serious expression. He looks at the deep trench carved through the concrete wall by the hybrid explosion. Gale and Ellie sit up, staring at the crater in utter horror, asking what kind of monster Kay actually is. Red realizes Kay blended black absorption mana with a secondary elemental color frequency. He speculates internally that if Kay masters this blending, he might eventually wield multiple colors just like Lord Luminous. Red chuckles, scooping up the unconscious white-haired Kay over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He tells Gale and Ellie that training is officially over for the day and they should go get some rest. He encourages the two nobles, telling them not to feel discouraged because their growth is already way ahead of average rookies. Kay mutters incoherently in his sleep as Red carries him out of the destroyed arena. Red looks back at the ruined floor, sighing as he realizes Captain Camellia is going to lose her mind over the repair bill. Cut to the Dawn Pioneer Corps Command Center building. Captain Camellia is sitting in her lavish office, looking bored. Suddenly, a faint rumble shakes the window panes and she glances up in confusion. Turns out she's having a high-class tea party with Mari, serving fancy 3-tier dessert trays. Mari is blushing, eating a pastry and thanking Camellia for being so welcoming. Mari looks at the high-grade Pioneer armor and tools stacked next to her chair, asking if it's really okay to keep them. Camellia waves her hand casually, saying high-tier gear is basically pocket change for an S-rank guild leader. She winks at Mari, telling her to consider it a welcome gift for joining the Dawn Corps. Mari smiles brightly, bowing and asking Camellia to take good care of her. Suddenly, heavy footsteps come sprinting down the hallway outside the office. A frantic Pioneer officer slams the double doors open, screaming that they have a massive emergency. Camellia's relaxed expression instantly vanishes as the officer tells her to look out the window. Camellia and Mari run out onto the balcony overlooking the city streets. The sky over Shining City has turned completely dark gray as siren horns blare across every sector. A massive cloud of dark smoke and ash looms over the eastern border fortress wall. Camellia reaches her hand out, watching black ash fall onto her palm like toxic snow. Her pupils contract into sharp dual-colored slits as she realizes what this means. Out in the Blacklands, the giant tentacled Leviathan monster is stomping toward the city, leading millions of shadow beasts. Viper stands on the monster's head, cackling as the fifth black wave officially hits the human border wall. The giant Leviathan's silhouette looms over the outer barricades of the border fortress. Civilian workers and ore miners are panicking, screaming at each other to drop their cargo and run. Guards try to maintain order as thousands of refugees surge toward the inner city gates. A veteran guard stares at the horizon in sheer terror, wondering why a black wave is happening out of nowhere. He remembers historical records stating that a single living disaster beast once wiped an entire radiant civilization off the map. A stray monster leap attacks the guardrail, crashing into the outer defense line. Heavy artillery cannons lined along the top of the border wall open fire with blue ice shells. Soldiers in gas masks reload the steam cannons frantically, firing into the incoming dark storm. Inside the Pioneer barracks, Gale straps on his windsword, telling Kay and Ellie to hurry up and gear up. The double doors open, and Chief Red steps into the briefing room. Red looks at his 3 rookies, telling them to grab their spoit weapons immediately. He says judging by the sirens outside, they won't have the luxury of sitting around today. He gives the order for Team Red to advance to the front line. As they run through the corridor, Ellie Cyan looks out the window at the falling black ash. She catches a flake of ash on her fingertips, her expression turning somber. She gets a sudden flashback to her childhood, remembering a day just like this. Black ash was falling from the sky when her family's estate was attacked during a previous tide. Young Ellie stood in the courtyard watching the sky go dark as monsters breached the walls. Sirens echo through the loudspeakers, ordering all active Pioneers to report to their assigned defense sectors. Crowds in the market district panic, but mothers assure their kids that the Pioneers will protect them. Refugees report that fast-type shadow beasts are already swarming the eastern outskirts. A section of the outer wall explodes as high-tier beasts crash through the stone barricades. Guards scream for everyone to fall back as a massive shadow figure steps through the dust. Multiple Black Hand disaster commanders step onto the battlefield, surrounded by dark aura. Emergency horns blare continuously across the entire eastern territory. Out on the staging plaza, Gale spots two flashy pioneers standing at the head of a rival guild line. Gale explains to Kay that those two are Blaze and Nickel from the famous Radiance Pioneer Corps. Blaze, a cocky guy wearing steam gauntlets, yells at the fleeing citizens to clear the runway. Pioneer Vanguard squads form a defensive wall in front of the retreating civilian line. Blaze raises his heavy gauntlets, boasting that Radiance Corps is here to handle business. He laughs loudly, declaring that not a single monster will touch a hair on the citizens' heads while he's on duty. Suddenly, a pack of fast-type shadow wolves leaps over the barricade toward the artillery crew. A flash of wind and ice cuts through the air before the wolves can land. Kay, Gale, Ellie, and Blaze attack in unison, shredding the wolf pack mid-air. Out in the canyon, thousands of wild beasts storm the forward base, roaring as artillery fire rains down. Guards usher the last of the ore workers inside the armored bunker doors. Another swarm of high-speed shadow beasts crests the hill, heading straight for the gate. Pioneers open fire with elemental rifles, binding the beasts with blue ice and yellow lightning. Cannons launch freeze shells into the horde to slow down their march. A massive ice wall erupts across the canyon, crushing dozens of beasts beneath frozen pillars. Despite the heavy fire, the sheer volume of monsters keeps pushing forward over their own dead. High-tier Colorist leaders step out onto the central wall platform. Captain Camellia steps to the front, her pink hair glowing as she assumes supreme command over all regional guilds. She announces that multiple Black Hand disaster commanders have been spotted near the forward base. Kay's eyes narrow as he remembers the masked sword demon who nearly killed him in Area 21. Chief Red adjusts his coat, stepping up beside Camellia with a relaxed grin. He greets his junior pioneers, apologizing for the delayed briefing. He praises the rookie Vanguard for holding the line while the main army organized. Camellia nods to Red, giving him a subtle look as the army prepares for full deployment. A massive explosion rocks the outer canyon as artillery strikes the giant Leviathan monster. Red draws his crimson katana, releasing a wave of fire chroma across the top of the wall. The fire wave detonates against the Leviathan's tentacle, blasting off a chunk of dark hide. The giant beast roars in fury, shaking the entire canyon with a deafening sound wave. Kay and Gale stand on the wall, watching the massive monster regenerate its lost flesh instantly. Kay feels a familiar, dark chill run down his spine as the air pressure shifts. Out on a high cliff overlooking the canyon, a shadowy figure stands watching the battlefield. The giant Leviathan smashes its tentacles into the forward barricades, shattering heavy iron shields. Kay yells for everyone to brace for impact as a massive wave of rubble flies toward the wall. Gale, Ellie, Blaze, and Kay leap off the wall using their color magic to form a defensive shield over the guards. They clash directly with the front line of the monster horde in a violent explosion of elemental aura. Ice spikes, wind blades, and steam gauntlets tear through the shadow beasts in close quarters combat. On the distant cliff, the sword demon steps out of the shadow, resting his hand on his sword hilt. He locks his glowing white pupil directly onto Kay fighting down in the canyon. He whispers to himself that he finally found him, the key to pulling back the curtain. His dark mask flares with black and white aura as he prepares to drop onto the battlefield. Back on the command wall, Camellia turns to Chief Red, handing him a secret assignment. She whispers that assassins will definitely target Kay during this chaotic battle, asking Red to guard him personally. Out on the mountain peak, Viper watches the monster horde storm the walls, cackling with joy. She boasts that Blanc's chemical seeds are way more effective than she ever imagined. She grins with her sharp teeth, thrilled that a few dozen vials can move a living disaster beast like a puppet. She claims she feels like the Black Witch herself, excited for her future plans. Camellia unleashes her supreme multicolor aura, commanding all Pioneer units to encircle the monster flanks. Kay, Gale, and Blaze salute, agreeing to concentrate their firepower on the giant Leviathan. The rookie Vanguard charges across the canyon floor toward the giant monster. Red leaps off the wall after them, keeping a close eye on Kay's flank. Kay looks back toward the city for a second, feeling relieved about one thing. He knows Mari is safe back at the command workshop calibrating heavy artillery gear with the engineers. Mari holds a heavy wrench at the repair station, looking up at the dark sky as the elite pioneers charge out to stop the Black Hand. Up on the top ridge of the border wall, artillery cannons are firing non-stop into the canyon. Guards are screaming for more ammo as blue ice shells detonate against the giant Leviathan monster. An engineer yells at his crew to bring up heavy shell crates, complaining that reloading is taking forever. Suddenly, Mari jumps onto the platform carrying a 3-ton wooden ammo crate on her shoulder like it's a backpack. She slams it down, dusting off her hands and telling the engineers she'll run support for the other battery stations. The guards stare at her in complete shock, baffled by how a young girl just carried 3 tons of iron solo. Mari runs along the wall catwalk, looking down at the endless sea of shadow beasts in the valley below. She looks through the smoke, praying that Kay, Gale, and Ellie stay safe down in the thick of the fight. Down in the canyon, frontline pioneers are holding the line, firing elemental rifles into the horde. Guards yell to keep the barricade steady so refugees have time to reach the inner gates. Kay, Gale, and Ellie push through the front lines, cutting down shadow wolves in synchronized formation. A guard yells at Kay not to overextend, but Kay's black blade construction is already moving. The rookie trio slashes through 3 beasts simultaneously without breaking stride. Veteran guards cheer them on, impressed that the new Dawn Corps recruits are carrying the vanguard line. An explosion of wind, ice, and dark mana clears out an entire quadrant of shadow beasts. Kay looks over his shoulder, checking the positioning of the surrounding pioneer squads. He notes internally that the front line is holding much better than he expected. Blaze and Nickel from Radiance Corps are pinning down the heavy monsters on the far flank. The secondary squads are filling gaps cleanly, keeping the perimeter stable for now. Kay looks up at the horizon, realizing the real issue is still that titanic, tentacled Leviathan. The giant beast is slow, but every step it takes brings it closer to crushing the city wall. Kay realizes the Vanguard doesn't have the firepower to kill a living disaster. They need the elite Colorist back. Suddenly, the air pressure over Kay's head drops to 0. A massive dark crater detonates in the dirt directly in front of Kay's squad. Kay snaps his head forward, his pupils shrinking as the dust clears. A heavy shadow drops out of the sky, cracking the stone floor beneath its boots. Guards panic, yelling in confusion as dark aura fills the smoke. A white and black masked figure steps out. It's the sword demon, Black Hand number 1. The guards scream in terror as a disaster commander appears directly in the middle of the rookie line. The sword demon's dark mask flares with a single glowing white eye. He locks his gaze directly onto Kay, whispering that he finally found the key. Pioneers yell for everyone to fall back and reform the perimeter immediately. Guards panic, knowing baseline soldiers stand 0 chance against a Black Hand without an S-rank Colorist present. The sword demon draws his blade, lunging forward at warp speed to execute Kay on the spot. He slams his blade down, aiming straight for Kay's chest. Kay raises his black sword construct to block, but the sheer physical weight threatens to crush him. Before the blade connects, a flash of red fire cuts through the air from the side. Chief Red parries the sword demon's strike mid-air, sparks flying off his crimson katana. The sword demon's eye widens as his high-speed assassination attempt gets stopped cold. Red grins lazily, telling the sword demon that he figured something like this would happen. Red mocks him for targeting Kay so blatantly, saying it's so obvious it's almost funny. Red orders Kay, Gale, and Ellie to fall back immediately, saying it's too early for rookies to fight a disaster boss. The sword demon grits his teeth, annoyed that the Vanguard leader is getting in his way again. He draws a secondary curved blade from his back, releasing a sinister ancient aura. He announces that this time he'll cut Chief Red down where he stands. Red looks at the glowing curved blade, recognizing it as an ancient relic weapon. He acknowledges that lugging around an ancient relic makes the sword demon a pretty troublesome opponent. Red tightens his grip on his katana hilt, his crimson fire chroma flaring up to maximum intensity. He smiles dangerously, saying the sword demon needs at least that much heat, or fighting him wouldn't be any fun. A massive fire explosion erupts between Red and the sword demon as their blades clash. Gale and Ellie retreat with Kay, looking back at the sea of flames consuming the ridge. As they run toward the secondary line, a creepy humming tune echoes through the fog. Kay stops dead in his tracks, hearing the voice right beside his ear. A dark shadow drops from the rocks. It's Viper, Black Hand number 2. Viper is holding her mini shadow twin, laughing hysterically as she steps into their path. She looks directly at Kay, greeting him with a razor-toothed grin and asking if he's the key. She boasts that since Red went out of his way to guard Kay, Kay is definitely the target she's after. Kay's eyes go wide, recognizing her green-streaked hair from the Area 21 report. Gale stammers in horror, realizing a second Black Hand disaster commander just intercepted them. Gale and Ellie draw their swords, knowing running away is no longer an option. They form a triangle around Kay, swearing to hold off Viper until Chief Red finishes his duel. Viper cackles, rushing forward at high speed and declaring that Red can't protect them this time. She lunges at K, her dark shadow claws aiming straight for his throat. K barely raises his sword construct in time to catch the strike. Viper slams her full physical weight down, cracking the concrete floor beneath K's boots. A massive shockwave shatters the stone tiles around them as K struggles to hold her back. K grits his teeth, shocked by the absurd physical stats packed into such a small frame. Viper grins down at him, her dark eye glowing with pure malice. Ellie Cayenne lunges in from the left, her rapier wrapped in cyan ice chroma. She screams at Viper to get away from K, thrusting her ice blade straight into Viper's side. Gale swoops in from the right, executing a high-speed wind slash across Viper's back. Both strikes land clean, cutting deep into Viper's shoulders and torso. Gale and Ellie freeze, stunned by how easily their blades pierced a disaster commander. Viper doesn't even dodge, she just stands there letting their swords stay lodged in her hide, smiling creepily. K recovers his stance, pushing Viper back and yelling for Gale and Ellie to keep pressing. He warns them that disaster creatures regenerate fast if you give them breathing room. K, Gale, and Ellie attack together, unleashing a flurry of slashes across Viper's body. Dozens of deep cuts open on Viper's skin, spraying bright green fluid everywhere. K hesitates, noticing Viper isn't trying to block or parry a single strike. Viper looks at them with a completely unbothered expression as green blood covers her cloak. She giggles quietly, sitting down on her heels right in front of their blades. She mocks their power level, asking if this is really the best the Pioneer Corps has to offer. She grins with those sharp teeth, whispering that time is officially up. Suddenly, the green fluid on Gale and Ellie's swords flares up with corrosive light. A vision of a toxic green snake wraps around Gale and Ellie's inner soul cores. Gale and Ellie drop their swords, clutching their throats as green veins flare across their faces. They fall to their knees, coughing up green blood as Viper's poison consumes their nervous systems. Gale chokes, realizing Viper's blood itself is a lethal, fast-acting color toxin. Viper steps forward, raising her clawed hand as green poison sparks around her fingers. She laughs hysterically, declaring that now that they're addicted to her poison color, they are as good as dead. Gale and Ellie are on the floor, gasping for air as Viper's green poison veins spread across their chests. Viper mocks them, saying that once you swallow her color, you instantly become her helpless puppet. She boasts that her poison controls both freedom and death, laughing as her victims collapse. She turns toward K, expecting him to be dying on the ground beside them. Instead, K steps up, grabbing Gale and Ellie by their collars with his bare hands. A dark black vortex flares over K's palms as green poison flows out of Gale and Ellie and straight into K's gauntlet. Viper's smirk completely vanishes, her eye widening in sheer disbelief. Gale and Ellie stop coughing, their green veins fading as their breathing instantly returns to normal. K looks at his hand, smirking back at Viper and telling her that poison is still just a color frequency. He tells her he doesn't care how lethal her toxin is supposed to be, it doesn't work on a guy who devours color for breakfast. Viper backs up a step, realizing K didn't just resist her poison, he literally drank it like an energy shot. She looks at his black aura, realizing K uses the exact same dark absorption power as the Black Witch. She panics internally, recognizing that K's baseline energy structure is pure, unadulterated dark mana. She realizes K isn't just some rookie colorist, he's a living anomaly connected to the ancient era. She decides she needs to stop overthinking, claim Stella, and kill K before he devours any more of her energy. Viper flares her raw green physical aura, cracking the stone ground beneath her boots. Gale gets to his feet, thanking K for the instant detox, but warning that Viper's physical stats are still maxed out. K tells them not to get emotional, explaining that as long as he keeps siphoning her aura, her poison gimmick is completely useless. Viper grins madly, charging forward at warp speed without relying on poison. She appears directly in front of K, asking him what kind of tiger he thinks he's picking a fight with. She slams her shadow claws down, shattering the stone floor beneath K's feet. K barely raises his gauntlet in time to catch her glowing green claw strike mid-air. K's pupils contract, her raw physical speed is way higher than any monster he's fought so far. Viper throws a lightning-fast flurry of green claw slashes across K's chest guard. A massive shockwave blasts K backward, his boots skidding 50 feet across the canyon floor. Viper pursues him mid-air, raining down heavy overhead claw strikes without giving him room to breathe. K blocks with his black chroma-coated gauntlet, his arms shaking from the kinetic impact. He realizes that even with Chroma defense active, her raw physical blows are cracking his stance. To make matters worse, she is exclusively targeting him, ignoring Gale and Ellie entirely. Kay struggles to find an opening to counterattack as Viper's claw flurry intensifies. Viper mocks him, asking if he really thought neutralizing her poison meant he could win against a disaster commander. She unleashes a pair of crescent-shaped green wind blades directly at Kay's face. Kay ducks under the crescent blades, but Viper vanishes from his sightline instantly. Gale yells for Kay to watch out, sprinting in with his wind sword to intercept. Gale and Ellie slash at Viper's flanks, yelling at her for ignoring them like they don't exist. Ellie Cyan channels every ounce of her ice mana into her rapier hilt. She screams as she's going to buy K-time, slamming her rapier tip into the dirt. She activates Frost Wall triple layer, summoning a massive dome of thick cyan ice around Viper. The triple layer ice dome seals Viper inside, freezing the entire section of the canyon floor solid. Ellie falls to one knee, panting heavily as Kay slides back beside her. Kay thanks her for the cover, but Ellie warns him that a basic ice dome won't hold a black hand for long. Cracks start spreading across the thick ice dome as Viper claws at the interior walls. Gale admits that taking Viper on head-on with standard attacks will just get them smashed to pieces. He reminds Kay that if their chroma drops for a second, her poison will instantly infect them again. He points out that without Kay's poison absorption, they'd already be dead on the floor. Gale turns to Kay, asking if Kay can use that move he unleashed during training with Chief Red. Kay touches his gauntlet, realizing Gale is talking about his hybrid black-gold lightning fusion. Kay admits he can use it, but he isn't used to controlling it yet, so he needs a few seconds to concentrate his reserves. Gale and Ellie look at each other, locking their stances with total determination. Gale tells Kay to focus entirely on gathering that power, promising that they will hold the line no matter what. Kay kneels on the stone floor, closing his eyes as golden sparks begin crackling around his black, dark aura. A sudden explosion shatters the ice dome as Viper breaks through the triple layer barrier. Viper roars, stepping out of the frozen debris and calling their stall tactics a waste of time. Gale and Ellie charge directly at Viper, flaring their wind and ice swords to maximum output. Viper glares at them, declaring that if they won't get out of her way, she'll execute them right here. She lunges forward, her dark claws clashing against Gale and Ellie's blades in a shower of sparks. Viper's physical pressure pushes Gale and Ellie back, cracking their weapon hilts. Gale and Ellie sweat profusely, feeling their chroma reserves dropping to critical levels. Gale screams that if they give up an inch, Kay's charge will be interrupted and it's game over. Gale and Ellie activate full chroma manifestation, pushing past their mental limits to hold her claws off. Viper smiles mockingly, praising the small fry for putting up a decent fight. She flares her green poison claws, increasing her physical output by double. She shatters Gale's windblade and backhands Ellie Cyan across the face, throwing them both into the rocks. Viper mocks them, asking if they really thought half-baked chroma could stop a disaster commander. Gale clutches his bleeding shoulder, his vision going blurry as his chroma collapses. Ellie tries to stand, but her body gives out from pure exhaustion. Viper steps over their bleeding bodies, raising her claws to crush Gale's skull once and for all. She tells them to stop being a nuisance and disappear already, swinging her claws down. Ellie looks up helplessly, bitter that their trump card couldn't last a few seconds longer. Viper's claws come descending right over Gale's face when a blinding streak of golden and black lightning tears through the fog from behind. A high-density lightning beam detonates against Viper's claws, blasting her across the canyon floor. Gale and Ellie gasp for air, realizing they were saved at the absolute last millisecond. A massive golden-black lightning trail scorches the stone ground leading back to Kay. Viper skids to a stop, looking through the smoke with a shocked expression. She stammers out, asking what kind of entity Kay actually is. Kay steps out of the electrical smoke, shrouded in a terrifying transformation. His hair is glowing yellow and black, surrounded by a jagged halo of dark lightning chroma. His eyes burn with pure golden divine aura, looking down at Viper like an absolute raid boss. Kay announces with a cold voice that this round is going to be a lot different from before. Viper glares back, flaring her green claws to match his energy. Kay vanishes from his spot, leaving a sonic boom crater in the stone floor. He reappears directly over Viper's head, swinging a lightning-infused black fist straight down. Viper barely raises her claws to block, and the resulting shockwave demolishes the surrounding cliff face. Viper panics internally, realizing Kay's raw physical stats in this hybrid mode are equal to her own. She notices Kay's breathing is ragged, realizing this mode is forcibly wringing power out of his body and won't last long. She glances over her shoulder, wondering why her partner, the sword demon, hasn't joined the fight yet. She remembers her goal to claim Stella and break free from the Black Witch's control. She remembers a past promise, holding hands with her companion in the dark. She smiles maniacally, thinking that using the sword demon as bait to tie up the Vanguard leader worked perfectly. She remembers watching the sword demon fight in the past, confident that his ancient relic would keep Chief Red occupied forever. She turns back to Kay, declaring that she's taking the key right now. A massive red flash detonates in the sky behind Viper's back. A wave of scorching crimson fire wipes out the entire ridge behind them in a colossal explosion. Viper and Kay freeze mid-combat, turning their heads toward the burning inferno. Viper's jaw drops in complete, utter horror as the smoke clears. Standing in the middle of the sea of flames is a single red silhouette holding a katana. The sword demon's dark aura is completely extinguished, his body nowhere to be seen. Chief Red steps out of the burning inferno, walking calmly with his dark coat draped over his shoulder. Kay looks up, panting heavily as his white hair starts showing through his transformation. Viper screams in absolute terror, calling the sword demon a useless piece of trash for dying so fast. She yells in disbelief that an ancient relic user lost to a human in under 10 minutes. Chief Red stands before her with glowing crimson eyes, casually dangling the severed head of the sword demon from his bare hand. Kay is completely out of gas. His hair is back to snow white, his knees are buckling, and his stats are running on absolute zero. That dual color boost nearly burned out his entire soul core, leaving him with barely enough strength to stay conscious while the real monsters finish the job. Over on the villain side, Viper is having a full-blown existential crisis. Her battle partner got decapitated in roughly 4 seconds, and now she is standing in front of Chief Red, realizing that fighting this man head-on is a fast track to the void. So she looks over at Kay's squad and immediately decides to use the exhausted rookies as human shields. She turns to bolt, and Red doesn't even let her finish the thought. He drops behind her like a horror movie villain who didn't get the memo about speed limits. 1,000 red slash lines split the air in an instant. No setup, no speech, just pure high-density crimson fire cutting off every escape route she has. Viper tries to parry, but the sheer kinetic force slams her straight into the dirt. One move and she is screaming on the ground. Ellie and Gale are staring at this with their jaws on the floor because Chief Red just treated a disaster-tier Blackhand entity like an unwanted fly. Viper pushes herself up, coughing green blood, and realizes her matchup is completely unplayable. Her poison burns away before it can even touch his skin. Red casually picks up the sword demon's ancient relic blade, examines the edge, and gives it a 2-star review for terrible maintenance before sheathing it like trash. He tells her to spit out whatever final secret she has before he ends her, because she clearly doesn't know how to swing a real weapon anyway. Then he draws his own standard katana, because when you are this broken, base equipment works fine. He looks down at her with glowing red eyes and tells her it is her turn. Viper completely loses her mind. The cocky villain act melts away into genuine panic, and she drops to her knees, clawing at her head as her green aura violently spikes. She starts screaming about her sister being in pain, and how everyone needs to stop touching her. Tears leaking down her dark sclera, while green poison erupts from her body like a broken pipe. The sheer volume of poison creates a shockwave that pushes Red back a step. He ignites his fire to incinerate the cloud, but the mist spreads across the entire canyon floor. Kay has to drop an ink barrier just to keep his squad from inhaling the fallout. Our guy is looking at this like, can we please have 5 minutes without a secondary boss phase? The green aura condenses into a tight, swirling hurricane around Viper's body. She mutters an apology to her sister, promising to heal her no matter what, and the dark poison seals over her skin like living armor. A black vortex swallows her whole. Red watches the energy compress and sighs because this is why dealing with black hand types is such a chore. They always have some ridiculous secondary transformation hidden in their back pocket. The vortex splits open, revealing Viper in a brand new sleek venomous battlesuit. Erosion amplification triggered. Awakened fusion form, Venom. She screams that this is all Red's fault and detonates the ground beneath her feet. She rockets forward at warp speed, diving straight for Red's chest. Red parries the strike, and the resulting clash splits the canyon floor wide open. The shockwave sends boulder-sized rocks flying into the sky while red fire and green poison tear each other apart. The wind pressure almost blows Gale and Ellie off their feet. Viper moves in a blur, slinging claw strikes from every angle, forcing Red to actively block rather than counter. Red observes her movement and admits she is actually pretty tough in this state. The constant poison field makes close-range combat lethal for anyone else. He glances back and sees Kay barely keeping his barrier up, realizing that if this fight drags on, the toxic fallout will melt the rookies before he can finish her. So, Red makes a decision. Deep in his mindscape, heavy iron chains shatter into pieces. A colossal heat wave erupts from his body, turning the surrounding rocks into liquid magma. The rookies gasp as the air temperature spikes high enough to singe their hair from 50 yards away. This isn't standard color magic, this is something else entirely. Chroma Mindscape Manifestation, Extreme Blaze Brilliant Blade. Red's sword turns into a solid pillar of sun-level fire, and he looks at Viper like a guy ready to erase a zip code. Viper stops dead in her tracks. She stares at the giant flaming sword of doom, blinks twice, and slowly raises her hands in the air. All right, I'll stop here. Red looks at her like, what kind of game are you playing now? She literally drops her dark form, puts on a cute smile, and asks if he will just let her go. She points out that he's worried about his precious students behind him, and pushing this power shaves off his own lifespan. Plus, wouldn't it be way smarter to go deal with that giant tentacle leviathan currently destroying the city wall? She takes his silence as an absolute win and starts walking away like she's leaving a grocery store. She strolls over to the decapitated remains of the sword demon, grabs his living upper torso by the hair, and laughs because he is somehow still breathing after taking an L that massive. She tells him he was great bait for her plan, so she will patch him up using her green poison, even though her healing magic feels like pouring battery acid directly into an open wound. Before stepping out, she turns her head and looks directly at Kay. She gives him a sly grin, notes that she remembered his name, and tells him they should play again sometime while our guy stares back with total deadpan exhaustion. She tears open a green dimensional rift in the sky and vanishes with her broken partner, leaving the canyon quiet for the first time in an hour. Kay collapses forward, taking a deep breath because that was way too close to a team wipe. He remembers Lady Luminous warning him about the Black Hand, but experiencing it firsthand is a completely different nightmare. If every disaster commander is this absurd, stepping into the Blacklands is basically a suicide run. Red sheathes his sword, turns around, and tells them to move out immediately because the raid isn't over. The giant Leviathan is still outside thrashing against the barrier. The main forces are occupied with monster swarms, which means Team Red is the only unit available to take down the big boss. He gives them a casual smirk and asks if they can still fight, and the rookies yell in total disbelief because he just called that life-or-death fight a mere skirmish. Gale complains that this is way beyond standard Vanguard duties, and Red starts explaining what an actual black wave looks like, when suddenly a massive beam of golden light cuts through the storm clouds. A holy orbital strike slams straight into the side of the giant Leviathan. Everyone freezes as the entire battlefield lights up like midday. Golden lightning arcs across the creature's massive body, tearing through its shadowy flesh. The Leviathan roars in pain as the shockwave shakes the fortress walls. The force of the impact pushes the multi-ton beast back into the canyon. Down on the wall platform, the dust clears to reveal the source of the strike. Standing behind a giant mounted gauntlet cannon glowing with blinding golden lightning is a girl with long yellow hair and a very panicking expression. Mari just joined the battle, and her opening move was nuking the raid. Meanwhile, high above the chaotic border walls, the central spire of Shining City shines like a beacon. Inside the sacred sanctuary, a massive cherry blossom tree made of pure chromatic light blooms silently. Glowing spheres of rainbow mana hover around its branches, radiating a soft, holy warmth. A slender hand reaches out, catching floating petals of pure magic as they fall. Lady Luminous, Celestia, stands at the edge of the balcony, her long white hair floating in the radiant energy. She lets out a soft sigh and notes that the initial fallout is contained. With her domain active, the black ash falling from the sky won't corrupt the citizens inside the lower districts. She looks down at the giant Leviathan thrashing outside the distant barrier and catches her breath. She turns around and apologizes for calling her top lieutenants on such short notice, thinking she might have overreacted to the early warning signs of a wave. Stepping out from the light are two of the three primaries, the supreme colorist serving directly under her throne. The green primary, wearing a dark face mask and a white hooded cloak, and the blue primary, looking like a strict royal scholar. Green primary stretches lazily and says it's pretty anticlimactic. They rushed over expecting a full invasion, but it's just one giant monster. She promises to launch an investigation, noting that since the Black Witch is currently sleeping, a giant creature moving means a new variable is active. She glances toward the distant wall, spots a burst of red flames, and realizes Chief Red is out there doing work. She calls him Senior Ignis and wonders if he still doesn't trust the younger generation to handle things. He's been grinding non-stop since Lumiel's era of light by now. He could easily retire and enjoy life. Blue Primary gets annoyed and scolds her for using his personal name instead of his official title Red, calling her disrespectful. Green Primary pulls a face and tells him using formal titles is totally outdated and lame, making Blue Primary's veins pop in frustration. Shifting back to business, Green Primary asks Celestia if the city council has made any suspicious political moves regarding Kay. She reveals that Councillor Ludwig, a shady monochlor politician, is rallying anti-black mana sentiment behind closed doors. They've been making illegal backroom deals with undercity criminal syndicates, crossing the line more every day. She asks if they should issue a direct warning to put the council back in line before things get ugly. Celestia calmly declines, explaining that the council is acting out of residual trauma from the fourth Black Wave, so their fear of the black color is somewhat understandable. They only see what they want to see, but to protect the city, they need Kay, because Kay's pure black mana is unique. She looks down at her palm, remembering Lumiel, and admits she can't lead the city the same way he did, but I will protect this city, no matter what sacrifices it takes. Back on the frontline border wall, the situation is turning into a complete disaster. The giant Leviathan recovers from Mari's initial blast and slams its massive body straight against the outer wall. Defensive soldiers are firing red grenades and heavy artillery, but the explosives barely scratch its dark hide. The beast thrashes its tentacles, smashing defensive turrets into scrap metal. It opens its massive jaw, revealing a swirling core of concentrated black energy inside its throat. It charges up a high-density dark particle beam directly at the crowded battlements. Soldiers look up in absolute terror as the entire sky goes dark. Mari turns around, her eyes widening as she realizes the beam is aimed right at her sector. The commander screams for everyone to scatter and take cover. The Leviathan fires a massive, sky-splitting black laser beam straight at the wall. Boom! The beam collides, but instead of obliterating the wall, a brilliant rainbow dome flares up. The dark laser completely dissolves against the glowing barrier, leaving the soldiers completely untouched. The rainbow light washes over the battlements like a protective blanket. The old military commander stands up, points at the sky, and yells for everyone to watch closely. "This is the blessing of Lord Luminous! This is how our city has survived every wave!" He gives a hype speech that raises morale from rock bottom straight to maximum. The troops cheer, rearming their rifles and getting ready to hold the line. Everyone is celebrating the divine protection, and Mari stares at the sky in awe, realizing how insane Celestia's domain power actually is. It covers the entire metropolitan area without breaking a sweat. Seeing everyone risk their lives ignites something inside Mari. She decides she can't just stand around being protected, she needs to help. She spots a massive, abandoned industrial Spoit Gatling cannon lying on the ledge. She remembers her entrance exam where she accidentally nuked the golem, and figures this heavy artillery piece can handle her output. She grabs the heavy metal handles, locking the supply hose directly into her gauntlet. Click. The glass ink chambers lock into place. Golden lightning begins surging wildly across her arms and shoulders. She screams at the surrounding soldiers to step back because she has zero idea how to aim or control her output. The entire wall section starts vibrating from the sheer density of her golden magic. The giant Leviathan senses the massive energy spike and turns its giant head toward her. Mari pulls in every single drop of golden color stored in her soul reservoir. The Gatling barrel glows bright yellow, spinning up with a deafening mechanical roar. "Take this!" She fires an absolute orbital thunderbolt straight into the monster's open mouth. The golden beam pierces straight through the Leviathan's head, vaporizing its internal core and blowing out the back of its skull. A colossal explosion rocks the canyon floor as the multi-ton disaster beast completely collapses into a lifeless pile of dark goo. The soldiers stare at the smoking crater in dead silence before bursting into wild cheers. Mari wobbles on her feet, feeling super dizzy because she used so much mana her reservoir is running on empty. She checks her gauntlet gauge and realizes one more shot would have turned her hair white and bleached her soul. The soldiers crowd around her, chanting her name and celebrating the birth of a new hero. Mari flusters, waving her hands around, totally overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Up on the higher ledge, Captain Camellia and her elite squad arrive at the scene, fully armed and ready for a war, only to find the giant boss monster already dead and the troops throwing a party. Camellia looks at the smoking corpse and asks who on earth managed to delete a disaster entity single-handedly. She spots Mari in the center of the crowd, gives a proud smile, and commends her junior for wildly exceeding expectations. Down below, the cleanup crew gets to work trying to dispose of the giant Leviathan carcass. Workers with heavy shovels and steam trucks surround the black corpse, yelling warnings not to touch the black skin directly because it is coated in lethal monster poison. The workers complain that disposing of giant monster remains is the worst job in the Corps because the pitch-black contamination prevents them from using normal purification magic on it. Normally, monster corpses yield valuable raw color ores, but this thing is so corrupted that every stone inside it is pitch black and totally worthless. Camellia walks over to Chief Red, laughing about how they managed to clear the fifth wave with basically 0 city casualties. Red agrees it was lucky, noting that the Black Hand pulled back their commanders early. Camellia asks where the rookies went, and Red points over toward the monster corpse with a slightly amused expression. Kay, Mari, Gale, and Ellie are standing near the edge of the dark carcass watching Nero. Nero is currently sitting on top of a giant pile of tiny, cute, black slime blob creatures. Ellie and Mari are swooning, calling the tiny black spirits absolutely adorable. Gale watches in confusion, asking why so many small creatures are flocking to a cat. A dozen tiny slime spirits chirp Q while rolling around Nero's paws. Nero purrs softly, looking like the absolute king of black blobs. Ellie squishes one in her hands, her stoic noble persona completely melting. Gale shakes off a slime that tried to climb his leg, looking super annoyed. Gale explains that small spirits flock to giant monster corpses because of lingering energy, but since this one is contaminated, humans can't harvest anything. He turns to Kay and asks why they even walked over here when there's nothing useful left. Kay grins slightly and says Nero kept pestering him to follow him to the corpse, and whenever Nero insists on guiding them somewhere, suddenly a giant, terrifying eyeball inside the black skin opens and stares directly at them. Gale screams in absolute horror, jumping back 3 feet. "Ate the eight! I Theo, you ate that thing, was dead!" Ellie reaches for her rapier, yelling to call Chief Red back immediately. Nero doesn't flinch at all. He just stares back at the giant eye with his big round cat eyes. The giant eye blinks slowly, revealing that it's not an attack, it's a residual core reflection. The eye closes permanently, leaving the dark mass completely still. Mari catches her breath, asking if it's really dead for good this time. Nero chirps Q and points his tiny paw toward the center of the dark mass. Kay looks at the cat and asks if he's telling him to go over there. Gale warns Kay to be careful, pointing out that touching contaminated black skin without hazard gear will poison his nervous system. Kay casually steps up onto the toxic carcass and says he'll be totally fine. He stands on top of the giant multi-ton mass, looking down into the dark abyss. He focuses black mana into his eyes, activating new inverted sight. The dark world turns inverted, revealing a blinding, super dense white star pulsating at the very center of the beast. Kay's eyes widen as he sees a massive, uncorrupted soul core hidden beneath layers of black waste. It's the concentrated life essence of a disaster-class monster. He realizes this is what Nero wanted him to see all along. He reaches out his right gauntlet, feeling the immense energy calling to his baseline mana. He knows that if he absorbs this, it won't just refill his color reserves, it will trigger a permanent stat evolution. He plunges his hand directly into the dark flesh, unleashing one total contamination siphon. A massive black hole vortex erupts from his gauntlet. The rookies gasp as a hurricane of dark aura begins swirling around Kay. The entire multi-ton giant Leviathan carcass starts getting sucked into Kay like a giant vacuum cleaner. The ground trembles as tons of toxic black flesh dissolve into pure energy currents. Chief Red and Captain Camellia turn around, their jaws literally dropping as they see Kay vacuuming an entire raid boss into his forearm. "Kay, what the hell are you doing?" As all the toxic black corruption is sucked away into K's gauntlet, the remaining matter undergoes an instant chemical reaction. Thousands of glowing, purified elemental crystals rain down from the sky like a jackpot explosion. The workers stare in disbelief as high-tier red, blue, green, and yellow gems carpet the ground. The cleanup crew goes absolutely wild. There's no toxicity! They're purified color crystals! Free resources! Camellia picks up a giant glowing blue crystal, her eyes turning into literal star shapes. No doubt about it, these are top-grade color crystals that almost never hit the market. She turns her head toward K, realization hitting her. K didn't just drain the monster, he purified the entire site by absorbing all the toxic waste himself. Her military commander persona completely vanishes, replaced by the CEO of corporate greed. She screams at her uncle, "Uncle-y, old man! Wait, are yo standing there for? Hurry, youpie, and grab everything! This is all ours!" Public loudspeakers across the city start blaring the official victory announcement. The East Gate is completely purified and the monster threat is officially cleared. Citizens in the cafes are breathing a massive sigh of relief, chatting about how close that Leviathan actually got to breaking the city barrier. Some of them are getting nostalgic about the fourth wave, acknowledging that this is why pioneers get tax breaks and special treatment. Word is spreading fast that Team Red carried the entire defense on their back. Meanwhile, inside Dawn Pioneer HQ, Captain Camellia is currently dying under a mountain of paperwork. Turns out, saving the city comes with roughly 3,000 damage claim forms. She looks up at K-Squad and thanks them for doing all the heavy lifting on the aftermath cleanup without complaining. Gale looks over at K and asks how his body is holding up after casually swallowing a multi-ton monster carcass, because no matter how you look at it, vacuuming a disaster-tier entity into your arm is not normal behavior. K checks his hands and admits he was actually pretty confused by it too, but his mana efficiency leveled up significantly, making it much harder for his hair to go white from exhaustion. Camellia groans into her desk, pointing out that if K hadn't sucked up that corpse in one go, the toxic fallout would have kept them trapped in cleanup duty for months. Ravia, her purple-haired assistant, adjusts her glasses and reminds the captain that she put on quite a disgraceful show brawl-looting those crystals on the field. Camellia slams her desk and screams that she was securing those funds for the Corps' budget so hoarders can back off. She smirks and informs the rookies that the main guild hall is currently going completely wild over them. Rookies taking down a giant beast and surviving a Black Hand encounter is unheard of, so everyone is praising Colorist Red Squad. Thanks to that clout, her desk is buried in scout offers and transfer requests from rival guilds trying to poach her stars. Ellie looks down, feeling pretty humble about the praise since they basically got tossed around until Chief Red stepped in. If Red hadn't taught them chroma beforehand, they would be buried in the canyon right now. Speaking of the chief, Kay asks where Red went, and Ravia mentions he went to meet Lord Luminous. Mari goes derp-faced, asking if the chief can just drop in on the supreme leader of the city whenever he feels like it. Ravia explains that Chief Red isn't just a vanguard leader, he is one of the famed 3 primaries, the absolute top military strength of the city. Most commoners only know him as Colorist Red, so the title doesn't circulate much outside noble circles. Before Kay can process that revelation, the double doors swing open. Red strolls in, asking if they were gossiping behind his back. Camellia sits up straight, surprised he finished his meeting so fast. Red shrugs it off as a routine report, then turns his gaze directly toward Kay and Mari. Lord Luminous wants to see you two. Kay and Mari freeze. A private audience with the supreme ruler of the world wasn't on today's bingo card. Mari panics, asking where they need to walk, but Red gives a calm smile and tells them not to worry about travel time. Glowing rainbow circles instantly ignite underneath their boots. A spatial magic circle surges up, wrapping both of them in high-density light. Mari screams in shock as the room dissolves around them. Red casually mentions that Luminous isn't super strict, so they don't need to stress. The light flashes, and they instantly materialize inside the central sanctuary. Mari looks around the giant marble hall in complete disbelief. Teleportation magic is supposed to be legendary tier. A gentle voice echoes through the hall. "Welcome, you two." Standing beneath the glowing light tree is Lord Luminous herself, smiling warmly at them. Mari covers her mouth, her eyes turning into giant sparkling orbs as the sheer aura hits her. She is internally losing her absolute mind at how beautiful Luminous looks up close. The amount of raw, rainbow-colored light radiating from her body is breathtaking. Luminous steps forward on her heels and greets Mari directly, calling her an adorable child. She mentions hearing all about how Mari awakened a brilliant color and blew away a giant leviathan in one shot. Mari stammers, turning bright red because she didn't realize the Supreme Commander was spectating her aim. Luminous grins and assures her that her potential as a colorist is undeniable. Golden lightning flashes around Mari's silhouette, reacting to Luminous's presence. Mari bows repeatedly, saying getting praised by Luminous feels like a dream. Luminous looks out the high window at the dark wilderness beyond the wall, expressing hope that children with bright talents will eventually light up the Black Lands. She decides that common rewards like money or gear aren't fitting for a contribution this big, so she is going to grant Mari something only the supreme authority of the city can give. A house name. From now on, you shall be Marie Gold. She explains that House Gold was wiped out during the tragedy of the Fourth Black Wave, and now Mari will officially inherit that title to lead the house in her own golden color. She formally proclaims her decree, naming Mari the official head of House Gold. Mari's brain completely short-circuits. Drool literally hangs out of her mouth as her eyes turn into white void circles. Kay puts a hand on her shoulder to keep her from falling over while Luminous laughs, telling her not to feel pressured by duties. Luminous then turns to Kay and apologizes for not offering him a house title, knowing his black mana would cause an unnecessary political uproar. Kay nods, saying he actually prefers staying under the radar, but he asks if naming a new house head without the city council's approval is allowed. Luminous gives a sharp, icy gaze, stating that Mari's raw output makes her more than qualified, and she already processed the paperwork so the council can't do anything about it. She calls it a strange twist of fate that a lost golden light returned right when the city needed it most. Kay thanks her for looking out for them, but Luminous notes that every action in this world has a cause and effect. She decides to send Mari back to HQ first, stating that there is something she needs to discuss with Kay in complete privacy. She taps her ornate cane against the floor, and a rainbow circle warps Mari back out of the room. The sanctuary goes quiet. Kay stays standing, waiting for whatever heavy bomb she is about to drop. He asks what she wants to talk about this time. Luminous smiles gently and says, "Before that, there's someone else who should be here with us, don't you think?" She points her cane straight down at the shadow beneath Kay's boots. Kay's eyes narrow. She noticed it. He gives the signal, and a small black mass slides out of his shadow onto the marble floor. Nero pops his head out, trembling wildly and whimpering "Q, Q," like he got caught stealing snacks. Luminous looks down at the black cat with a deep, unreadable expression. Her rainbow eyes flash with seriousness as she looks back at Kay. "Kay, listen carefully. From here on, what we talk about must stay between you and me." Meanwhile, far out in the desolate crags of the Black Lands, someone is screaming in absolute agony. The sword demon's living torso is pulsing with toxic green aura while Viper stands over him, watching his flesh stitch back together. She smirks, acknowledging that his raw attachment to life is actually pretty impressive. Suddenly, she senses multiple massive presences gathering on the cliffs above them. 4 terrifying silhouettes step out of the dark fog, looking down at her like a panel of judges. Viper complains about people sticking their noses into her business, mocking them for coming out of their blind spots. Black Hand Asura, a horned beast shrouded in blue flame, demands to know how she managed to move the giant Leviathan. He demands a full report, but Viper snickers and calls him an idiot, asking why she would hand over information for free. Asura glares at her, calling her a venomous little snake. A giant armored figure carrying a massive battle axe steps forward. Blackhand Executioner warns her that they are on the verge of a massive operation, and her flashy stunt brought unnecessary attention to their faction. He glares down with glowing red eyes, warning her that if her actions ruin the plan, she will pay with her life. Viper barks back, telling him to come down and make her if he has a problem with her methods. Executioner points out that her venom form is about to run out of stamina anyway, so taking on the group is a bad idea. Before they can start throwing hands, a hooded figure with a blindfold steps forward and tells everyone to calm down. Blackhand Watcher giggles, stating that she happens to know why Viper acted on her own this time. Viper's face goes pale. She realizes what the Watcher is talking about. Watcher's sharp monster grin widens beneath her blindfold. She commends Viper for uncovering something incredible during her raid, specifically a guy named K. She mocks Viper for trying to hoard a key capable of piercing the veil all to herself. Viper screams at her to shut her mouth, but the other commanders immediately perk up at the phrase, piercing the veil. Watcher giggles and stops talking, saying she doesn't want to drop any more spoilers or Viper will actually try to murder her. She sighs happily, expressing how hard it is to resist the thrill of peeking into other people's secrets. Viper clenches her teeth, radiating pure kill intent. A tall figure wearing a square block helmet and a business suit steps out from the highest cliff. That's enough. Leave it there. Blackhand speaks with an absolute authority that shuts down the entire argument instantly. He tells Viper he will let her insubordination slide this time, but reminds her that she is just one piece on a much larger chessboard. Viper remains silent, lowering her head. Meister reminds the commanders that after lifetimes of fending for themselves, this is the first time the Black Hand has united for a single goal. Their syndicate allies in the Undercity are making steady progress carving massive tunnels beneath Shining City's foundation. Once the foundation beneath the City of Light rots through, the entire metropolis will collapse under its own weight. He leans on his walking cane, declaring that they will eat away at the city from the darkest corners until everything rots to pitch black. Kay is walking through an endless, swirling void of dark colors. His silhouette glows faintly as he looks around the empty, pitch-black dimension. He wonders if he is dreaming, noting how unnaturally dark everything feels. He can't tell which direction is up or down in this abyss. Black tendrils crawl up his boots from the floor, but strangely enough, the feeling isn't unfamiliar at all. It feels like a place he has stood in a long time ago. He looks down into the dark water beneath his feet, feeling like something deep inside his mind is about to resurface. A lingering memory, buried deep in his soul core, starts reaching back up to him. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the void. Don't. Kay snaps his head up as the dark water ripples violently. Not that way. A single star of blinding rainbow light ignites high in the sky above him. The voice continues, asking if he is looking for a beautiful light. Down there is not what you're looking for. Kay looks down into the dark abyss beneath him, catching a glimpse of massive, writhing tentacles and thousands of glowing monster eyes staring back up at him. Kay snaps his eyes open with a sharp gasp. He is lying in a soft bed, sunlight streaming through a clean glass window. Nero is sitting on his chest, vigorously licking his cheek to wake him up. Kay groans, pushing the cat off his face and sitting up in bed. He stretches his arms with a massive yawn, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He remembers having a super familiar dream, but the details completely vanish from his memory the second he stands up. He figures the new room is just throwing off his sleep cycle. He walks over to the double doors and steps out onto a massive stone balcony. Spread out before him is a breathtaking panoramic view of the Lumina district and the giant city wall in the distance. Down in the hallway below, Mari's voice starts yelling, "Ellie! L-I-E!" Cut to inside the adjacent room, Mari is standing over a chair holding a hairbrush, trying to wake up her new roommate. Ellie Kayan, the proud, stoic ice rapier noblewoman, is sitting in her nightgown, looking like an absolute morning slug. Ellie mumbles incoherently, begging for 5 more minutes of sleep while Mari reminds her that this isn't her family estate. Mari throws her hands up, complaining that someone who is so sharp on the battlefield shouldn't be this hopeless in the morning. She tosses a uniform onto the bed and tells her to hurry up or they'll be late. A few minutes later, Mari and a groggy Ellie walk out into the central courtyard. Kay and Gale are waiting by the gate, and Gale immediately complains about them walking at a snail's pace. Mari explains she had to drag Ellie out of bed again, and Gale shakes his head, amazed that the most reliable fighter is the biggest morning slug in existence. Kay looks around the massive, multi-story facility and admits it still hasn't sunk in that they all live here now. This giant fortress-like building is Team Red's brand new official headquarters, casually bought by Chief Red without batting an eye. It started out as just finding Mari a new place to stay since her old slum workshop was destroyed by mobsters. When Kay brought it up, Chief Red was listening from the hallway and walked over with a smirk, saying it was perfect timing. He suggested the entire Red team move into one giant base together. When the rookies gasped, Red explained that tracking down scattered members in an emergency is annoying, so living under one roof makes tactical sense. And more importantly, having them all in one place makes running brutal surprise combat drills significantly easier for him. Back in the present, Kay admits waking up to all this noise in the morning isn't so bad. Mari asks Ellie if living in a shared base is uncomfortable for a noble, but Ellie assures her it's completely normal. Gale steps in and explains how noble families actually work in this world. In most houses, every child except the chosen main heir is expected to leave and fend for themselves. A noble kid with magic, who just sits around doing nothing, is treated as deadweight draining family funds. So, noble scions rush to join the Pioneer Corps in droves to prove their worth and earn prestige. Mari nods, then tilts her head, and asks Gale how he knows so much detail about noble house politics. Gale's face goes completely dark. He blushes violently, screams at her to shut up, and stomps off in a huff. Mari yells back, asking why he's getting snippy when he brought it up in the first place. They arrive at Central Boulevard in the Lumina district, standing outside the giant color workshop. Gale groans loudly as they step inside the main plaza. The entire lobby is packed shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of colorists, mercenaries, and nobles waiting in line. Gale complains that they'll be stuck waiting for 6 hours, telling Ellie to use her House Cyan pull to get them priority treatment. Ellie scolds him, stating house authority shouldn't be abused for personal convenience. Suddenly, a well-dressed attendant in a suit walks right up to their group. He politely greets them, identifying them as members of the Dawn Pioneer Corps. He reveals that Miss Ravia contacted the workshop in advance to book a private VIP reservation for Team Red. Mari and Ellie sigh in relief as the attendant escorts them past the massive crowd directly into the private VIP showroom. Mari's eyes turn into giant stars as she looks around the glass display cases filled with high-grade catalyst weapons. The attendant explains that their master artisans use deep wilderness materials to forge custom spoits that far surpass mass-produced models. Because of the quality, high-ranking nobles and top cores are frequent clients, which is why wait times for normal patrons are insane. The attendant then pauses, leaning in closer to give them a quiet warning. He mentions that he isn't supposed to disclose client info but feels it's better to give them a heads up today. Currently on the premises is a member of one of the 3 great houses, the same rank as House Cyan. Cut to a private lounge chair, a guy with slicked blonde hair, wearing a blindingly gaudy yellow-gold suit and tie, is lounging arrogantly while 2 servants fan him. Mr. Claude of House Yellow. Ellie's expression goes cold. She knows that name. Claude is infamous throughout the city as the Mad Dog and Shame of Yellow, an abusive, violent degenerate who beats his servants at the slightest annoyance. Ellie thanks the attendant for the warning, assuring him they will avoid making a scene. Mari walks over to a display case, completely unbothered, geeking out over the custom weapons. However, the other noble patrons in the showroom spot Ellie Cayenne's blue hair and immediately start whispering. They recognize her as a child of House Cayenne serving alongside primary colorist Red. Sensing a political opportunity, a group of wealthy aristocrats immediately swarm around Ellie to kiss up to her family. They greet her with fake corporate smiles, asking about business ventures and praising her bravery for joining the Pioneers. Ellie politely navigates the social assault with smooth, practiced aristocratic grace. Mari and Gale watch from the side, finally realizing how massive of a deal Ellie's noble background actually is. Kay stands quietly in his cloak, watching the nobles brown-nose his teammate. Over on the raised VIP platform, Claude hears the noise and turns his head. His servants ask if they should go inspect the commotion, boasting that no one in the room could possibly be more distinguished than Lord Claude. Claude's eyes glance past the crowd, landing straight on Mari. He spots her bright glowing yellow hair radiating an extraordinarily vivid aura. His yellow eyes narrow. That color output is absurdly high, subtly different from House Yellow's standard hue, but way more vivid. He stands up, adjusts his golden ring, and strolls straight through the crowd over to Mari. Mari turns around, seeing the gaudy blonde guy walking right up to her. Claude inspects her up close with a slimy, condescending smirk, saying she looks even better up close. He looks her up and down like he's appraising livestock at a market. Yeah, this passes inspection. Mari's brows twitch. She asks what on earth his problem is. Claude asks which noble family she belongs to, assuming someone with yellow output that high must be from a branch house. Then he chuckles mockingly, asking if she's just some commoner trash scraping by in a pioneer guild. Mari clenches her fist, veins popping on her knuckles. She is about 1 second away from breaking his jaw. Claude continues his entitled speech, telling her that having color doesn't change her lack of pedigree, but he'll do her a favor by taking her into his estate as a personal servant. He reaches out his hand to grab Mari's shoulder, slap. A dark gauntlet strikes Claude's arm away with a violent crack. Kay steps directly between Claude and Mari, glaring at the noble with pitch-black void eyes. The whole room goes dead silent. The noble patrons freeze in sheer horror. Claude staggers back, clutching his wrist as his face turns red with fury. "Yo, you little nobody! Do yayo you know who HOIAM?" He barks that a filthy commoner with unsightly, revolting black mana dares lay a hand on noble royalty. Nero suddenly pops out from Kay's collar, leaping straight at Claude's face and scratching his nose with sharp claws. Ki! Ki! Claude screams, swatting Nero mid-air and slapping the cat onto the wooden floor. G-L-A-H! Get this creature off me! Nero hits the ground with a soft king! Kay looks down at Nero. The punch lands with the force of a freight train. Claude rockets backward, crashing straight through 3 display cases before plowing into the back wall. The entire showroom goes dead silent as dust, and broken glass rain down on the marble floor. Claude's lackeys scramble over his unconscious body, screaming for a medical team to drag their lord to a hospital. Kay completely ignores the chaos, crouching down and reaching out his hand toward his cat. Nero hops onto his palm, chirping softly while Kay checks him over to make sure he isn't bruised. Kay looks over at Marie and Gale, apologizing for snapping and blowing up their gear shopping trip. Claude's chief attendant turns around, veins bulging out of his neck as he screams at Kay for laying hands on a great house heir. He points an angry finger, threatening to have Kay blacklisted and executed, screaming that a cursed black-collar trash like him shouldn't even be allowed to breathe city air. Marie's brows twitch. She steps forward, veins popping on her forehead, and yells right back at him. She flexes her brand new title as head of House Gold, threatening to drop Lord Luminous's name to get their entire squad thrown into prison. The lackey stammers, calling her a liar since House Gold was wiped out years ago. Before the argument can escalate into a brawl, a calm, heavy presence steps out from behind the curtain. Ellie Sion steps into the light, her cold cyan eyes locking onto the screaming attendants. The lackeys instantly freeze, recognizing Lady Alicia of House Sion. The surrounding patrons whisper among themselves, realizing things are about to get politically apocalyptic. The lackey tries to kiss up to her, begging her as a fellow noble to put her low-born dogs on a tighter leash. Ellie looks down at him like a bug and utters 2 quiet words, "Be quiet." She tells him his loud mouth is crossing the line and he needs to figure out his own place before lecturing her. The lackey stammers, asking if she's really fine with House Yellow filing a formal complaint against her squad. Ellie glances at Claude's broken body on the floor and asks if his brain is really too empty to calculate who will actually be in trouble. House Yellow isn't going to risk a civil war against House Cyan over a degenerate problem child who picked a fight in public. She glared down with icy aura, telling them if they have a problem, they can issue a formal duel challenge like real nobles instead of flapping their mouths. The surrounding aristocrats murmur in agreement, admitting Claude's reputation is garbage and turning Team Red into enemies is a brain-dead move. Realizing they have 0 political leverage, the lackeys sweat profusely and decide to back off. They drag Claude's unconscious body out the back exit while Kay smiles and thanks Ellie for the save. Ellie looks away, brushing off the gratitude, saying she only did what any decent teammate should do. She fidgets with her gloves, blushing softly, and mutters that Marie said before that teammates help each other out, which means we're friends. Marie lights up like a Christmas tree, grabbing Ellie in a massive bear hug and cheering that she's the best. Ellie turns bright blue from embarrassment, turning back to the patrons to apologize for the scene. Suddenly, 2 workshop attendants run into the room and scream in absolute agony. They look at the shattered display cases, crying over destroyed luxury spoits worth hundreds of millions. Kay and the squad casually point out the door, unanimously blaming the entire property damage on Claude of House Yellow. Moving past the drama, the attendant leads Team Red straight into the central manufacturing forge. Massive steam boilers and molten furnaces line the walls where Shining City's finest weapons are forged. The attendant explains that master blacksmiths will personally craft their custom spoits using usage rights pre-purchased by Captain Camellia. Gale sighs in relief, glad he finally gets a weapon that won't snap during basic drills. Marie runs over to the industrial machinery, geeking out over the advanced gear processing rigs. She turns to Kay, asking if he wants to use her credit budget to forge a brand new custom weapon for himself. Kay looks down at his right arm, flexing his gauntlet, and politely declines. He says he's already completely satisfied with the gauntlet Marie built for him back in the slums. Marie smiles brightly, happy that he trusts her work so much. Kay walks along the display tables, admiring the masterwork blades. He stops in front of a simple, unadorned dagger spoit with no flashy decorations. He picks it up, wondering what makes it special enough to sit in a VIP showroom. An old man with a bushy white mustache and welding goggles steps up beside him, noting Kay has a good eye. Kay asks who he is, and the old man holds out his palm. 10 million lux. Kay nearly drops the dagger, shouting in shock at the absurd price tag before carefully placing it back on the velvet. He stammers that he was just looking, holding up his gauntlet and repeating that he already has everything he needs. The old man's eyes narrow as he glances down at Kay's forearm. Mind if I take a closer look at that? He inspects the gauntlet's side valves, noting the finish is rough but engineered that way on purpose. He looks up at Kay and reveals that part of the power core is built from an actual ancient relic. Kay stammers that normal spoits shatter when he channels pure black mana, so this is the only piece of gear that holds up. The old man asks who crafted such a specialized piece, and Kay points over at Marie, saying his friend built it from scratch. The old man stares at Marie in deep thought. He is genuinely impressed that a young girl built a relic-integrated catalyst on her own without workshop equipment. He turns back to Kay and gives him a serious look. Next time you come here, don't go to anyone else. Come straight to me. I will personally look over your gear. Kay blinks in confusion but politely agrees. Marie calls Kay over to finalize her revolver order, and Kay bids the old man farewell. The workshop staff bow as Team Red exits the facility into the main plaza. The attendants sigh in relief, stretching after an exhausting shift. They suggest grabbing a drink, but turn around and freeze in horror. Standing right behind them, holding a wrench, is the old master blacksmith. The attendants bow frantically, screaming, "Master! You're here today?" Turns out this old guy isn't just an employee, he is the secret supreme owner and master of the entire color workshop. He looks down at his notes, remembering Kay's relic gauntlet and Marie's raw potential. He smirks, muttering that it's been a long time since he's seen something this entertaining. Out on the street, Gale asks what they should do while waiting for their custom spoits to be forged. Ellie steps forward, offering a suggestion. She points out that while Marie is a genius mechanic, she isn't a trained pioneer yet, so they should spend the next few days teaching Marie essential Blackland survival skills and combat basics. Marie groans loudly, slumping her shoulders at the mention of studying. Montage time. They return to their mansion base to begin Marie's boot camp. Target practice session. Marie works on controlling her revolver output against target dummies. She practices firing without blowing up the firing range walls. Map study session. Kay and Ellie teach Marie how to read Blackland terrain maps, with Nero acting as a paperweight. Tactical drill session. Chief Red lectures them on monster types and environmental hazard zones. Team bonding. Marie cooks a massive feast for the squad in their base kitchen. Late night study. Marie and Ellie read pioneer journals together before bed. Fast forward a few days. Sunlight breaks over Team Red's mansion base. A delivery carriage arrives from the color workshop. Ellie inspects her newly forged cyan rapier, glowing with high-density ice mana. Gale grips his upgraded windsword, testing its razor-sharp balance. Kay flexes his gauntlet, feeling his black mana flow smoother than ever. Team Red stands together fully equipped, fully trained, and ready for their first official Vanguard expedition. The morning sun shines over Team Red's fortress mansion. Inside the main tactical briefing room, Chief Red stands at the head of a massive conference table. He smiles warmly, asking if everyone got enough rest and tested out their new custom gear sets. The rookies nod, looking sharp, energetic, and fully geared up. Red's casual smile fades into a serious expression as he slides open the briefing blackboard. In that case, warm-up time is over. Let's officially begin Team Red's long-term mission. He draws a diagram of a four-pointed star artifact. Their main objective is recovering the scattered Stella fragments. Originally, these fragments were locked deep inside uncharted Blackland zones under spatial mists. From now on, we will track distorted spatial points around Kay's trail and recover them. Kay nods, but Red raises a finger to drop a second piece of news. I will no longer be able to accompany you on every expedition. Gale and Marie jump out of their chairs, screaming in disbelief. Red holds up 2 SS rank mission scrolls, explaining that as a primary colorist, his personal schedule is completely insane. Disaster-level threats like ink repository raids and monster invasions require his direct intervention across the city. However, since the Black Hand is actively hunting Kay, sending the rookies out alone is too dangerous. That's why I brought a solid reinforcement to fill the gaps when I'm away. You can come in now. The door opens, and a familiar tall silhouette steps into the room. Marie and Kay recognize her immediately, Vanguard Commander Arancia. She grins brightly, greeting her juniors. Red explains that Arancia will rotate in as their high-tier escort during his absence. He waves his hand, stepping out the door and telling them to listen to their senior and avoid causing trouble. He gives a warm backward glance, trusting Arancia to keep them alive. Arancia chuckles, watching him leave, commenting on how Red nags more the older he gets. She smiles, noting that he always goes out of his way to shoulder heavy burdens for others. A brief flashback shows young Red stepping up to recruit refugees in the past. His selfless personality hasn't changed one bit. Arancia turns around, tapping the chalkboard, and takes command of the briefing. She reveals that Lady Luminous has already detected faint spatial ripples near a specific outer zone. Their target destination is an unexplored area located right beyond the Maharaxa forward base. She asks if everyone understands the plan, and the rookies yell a unified "Noni!" Great! Let's head out to our forward operating base. Cut to the industrial logistics hub outside the city wall. A massive multi-story armored dreadnought transport rolls into the station with a deafening hydraulic hiss. Workers scramble to unload supply crates while steam vents blast across the tarmac. Pioneer squads chatter about strange buzzing sounds reported in the outer unexplored zones. Team Red and Commander Arancia step off the transport ramp onto the forward base floor. Kay looks around at the dark storm clouds swirling outside the perimeter barrier. It feels like an eternity since they last stepped onto the Blacklands. Arancia turns to Kay, dropping a sudden bombshell. Kay, you're already a veteran at this point, so talk with your team and take the lead on this expedition. Kay stammers, asking if she isn't supposed to be leading the squad. Arancia smirks, explaining that real growth only happens when rookies face danger head-on instead of hiding behind veterans. Meanwhile, nearby pioneers spot Arancia and start whispering in shock. Civil officials from the disaster department try to rush over to ask her for favors, but Arancia waves them off, telling them she's strictly on escort duty today. Kay leads Team Red through the crowded base corridor to scout the area. As they walk, Kay spots a mercenary coughing violently against a wall. The man's skin is covered in dark veins, classic signs of severe Blackland erosion from venturing into the depths without protection. Nearby scholars argue over monster specimens, desperate to publish papers for Nobel funding. Kay realizes how desperate people in this outpost actually are. Marie points toward a massive crowd gathered in front of the local request board. Kay's group approaches, but as soon as the waiting mercenaries turn around, their faces go sour. Oh crap, it's the black one! They recognize Kay's pure black hair from news reports and instantly start hurling insults. They tell him to get out of their sight, claiming his cursed black mana is ruining their mood. Gale's eyes flare with rage. He steps forward, shouting at them for picking a fight for no reason, ready to beat them up. Kay stays calm, internally expecting this kind of hostility from commoners. The mercenaries back up, realizing these kids are wearing Dawn Pioneer Corps uniforms. Suddenly, a heavy voice echoes from behind the crowd. Dawn Corps. Huh? The crowd parts as a massive, broad-shouldered man with blue hair steps forward. Equipped with heavy gauntlets and a blue coat, he radiates an intense, pressuring aura. He looks down at Kay, acknowledging the kid with black mana who's been making a name for himself. Gale and Marie step in front of Kay, telling the blue-haired guy to back off if he's planning on being rude. Kay puts a hand out, telling his team it's fine. The blue-haired man introduces himself. S-rank Pioneer Valen, leader of the Sweet Corps. He arrogantly tells Kay that requests in this region are strictly handled by his A-rank and S-rank squads. You'd better look for work elsewhere, kid. Before Kay can answer, a loud voice cuts through the tension from behind. That's enough. I can't watch this childish posturing anymore. Commander Arancia steps out from the shadow of the corridor. Valen's face goes stiff as Arancia roasts him in front of the entire outpost, asking since when pioneers started claiming land deeds on the Blacklands. Valen clenches his fist, telling Arancia not to let becoming a colorist go to her head. Arancia gives a terrifying glare, telling him he's the one tripping over himself to lick noble boots. Realizing he can't win a flex battle against a vanguard commander, Valen clicks his tongue and orders his men to leave. Gale mocks them as they retreat, calling it a total buzzkill. Arancia tells Kay not to let territorial disputes bother him, as greedy pioneers fight over spots all the time. Suddenly, a group of civil officials chases after Arancia again, begging her to take an urgent disaster request. Arancia snaps, shouting that she already said NO 5 times. Kay sighs, realizing being a famous high-rank pioneer is a massive pain. Arancia barks at the officials to get lost, completely scaring them off. Kay steps toward the heavy iron gate leading out into the dark wilderness, flexing his gauntlet. Team Red lines up beside him, ready for action. Marie comments that Arancia would normally help those civil officials, but today, she's prioritizing Team Red. Arancia smiles at the rookies, admitting it's been a long time since she went on an expedition with a fresh squad. She rests her hand on her weapon handle, her eyes glowing with excitement. Brings back memories. Very well then, juniors, let's kick off our first mission! Team Red steps past the threshold, venturing deep into the dark, unexplored Blacklands. Far out in the desolate crags of the Blacklands, where the dark fog usually swallows everything whole, two figures stand in a rare patch of open air. Green Primary stretches under her hood, humming a tune and getting nostalgic about the good old days. Chief Red looks out at the wasteland, admitting back when they were young field colorists, they were out here practically every single day. She chuckles, remembering how Red used to charge headfirst into monster swarms just to clean up her mess. She quickly gets defensive, yelling that she is an eternally respectable primary now, so he needs to stop bringing up her embarrassing past. She coughs into her hand and points down at a strange glowing circle on the stone floor. It's the exact spot where Kay cast his pure black mana spell weeks ago. Normally, cleared fog fills right back in within minutes, but this single patch has stayed completely sterile for weeks. Red explains that they ran tests trying to recreate the effect with Kay's barrier, but got zero reaction. Kay's baseline absorption requires direct physical contact with his hands to trigger. Without touching the target, nothing happens, which forced them to cancel that branch of experiments. Red looks down at his palm, noting that Kay carries a power even our guy doesn't fully comprehend yet. Knowing how fast Kay grows, reaching the true end of that power is only a matter of time. And yet, Lady Luminous clearly knows the full truth behind the black mana, but keeps her cards hidden from everyone. Red sighs, deciding to bench the existential questions for now so they can focus on today's actual job. Green Primary smirks, unlatching a heavy metallic briefcase stamped with a leaf crest. She unseals the locks, boasting that bringing this directly into the Black Lands is an unprecedented live test. The briefcase opens, unleashing a blinding pillar of rainbow light straight into the storm clouds. She explains that the High Command made a bold call, letting them test an actual Stella fragment out in the field. Inside the padded case lies a pristine, glowing Stella fragment branch. She vents about how many years of research she poured into this project and how many sleepless nights she spent convincing Lady Luminous to let the system fair share barrier sectors automatically. Red reaches down, grabbing the fragment with his bare hand. All right, let's begin. The moment his fingers close around it, the light flares so bright it punches a hole through the sky. The sudden surge of divine energy instantly draws every monster within a 5-mile radius. A massive wave of shadow beasts comes charging down the canyon with open jaws. Green Primary steps forward, telling Red she'll handle the greeting committee. She unhooks her potion lantern, releasing glowing green dandelion seeds into the air. She spreads her arms as her green color mana explodes like a supernova. The seeds attach themselves to the frontline monsters mid-sprint. She thrusts her palm forward, detonating the magic. A single seed expands into a giant light sphere. Boom. Colossal woody tendrils erupt from inside the beasts, tearing them apart from the inside out. Vine Forest. A massive forest of towering green vines instantly crushes the entire monster wave into paste. With the perimeter cleared, Red steps into the center of the sterile circle. He looks down at the fragment, noting that if humanity wants a real future beyond these walls, relying solely on Shining City's barrier is a slow death sentence. He slams the Stella fragment deep into the bedrock. A permanent dome of holy light expands, locking the sector down. He prays that this lonely little tree will eventually become a new sanctuary for mankind. Meanwhile, back with Team Red inside the ancient ruin, Nero is sniffing through a pile of rubble when a pair of hands reaches down and picks up a metallic box. Marie blows the thick dust off the lens, revealing an old pre-civilization camera. She holds it up to show Kay, geeking out over finding an antique artifact in such great shape. She explains to Nero that people in the old days used this thing to capture moments in time and accidentally hits the flash button. Flash. My ears! Kay covers his face, warning her to be careful with ancient tech. But looking around, the scale of this place is unreal. They are standing inside the hollowed-out skeleton of a massive pre-civilization skyscraper city. Kay notes that several other pioneer scavenger teams are picking through the lower rubble. Mercenaries with flashlights are prying open old desks, desperate to find anything sellable. In a world this harsh, nobody has the luxury of just sightseeing. Commander Arancia walks up beside Kay, explaining that scavenging food, gear, and relics is how outposts survive. Pioneers push into the unknown, mapping out terrain block by block to expand human territory. She points toward a massive pitch-black monolith building buried deep in the cavern floor. That's their target ruin, the place where a Stella fragment energy signature was detected. She turns to the squad and drops a serious warning. Ancient ruins aren't just full of hungry beasts, they are loaded with automated security systems. One wrong step on a floor tile or door panel can trigger automated plasma turrets that turn S-rank pioneers into Swiss cheese before they can even draw a weapon. She tells them to keep their eyes peeled as they step past the main vault threshold. Inside the metallic hallway, automated defense drones come swarming out of the ceiling vents. Gale slashes through the front line with wind blades while Arancia crushes steel frames with her hammer. Kay leads the frontline charge, pushing deeper into the corridor. Marie aims her new custom revolver at a fast-moving shadow beast, but her shots keep missing. She grunts in frustration. Moving targets in tight hallways are way harder than static dummies at the firing range. As three beasts leap straight for Marie's head, Marie freezes in panic. A sharp blue flash cuts through the dark. Ellie Cayenne glides past Marie like an ice skating assassin, flash freezing all three beasts mid-air. Ellie calmly explains that as a long-range shooter, Marie needs a reliable frontline guard to handle fast flankers. And since her ice magic pairs perfectly with Marie's golden firepower, you can go all out. I'll cover your front. Marie lights up, thanking her partner. With flawless squad synergy, they wipe out the remaining security units and clear the hallway. Kay looks at a wall map gauge, realizing they've already descended 7 underground levels without taking a single break. Gale wipes sweat from his forehead, amazed at how smooth their pacing has been. Kay checks his body and notices something weird. Despite fighting back-to-back matches, his legs feel light, and his mana keeps regenerating automatically. He looks back at Commander Arancia, who is standing inside a subtle red aura circle. Arancia smirks, praising their coordination for making most veteran squads look like amateurs. She points her hammer toward a heavy iron blast door at the end of the hall. Past that door lies the Veil of the Black Witch, a zone where dark fog density reaches toxic levels. Stepping inside without mental prep will instantly erode your mind, so Arancia steps up to take the lead. As the squad walks toward the blast door, a mounted security camera on the ceiling slowly rotates, its lens focusing directly on Kay's face. Kay stops, sensing something scanning his body. Red warning text flashes inside the camera's HUD. Color code 1#000000 Netch detected. Black Witch frequency confirmed. Maximum risk entity identified. Beep, beep, beep. A blinding plasma barrier drops from the ceiling right between Kay and Arancia. The heavy blast doors slam down, trapping Kay and Ellie on one side, and Arancia, Marie, and Gale on the other. Marie screams in horror as the ancient ruin locks down. Arancia winds back her hammer, yelling for everyone to get back. Boom! She slams her rocket hammer straight into the plasma barrier. Electric sparks fly across the energy shield. It doesn't have a single scratch. Arancia clenches her teeth, realizing this ancient plasma barrier is running on reserve power. Red warning text flashes across the wall HUD, plasma particle disintegration system activating. 4 giant incineration cannons pop out of the side walls, aiming straight at Kay and Ellie. 10 seconds until passage incineration. Kay asks if he should try absorbing the plasma wall with his gauntlet, but Arancia screams at him NOT to touch it. Ancient incineration lasers aren't standard fire. Contact will vaporize his hands instantly. 5 seconds. Kay looks down at the metallic floor beneath his boots. 3 seconds. Ellie runs over, grabbing Kay's shoulder. 2 seconds. Kay channels pure black mana into his right fist, telling Arancia they are going down. 1 second. The wall cannons charge up, firing a sky-splitting plasma beam. In front, OFYOU. Kay winds back his arm and smashes the floor open with a colossal black hole punch. The floor collapses. Kay and Ellie freefall into the dark abyss just as the plasma beam incinerates the hallway above. Kay tumbles through the dark air, gasping for breath as Nero floats beside him as a light orb. He looks around at the pitch-black void swallowing his vision. They just fell directly into the veil of the Black Witch. Up above, the plasma laser peters out, leaving the blast door completely sealed. Marie slams her hands against the hot metal, screaming for Kay and Ellie at the top of her lungs. The floor where the kids were standing is a smoking, slagged crater of melted iron. Gale looks down, noting that the hole got sealed by molten debris during the laser strike. If they try to smash through by force, the structural integrity of the floor will collapse, burying everyone alive. Arancia unloads verbally, furious that the ruins' automated traps separated her squad while Kay isn't around to absorb the dark fog. Gale steps over to a sidewall, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding airflow. He perks up, calling Arancia over because he found an alternate maintenance passage leading down. The airflow behind this wall is different. It's a secondary ventilation chute bypassing the main blast doors. They run down the corridor, finding a heavy steel hatch reinforced with iron bars. Arancia doesn't even bother looking for a key. She grabs the steel bars with her bare hands and rips the reinforced metal hatch open like a sheet off paper. She praises Gale for the clutch find, telling the team to move fast before the kids get cornered below. If they take this chute, they can bypass the curtain and rendezvous with Kay and Ellie. The three of them dive down the dark ventilation shaft at full speed. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the abyss, Kay pushes himself off the cold floor, stepping through an endless hallway shrouded in dark fog. He looks around, recognizing this place. It's the exact same dark dimension from Area 21. He raises his right hand, trying to channel his absorption ability to clear the fog, but his palm passes right through it. Without a physical surface to grab, his contact-based absorption doesn't trigger. Nero chirps Q and points his glowing light orb toward the end of the dark corridor. Kay spots a silhouette kneeling in the dark and sighs in relief. "Ellie! I found you! Thank go!" He stops mid-sentence. Something is terribly wrong. Ellie is kneeling on the floor, clutching her head while dark, swirling whispers circle around her body. Kay remembers this exact symptom from the Area 21 exam. The dark fog projects psychological hallucinations into the target's mind. He tells Nero to expand his light barrier to snap her out of it, but inside her mind the whispers are deafening. Below standard, lacking, weak. Ellie's eyes go completely hollow and dark as she slowly draws her ice rapier. Kay's eyes widen. "Nero, get away!" Nero gasps as a blinding ice slash cuts right through the light orb. Sach Loosh. Ellie moves in an instantaneous blur, driving her rapier straight for Kay's chest. Kay barely dodges back, the blade slicing a tear right through his cloak. He looks at her face and freezes in shock. Ellie's sclera has turned pitch black, her eyes glowing with pure, unhinged kill intent. She enters a berserk state similar to the Black Hand, slinging rapier strikes at warp speed. Kay dodges left and right, struggling to keep up with her insane speed. He can't attack her head-on without risking permanent damage to his teammate. He needs to disarm her and make direct physical contact to siphon the dark corruption out of her body. Ellie lunges with a lethal thrust aimed right for his throat. Kay decides to take a massive gamble. He steps directly inside her sword range, letting the blade graze his shoulder. He notices she isn't using her ice color magic at all, because the dark mental corruption suppresses a colorist's natural mana flow. If that's the case, I can take this. Ellie winds back her rapier for a downward execution strike. Kay duck underneath her guard. Chroma manifestation. He compresses solid black mana over his forearm and slams his gauntlet straight into the flat side of her rapier blade. Clang. The impact knocks her sword out of alignment. Kay leaps forward, catching her in a tackle, and pins Ellie straight to the floor. "I caught her!" Ellie thrashes beneath him, her dark eyes glaring up with pure rage. Kay slams his gauntlet onto her forehead, activating direct contact absorption. Black tendrils erupt from his gauntlet, siphoning the dark corruption out of her mind. As the corruption drains, a soul link triggers, flashing a memory directly into Kay's mind. He sees a young childhood version of Ellie crying on the floor in front of her tall, elegant older sister. Her sister looks down with cold disappointment, scolding her for failing to meet House Cyan's standards. The young Ellie apologizes repeatedly, drowning in a deep, agonizing feeling of inadequacy and worthlessness. Kay's consciousness snaps back to reality. A faint blue soul thread disconnects from her mind, returning to his gauntlet. He realizes he just witnessed Ellie's deepest, most guarded inner trauma. The dark sclera fades from her eyes as she lets out a sharp gasp. Ellie blinks, looking up at Kay kneeling over her in total confusion. Kay steps back, asking if she's back to normal. Ellie sits up, holding her throbbing head, stuttering an apology for attacking him mid-trance. She mutters that the voices inside her head felt like a suffocating nightmare. She pauses, looking up at Kay with a deeply hesitant, embarrassed expression. By any chance, did you see it? Kay scratches his cheek, trying to play it off casually. Nero floats over, hopping onto Ellie's lap with a soft, "Cue." Nero expands a gentle light circle around her body, soothing her remaining mental fatigue. Ellie smiles softly, hugging the cat tightly and thanking him for dispersing the voices. Kay tells her they should move toward the exit before the dark fog erodes their minds again. They walk side by side down the quiet corridor. Ellie stops in her tracks, looking at Kay's back. "Kay, why aren't you asking me anything?" She looks down, her voice trembling as she admits how pathetic and weak she feels inside. She confesses that her proud, stoic, noble persona is just a fake shield to hide how terrified she is of disappointing her family. Kay turns around, looking at her with a completely calm, grounded expression. Disappointed? Isn't everyone like that? Everyone has things they don't want to show others, just like how you guys never force me to explain my past. You're a reliable companion I can trust my back to. That's all that matters. Ellie's eyes widen. She clutches Nero to her chest, her lips trembling as a warm smile breaks across her face. Thank you, Kay. Up ahead, a giant archway glows with ambient light. Kay reaches out his gauntlet, pushing through the curtain wall. They step past the threshold, exiting the Veil of the Black Witch into a massive subterranean chamber. Ellie takes a deep breath, glad to finally be out of that mental torture chamber. Kay looks up at the surrounding architecture and freezes in dead silence. Spread out before them is an ancient multi-story industrial vault. Dozens of towering glass containment cylinders line the walls, filled with concentrated glowing color mana fluid. Ellie's jaw drops. This isn't just a ruin, it's a massive pre-civilization research and resource production facility. If the city government recovers these color tanks, it could power Shining City for months. Kay looks down at the floor, spotting fresh claw tracks cut into the steel floor. He draws his dagger, telling Ellie not to lower her guard just yet. Cut back to the upper squad. Arancia, Marie, and Gale are currently fighting off a massive horde of black spider hatchlings. Gale slashes through dozens of spiders with wind blades, complaining that there's no end to them. Marie fires her revolver, covering Gale's flank as the spiders swarm the walls. Arancia crushes a spider cluster with her hammer, her eyes narrowing as she identifies the species. She clicks her tongue in frustration. Of all the monsters in the Black Lands, a high-tier predator built its nest right here. Back down in the main vault with Kay and Ellie, a massive shadow drops down from the ceiling right behind their backs. A colossal, multi-legged horror with razor-sharp scythe legs and glowing red eyes looms over them. A-rank creature, Arachne.